Chapter 440. Su Yan's gaze once again fell on White-Bone Demon Venerable, who was also Dong Qinghao. Dong Qinghao, I can feel the aura of your soul. Don't worry, I will definitely drive this damned guy out of your body. At this moment, Su Yan's voice did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotion. On the contrary, it was very calm. However, the more Su Yan was like this, the more uneasy White-Bone Demon Venerable felt. This kind of Su Yan was like a high and mighty lion looking at its prey indifferently. White-Bone Demon Venerable did not like this feeling because he should be the king. He was once a venerable and possessed unparalleled power. Although Su Yan's realm was not bad, he was still an expert of the perimeter state. But to him back then, what was the boundary of circumference worth? He was just an ant. However, today, he was actually hurt by an ant and was even looked down upon. This made him completely furious. He, Su Yan, I believe you can do it. So, go ahead and do it. I don't care if I lose an arm or a leg. At this moment, Dong Qinghao's voice came from the depths of his throat. Shut up, you bastard. At this moment, Dong Qinghao's soul actually broke free from his suppression and directly spoke. This made him even more furious. Alright, Dong Qinghao, I will never be polite. Su Yan laughed loudly. Wanqing, wait for me at the side. You drive out that evil force first and leave the rest to me. Su Yan put down Yun Wanqing and then turned into a phantom and directly appeared in front of White-Bone Demon Venerable. I'm here. Let's fight. Su Yan brandished the shocking immortal sword in his hand and suddenly transformed into a sword aura. As the sword aura fluctuated, sword shadows immediately appeared. The sword shadows directly swept towards Dong Qinghao. The sword shadows flickered and directly engulfed him. The sword aura was so sharp that it almost cut Dong Qinghao into pieces. Su Yan really did not hold back at all when he attacked. He did not care at all. White-Bone Demon Venerable's face turned even colder. He did not expect Su Yan to be so cold and determined. At this moment, his body shook and a white bone aura appeared directly, turning into a pale white aura and directly blocked Su Yan's sword aura. This old devil was truly worthy of being a supreme expert in the past. At this moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes and then he sneered. In the next moment, thousands of pear flowers actually bloomed under Su Yan's feet. Dongqing Clan's Thousand Elephant Divine Skill, Torrential Storm of Pear Flowers. He directly used the same trick to deal with Su Yan as he dealt with Yun Wanqing. Su Yan, watch your step. Yun Wanqing's hurried voice entered Su Yan's ears. However, Su Yan was already very familiar with using the torrential pear flowers. Even if it was not superb, it was definitely at his fingertips. There was no need for Yun Wanqing to remind him. He had already noticed the movement under his feet. In the next moment, thousands of pear flowers bloomed again. It suddenly collided with the sword aura that White-Bone Demon Venerable had previously unleashed. Such a violent power was simply terrifying. Endless radiance constantly danced and flickered, showing endless brilliance. The pear blossom sword chi formed by the torrential pear blossom sword chi displayed by the White-Bone Demon Venerable was as pale as white bones. Although he used the aura of Dong Qinghao's body to unleash the torrential pear flowers, the origin was still his own white bone power after all. On the other hand, Su Yan used the sword aura to activate the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill. The power within was even more terrifying. The power of both sides constantly clashed at this moment, displaying endless power. In an instant, the power of the confrontation between the two had spread out directly. With the impact of the two forces, countless black floating monsters were directly annihilated. Both of their understanding of the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill had reached an extremely profound level. At this point, there was no clear winner or loser. Therefore, the contest this time was a real contest of strength. And this time, there was actually no clear winner or loser in the fight. Damn it! This old demon was seriously injured previously, but at this moment, he can already be on par with me. Such recovery power is really terrifying. This place is dense with demonic aura, and it will suppress my spiritual energy. But for this old demon, I'm afraid it's like a fish in water. Su Yan changed his mind and decided not to compete with White Bone Demon Venerable in strength. 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill, Immortal Sword Technique. Amidst the endless pear flower sword aura, the shocking celestial sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly bloomed with endless brilliance. The brilliance was like fire, and the intense power charged straight at White Bone Demon Venerable. In front of White Bone Demon Venerable, a huge shocking celestial sword suddenly appeared. The incomparably heavy sword body charged straight at his body. At this point, White Bone Demon Venerable did not dare to treat Su Yan as a cowardly person. If he continued to be so self-righteous, he would not even know how he died. At this moment, the huge sword aura condensed from the celestial sword technique had suddenly charged in front of him. Such sword aura, roughly estimated to be more than 10 meters long. The moment the sword aura fell, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, falling directly from the sky. He waved his hands and drew a pale cross in front of his chest. Then, he shouted softly, "Heavenly Demon White Bone, destroy." The white light suddenly collided with Su Yan's celestial sword technique. The celestial sword, which was clearly condensed from sword aura, actually let out a sizzling sound at this moment. How terrifying was that? Right at this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that the two white cross lights were not condensed from White Bone Demon Venerable's demonic aura. Heavenly Demon White Bone, this is actually a real white bone. Su Yan was shocked. He felt an extremely awe-inspiring power from the white bone, as if the place where the white bone was the place where all life fell. Unknowingly, the fear in Su Yan's heart towards the two white bones had become stronger and stronger. This was something that even he himself did not realize. The quietly expanding white bones made Su Yan feel unusually uneasy. He suddenly felt like a drowning person. His whole body had sunk into the bottom of the sea, but he did not know where to go. As such, even his sword aura began to unknowingly become illusory. "Humph, you little brat, it's an honor for you to make me use the Heavenly Demon White Bone. Today, I'll let you die under the Heavenly Demon White Bone." His palm suddenly condensed, and the two white bones directly turned into two bone spurs. They directly shattered Su Yan's remaining sword aura, and then fiercely attacked his body. "Su Yan, be careful." At this moment, Yun Wanqing wanted to take action. However, the evil aura that was previously injected into her body by White Bone Demon Venerable had not completely dissipated. Now, her body was actually unable to move, so she could only let out an anxious cry. At this moment, the two bone spurs were almost in front of Su Yan. They were only 2 meters away from Su Yan. If Su Yan continued to be absent-minded, he would definitely die under the bone spurs. However, just as the bone spurs were about to reach Su Yan, a sword aura suddenly turned into a cyclone and directly appeared on Su Yan's body. After the cyclone appeared, it directly bounced off the bone spurs. Damn it, this brat is already intimidated by the Heavenly Demon White Bone. How can he break free? His eyes had become extremely gloomy. One had to know that the Heavenly Demon White Bone was not an ordinary item. It was the foundation of his path. A few thousand years ago, he was just an unknown person. It was precisely because of this that he unexpectedly obtained these two white bones that he moved forward step by step, and his cultivation level continued to increase. To put it bluntly, these two Heavenly Demon White Bones changed his life. In these 8,000 years, Venerable Ghost Flame survived by relying on the Crimson Spirit Fire. What about him? Although the Blood Demon Beast King's heart was powerful, it only provided some energy. Because he did not cultivate the Blood Tao, his foundation was these two Heavenly Demon White Bones. At this moment, the demonic weapon that the entire Qian territory fought over 8,000 years ago was behind him. The enemy that he hated when he was just born was right in front of him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use these white bones. He wanted to kill Su Yan, this damn brat who was in his way. He wanted to break into the core of the land of devil birth and seize the demonic weapon. Only by obtaining this demonic artifact would he be able to break through his peak in one fell swoop. Only then would he be able to become an extremely powerful sovereign. However, he did not expect that after so many years, the heavenly demon white bones that he used as a killing move would return without any success. Master, did you do it? At this moment, Su Yan directly called out in his heart. Because just before this, he only felt a pair of invisible hands dragging him down and sinking him into the sea. No matter how he struggled, it was completely useless. He only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. However, at this moment, a pair of hands suddenly stretched directly into the sea and directly grabbed him, pulling him out of the sea. Only then could Su Yan wake up directly. But when he woke up, he found that Sword Chi had appeared and blocked the two terrifying pale white bone spikes. Other than Sword Sage, who was sleeping in his body, he really could not think of anyone else who could have such ability and help him in such a situation. Sigh, it is indeed me. I really did not expect to see such a thing here. Sword Sage sighed softly, but his voice showed that he was extremely weak. Obviously, the previous attack had consumed a lot of his strength. Chapter 441. Master, are you okay? Su Yan sighed in his heart and asked. He was deeply indebted to Sword Sage. Ever since he left the Hidden Sword Sect, Sword Sage had been by his side. Last time in the Monster Palace, Sword Sage even risked his life to help him, allowing him to successfully seal the Thousand Ghosts Demon Lord. This time, if Sword Sage had not suddenly awakened and helped him, he would have died under these two bone spurs. I'm fine. You've advanced to the perimeter state, allowing me to obtain a large portion of your energy, making my condition much better. At that time, I was already somewhat awakened. As for this attack, it was only to expend some of that energy. As long as you continue to cultivate and increase your cultivation, I'll be able to recover. Sword Sage's old and weak voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, making Su Yan feel inexplicably moved. He was extremely lonely when he came to this world. However, Sword Sage had followed him all the way after he left the Hidden Sword Sect. He was not stingy with his guidance, resolving his difficulties many times. He was a good master. However, as his disciple, not only was he unable to help this good master out of his predicament, but he had also put him in danger many times. This made him feel uneasy and ashamed. You little brat, when did you become so sentimental? This old man has lived his life, why would I need a junior like you to be sentimental? What you need now is to focus all your attention on facing the enemy in front of you. Sword Sage's voice was still weak, but it was much more dignified. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, then he immediately calmed the distracting thoughts in his heart. This was because he knew that Sword Sage was right. The enemy in front of him was indeed a strong one. Facing such an enemy, he could not be too careful, not to mention that he was still in Dong Qinghao's body. He had to end this quickly, otherwise, Dong Qinghao would be in danger of dying. Master, these two white bones seem very strange. They give me a feeling of trepidation. After Su Yan calmed down, he looked directly at the two white bones. He knew that it was these two bones that had caused him to be in a trance and almost killed him. That's only natural. This is the legendary white bone of a super great celestial demon. It possesses inconceivable power. This white bone demon venerable in front of you was able to achieve so much back then all because of the power of this white bone demon venerable. Tell me, isn't he powerful? But this demon even used the demonic white bone. It seems like he's really at the end of the road. Su Yan, use your full strength. Don't hold back, and don't give this old demon any time to catch his breath. If I'm not wrong, this old demon's target is that strange area behind him. Sword Sage said. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Immortal Sword Technique. Before Sword Sage could finish his sentence, Su Yan had already made his move. The sword chi suddenly condensed. In the spirit sea, tens of thousands of swords sang together. The terrifying sword will was like a boiling sea, constantly leaping out. In the end, it condensed layer by layer. Then, a huge longsword flew across the sky. Compared to the previous huge sword chi that was more than 10 meters long, this sword was much more majestic. On the blade of the sword that appeared out of nowhere, there were even a few veins. These veins were not for decoration. They were sword veins that were secretly formed from the supreme sword Tao. They were extremely fierce and unpredictable. Quick! Su Yan's sword finger fell and suddenly pointed at the white-bone demon venerable who was in possession of Dong Qinghao's body. The long sword chimed softly and was as hot as fire. It surged forward like thousands of horses, with the power to destroy mountains and rivers. The white-bone demon venerable's face turned cold. From this sword, he could feel Su Yan's determination. It was an unshakable will. That's it. You don't have to worry about your good friend. I have my ways to save him. Sword Sage's voice became louder. He was naturally happy to see his disciple displaying his invincible power. The immortal sword technique was the 10,000 elephant divine skill of the hidden sword sect. At this moment, in the hands of Su Yan, it was able to display such majestic power. Naturally, he was very proud of it. Damn it, this brat is acting so brazenly. It's really strange. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain any benefits. Forget it, let's leave it at that for today. As long as I get the demonic weapon, killing him will be a piece of cake. The white-bone demon venerable had made up his mind. Heavenly demonic soul howl, white soul see. His hands moved continuously and immediately activated a strange seal. At this moment, the two heavenly demonic white bones seemed to be coming back to life. As the seal changed, in the next moment, a terrifying howl erupted from the white bones. This sound was like the mournful wails of millions of dead souls. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even though Su Yan was constantly on guard against this old demon, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Fortunately, at this moment, Sword Sage suddenly shouted, "Demons, disperse." This angry shout was like a clap of thunder, directly dispelling the negative effects of this strange howl. Su Yan, he's going to retreat into the demonic land. Kill him. Sword Sage roared again. At this moment, Su Yan had already sunk the gigantic sword Qi. The gigantic sword, which was almost 20 meters long, drew an extremely exaggerated trajectory in the air, as if it was going to break through and cut through everything. At this moment, the common people of heaven and earth could no longer be seen. The terrifying power was even more so. All of the sound waves were directly shattered by this sword, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Su Yan raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand, then charged straight at White-Bone Demon Venerable. Before he stepped into this demonic land, he had already used up more than half of his genuine chi. At this moment, using such a magnificent celestial sword technique once again took a huge toll on his physical strength and spiritual power. Now, he wanted to finish this battle in one fell swoop and completely defeat this old demon. Damn it! White-Bone Demon Venerable held the heavenly demonic white bones in his hand again. At this moment, his body began to change. The gigantic white bone shadow appeared in front of Su Yan again. God! He spat out a word. Although it was only a word, it carried an extremely terrifying soul suppression, which landed heavily on Su Yan's body. Su Yan's advancing figure actually stopped in an instant. It was as if there was an incomparably terrifying hurricane that had directly stopped his body. What was even more terrifying was that his celestial sword technique was directly destroyed at this moment. It was clearly such a powerful sword chi, but it was directly crushed like a toy. This power was simply like the terrifying heavenly might of nature. What kind of power is this? Su Yan was shocked. The sudden appearance of the endless demonic might was simply terrifying. This feeling was even more terrifying than the myriad ghost demon venerable back then. Heavenly demonic, the true power of the heavenly demonic. Su Yan, quickly use the dragon blood ice fire shield. Sword Sage let out a cry of horror. Su Yan had never seen his master lose his composure like this, so he did not dare to be careless. Invincible golden body, Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. He directly activated the invincible golden body, and golden light instantly filled his entire body. The shining golden armor appeared once again, protecting his entire body. Then, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield also appeared. His body was encased in ice, but outside the ice, there was an incomparably terrifying raging fire. The fire and ice constantly mixed together, and the combination of yin and yang immediately created the most powerful defensive power. The moment Su Yan finished all this, an even more terrifying pressure rushed over. Su Yan felt that an extremely terrifying white bone demon had appeared in front of him. The demon's mere shadow had already caused his Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield to tremble continuously. The first layer of fire was almost directly blown away. If it were not for the combination of yin and yang, and the subsequent obstruction of the ice, this ray of light would have dissipated long ago. Even with the defense of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, Su Yan still felt a huge impact, and the golden light of the invincible golden body was also crazily flickering. At this moment, the second word was uttered. Demon. As soon as this word came out, Su Yan's expression changed again. This was because this word shocked him even more than before. That single word was like a huge hammer that fell directly on his body. At this moment, the defensive power of the fire and ice formed by the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield shattered in an instant and turned into nothingness. The power that had broken through the Dragon Blood Ice Fire didn't stop there, and it directly landed on his body. In an instant, the golden light suddenly turned into nothingness, and the armor formed by the golden light was directly shattered. Ah! Su Yan burst out with all his spiritual power. The celestial phenomenon and the spiritual sea turned into a circle and directly protected his body, bitterly resisting the invasion of this terrifying power. At this moment, it was as if he was blocking a terrifying storm. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Su Yan felt his body relax, and he fell from the sky. He finally blocked this attack, but he only felt weak all over. His limbs were soft, and his spiritual power was almost depleted. Even the spiritual power that supported the surrounding protection had dissipated. At this moment, the small black floating monsters in the air directly pounced on Su Yan, wanting to eat him. It was at this critical moment that a cloud of mist appeared and enveloped Su Yan within it. At the same time, it also killed those black floating monsters. It was Yun Wanqing who made her move. At this moment, she finally dispelled the aura that was previously injected into her body by the white bone demon Venerable. She directly hugged Su Yan in her arms, then used the cloud technique to heal Su Yan's injuries. Su Yan, it's okay. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. Don't worry. Her voice was very soft, but it was also very tender, and the cloud technique was used without reservation. Chapter 442. Yun Wanqing recklessly channeled all of her power into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's condition quickly improved under the cloudy mist technique's all-out healing. The cloudy mist technique was indeed the Heaven and Earth organization's most powerful 10,000 elephant divine technique. Although this technique wasn't very powerful in terms of combat, it was extremely powerful in terms of healing. Su Yan's life had been saved by this cloudy mist technique before. Yun Wanqing's strength was naturally not comparable to her father, Yun He. However, she was now a powerful cultivator in the Radius realm. She was one of the most powerful cultivators in the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Her understanding of the cloudy mist technique was already extremely high. Moreover, although Su Yan had been stimulated by this terrifying power, he had Sword Sage's reminder. He had activated the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield early on to defend himself, and had also activated the invincible golden body. Therefore, he was only exhausted and did not suffer any serious injuries. After 15 minutes, Su Yan had already woken up. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a delicate but slightly haggard face. At this moment, she was looking straight at him. Her eyes were filled with concern. Wanqing, Su Yan said softly. Perhaps it was because he was weak, or perhaps it was because Yun Wanqing's current appearance was too pitiful, but when he spoke, he unconsciously became gentler. Su Yan, you're awake. That's great. How are you now? Are you alright? When Yun Wanqing saw that Su Yan had woken up, she was both happy and affectionate. She directly greeted Su Yan. As she spoke, her tenderness and sweetness were fully displayed. Su Yan looked at her. His heart was moved, but he could only sigh silently. He already had many people in his heart. No matter if it was his beloved senior sister Lin Huatu, who was the first woman to walk into his heart, but he couldn't get what he wanted. Chu Linger was lively and cute, and the two of them were deeply in love. There was also Lu Lan, the female elder of the Monster Palace. He had a close relationship with her for a long time, but she was taken away by the Devil's sect. He didn't know if she was still alive. He had long vowed to save her. If anything happened to her, he would make the Devil's sect completely disappear into the dust of history. And now, Su Yan was already aware of Yun Wanqing's deep feelings for him. But, forget it, let's not think about this. Su Yan put aside the thoughts in his mind and then struggled to break free from Yun Wanqing's arms. Hey, be careful. When Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan like this, she gently pulled him. However, she did not expect that Su Yan would lose his balance and almost fall down. Suddenly, he felt that his palm had landed on an extremely soft place. Su Yan was no longer an ignorant person. Naturally, he knew that his palm had touched the most sacred place of a girl. He immediately pulled his hand back and said to Yun Wanqing, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to circulate my qi for a while." Su Yan smiled awkwardly at Yun Wanqing. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's face was flushed red. Her shy appearance was indescribably beautiful. Even if Su Yan had made up his mind not to provoke her, it was inevitable that his heart would flutter. "How are you? Have your injuries recovered a little?" Su Yan asked with concern. "Of course I'm fine. I've already expelled the white bone devil qi that the old demon used to plot against me. I just need some time to recover." "But that old demon..." Yun Wanqing's face suddenly showed some worry. "That old thing naturally won't die so easily. After all, he is an existence that has lived for 8,000 years. However, after unleashing such a powerful attack earlier, I'm sure that it won't end well for him. Right now, he should have already entered the demon gate and gone to search for the treasures within," Su Yan said to Yun Wanqing. "If I'm not wrong, there's probably an extremely powerful demon weapon buried here. This is clearly the battlefield of the past. The people of the Futu Sword sect and the demon sect had an extremely fierce battle here. The white bone devil venerable must have wanted to get his hands on this demon weapon. Su Yan, if you've recovered a little, you have to act quickly. You can't let him get his hands on it." At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind. These simple words made Su Yan's expression become unprecedentedly solemn. "Previously, I was stimulated by the white bone devil and woke up to help you resolve a crisis. But now, I'm going to fall into a deep sleep again. Furthermore, I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up so easily next time. So, you have to rely on yourself for everything here." Sword Sage's words were full of exhaustion. "Oh right, if you want to save your friend, you have to use the Scarlet Spirit Fire to refine the Demon Lord's soul. Alright, I can't hold on any longer. Su Yan, be careful. Don't be rash." At this moment, his voice was unbelievably weak and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Su Yan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he swore to himself that he would definitely bring his master back from the dead. "Su Yan, Su Yan." At this moment, Yun Wanqing's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan in a daze with a solemn expression. She could not help but feel worried. She was afraid that Su Yan had suffered too many injuries in the previous battle. "Su Yan, are you alright?" Yun Wanqing asked with concern. "I'm fine." "Oh right, Wanqing, how much do you know about the Divine Dragon's Abyss?" Su Yan asked seriously. Su Yan realized that he knew too little about this place. After entering this place, he had encountered danger repeatedly and could only choose to fight back passively. At this moment, the place in front of him was probably the core of this place. It was probably also the most dangerous place. However, he still knew nothing about it. He only speculated some information from the White Bone Devil Venerable's words. Although he should enter this core area immediately, he knew that he should understand more about this place. Otherwise, he would be even more passive. The only person who could tell him was Yun Wanqing in front of him. Su Yan believed that Yun Wanqing definitely knew something. As expected, Yun Wanqing had a trace of hesitation and pain in her eyes. She was silent for a moment and finally sighed. Then, she said, Su Yan, there are many things that I only found out after entering the Divine Dragon's abyss. Furthermore, I only know a little about it. After a sigh, she continued, as far as I know, my Qianyun's sect was originally a branch of the Devil's sect. Later on, we betrayed the Devil's sect. During a crucial battle, we betrayed the Devil's sect and killed several Devil sovereigns. This gave the Futo Sword sect a chance to catch their breath and directly defeated the Devil's sect. This Divine Dragon's Abyss was one of the battlefields that year. Legend has it that a terrifying demonic weapon was born here. It is a demonic weapon born from nature and its power is terrifying. Even the Divine Sword is no match for it. If the demonic sect gets their hands on it, their strength will definitely increase greatly. It's just that a powerhouse from the Buddha Sword sect sealed this terrifying demonic artifact back then, and he himself perished here because of the seal. Later on, in order to fight for this devil weapon, a great battle broke out here. The ancestors of the Heaven and Earth organization worked together with the Buddha Sword sect to bury 2 devil venerables of the devil sect here. Yun Wanqing's voice was calm, but her face was somewhat pale. This was because she knew that by now, Su Yan had probably guessed that her father, Yun He, had joined the devil's sect. This made her very upset. Her beloved father had done something that even she couldn't accept. Ever since she was young, she had always seen her father as a role model, or even a role model. However, why was the truth so cruel? Su Yan sighed softly in his heart. He could understand how Yun Wanqing felt, so he didn't mention this at all. He only asked, Wanqing, how much do you know about this devil weapon? I don't know much about this matter. I only know that this devil weapon might be related to a devil dragon. However, I don't know what exactly it is. I only know that it has extremely terrifying power that can be said to be heaven-defying. Yun Wanqing said. Phew, I've almost recovered. I'm going to step in now. Wanqing, it's dangerous inside. You've used the fog technique continuously. You don't have enough strength, so don't go in. I have something to ask of you. Su Yan told Yun Wanqing about Lu Fei and the giant. Yun Wanqing sighed softly in her heart. She was actually very worried about Su Yan, but she had to admit that Su Yan's words were true. In order to let Su Yan recover quickly, she had already consumed too much spiritual power. At this time, she was afraid that not only would she not be able to help Su Yan, but she would also become a burden. Therefore, following Su Yan's instructions was the best choice. Su Yan, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your friend. However, promise me that you have to be careful. Nothing can happen to you. Yun Wanqing stood up and kissed Su Yan's forehead gently. The warm feeling made Su Yan's whole body freeze. He sighed in his heart, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he said, don't worry, I'll be fine. After Su Yan finished speaking, he rushed into the disgusting place of the devil breeding land without looking back. After Yun Wanqing watched Su Yan leave, she finally turned around and left. She could only pray silently in her heart, return safely. Dong Qinghao was already pale. He had no choice but to use the heavenly demon White Bone. However, he still entered this place in the end. Back then, they had sacrificed too much for the things inside, even their own lives. And now, he was standing here once again. At this moment, his heart was actually trembling. Finally, this thing is mine. It will definitely be mine. He roared crazily like a madman. However, at this moment, a mocking voice came from his throat. Ha ha ha, why is the great white bone demon Venerable afraid? Chapter 443. Scared? Why would I be scared? I, white bone demon Venerable, have obtained the fortune of heaven and earth. I am destined to become the lord of all demons, a supreme existence. Why would I be scared? I am excited. White bone demon Venerable's voice trembled. He was like a terrifying madman. Excitement or fear, these were no longer important. The most important thing was that he would obtain the item here and become the supreme ruler. Dong Qinghao only responded with a cold smile. He, kid, you should be considered lucky. Due to my lack of power, I did not kill you directly. In this way, you will be fortunate enough to witness the moment of my great achievement in history. How glorious and glorious that is! If you beg me now and help me with everything you have, not only will I not kill you, once I succeed, I will even leave your body and grant you great power. But if you continue to be stubborn, only death awaits you. In an instant, his gaze turned cold once again. Humph, **T. A guy like you is running away like a dog under Su Yan's pursuit. I am indeed waiting, but I am waiting for you to be killed by Su Yan. Dong Qinghao sneered with disdain. Then, White Bone Demon Venerable ignored Dong Qinghao and walked into the depths. Su Yan finally stepped into the place. It was a deep place. As soon as he stepped in, a mysterious force rushed over. A feeling of dizziness shrouded him. Vaguely, he could even hear a rhythmic beat. It was like the sound of a heartbeat. Su Yan frowned. Damn it, this strange feeling is making me so scared. This is terrible. A ray of light shot out from his eyes. From the moment he stepped into this place, he felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching him from the unseen world. I hope it is just an illusion. Su Yan muttered to himself and walked forward. At this moment, the Buddha's sword moved again. White Bone Demon Venerable's aura. Su Yan's expression was solemn as he walked forward. At this moment, with the help of Yun Wanqing, although his physical condition had not yet reached its peak, he had already recovered about 70%. If they were to meet at this time, his chances would be much higher. Moreover, he didn't believe that the White Bone Demon Venerable could still use the White Bone Demon Venerable to deal with him. In such a state, he should be able to directly kill this fiend. At this moment, he summoned the sword dragon and followed the aura. In just a short while, his expression had already begun to change. Based on their auras, the two were not too far apart, and the sword dragon was extremely fast. Even though it was not moving at full speed, it was still not a small matter. However, according to the Buddha's sword's reaction, the distance between the two was not reduced at all. No, it could even be said that it had not changed in the slightest. It can't be like this. Master's judgment can't be wrong. The White Bone Demon Venerable must have been seriously injured. His speed can't be faster than mine. Su Yan judged in his heart. This space is strange. The distance between us has not been reduced, nor has it been increased. This is definitely not a coincidence. If the two of us were moving forward, it would definitely not be like this. Then, there is only one possibility. The White Bone Demon Venerable and I are both in the same place. As soon as he made this judgment, he immediately stopped the sword dragon and quietly felt the aura of both sides. After a while, he opened his eyes. As expected, the distance between us hasn't increased at all. In other words, my guess was correct. Both of us are in the same place. At that moment, Su Yan directly held the scorching sun godly sword in his hand. As soon as the divine sword appeared, Su Yan's surroundings immediately became hot. A blazing stream of fire suddenly began to tremble at this moment. Little by little, the flowing fire spread outwards. That powerful force began to churn at this moment. It was like a ferocious tiger, spreading outwards. As the force continued to spread, although the surroundings were still dark, Su Yan could feel that the surroundings seemed to have changed. He suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. It was like the stage background set up by others during filming in his previous life. And he had unknowingly stepped into this place. Therefore, no matter how he moved forward, he was actually walking in this background. To use a more fantastical term, it would be ghost going around the wall. This place is a large formation. The white bone demon Venerable and I have both fallen into this large formation. We are constantly wandering in this special place, but we think we are moving forward. Therefore, if I want to catch up, there is only one way, and that is to directly break this formation. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes changed again. The blood dragon pupil was directly activated. Under the blood light, the surrounding environment began to gradually change. Just as he had expected, there was indeed a great array here. Streaks of mysterious light weaved together to form this array. And he was walking on the spot in this formation. Scorching Sun Divine Sword, Immortal Sword Technique. Su Yan gritted his teeth, then directly injected all his power into it. The Scorching Sun Divine Sword immediately began to emit a blazing light. Hidden Sword Sect's 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill once again displayed its extremely powerful strength. The Immortal Sword finally condensed and took shape. Su Yan's understanding of Sword Dao was so deep that this Immortal Sword technique seemed to be tailor-made for him. Every time he used the Immortal Sword technique, the power of this Immortal Sword technique would increase tremendously. At this moment, the Immortal Sword condensed, and the huge sword shadow floated in the dark space. Sword chi emanated from this huge sword blade. At this moment, the sword blade was constantly surging, turning into sparks that dissipated. "Break it for me!" Su Yan suddenly roared. In the next moment, the entire space directly surged. The sword chi that was constantly dispersing was like a terrifying lightning bolt at this moment. Rays of light directly embedded into the space. Later on, the entire space began to vibrate continuously. In the end, I'm still one step away. This can't go on. Since I can discover the clues, that white bone demon Venerable is a 1,000-year-old demon. He should be able to see through the crux of the matter. I can't delay any longer. Su Yan gritted his teeth, then directly began to use a 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill that he had never used before, Divine Thunderbolt Technique. The Immortal Sword technique's destructive power was very strong, but it condensed all the power into one point to obtain a sharp intent. However, the Divine Thunderbolt technique was a truly domineering divine skill. Previously, at the Heaven and Earth Organization, Lei Wanjun imparted the Sound of Thunder sect's 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill to him in front of everyone. However, since then, although Su Yan had seen this 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill once, he had never cultivated it in depth. Therefore, during the battle, Su Yan had never thought of using this 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill at all. However, at this moment, perhaps only this 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill could completely tear this mysterious dark space apart and break the Ghost Wall state. Su Yan's mind sank into the Divine Thunderbolt technique. The one who controls thunder is the judge of heaven and earth. Sound with righteousness, destroy with killing. Su Yan gradually memorized the words of the Divine Thunderbolt technique. Previously, he had only glanced at it in a hurry, but now, he had truly sunk into his mind to study it carefully. This time, he immediately discovered the mystery within. The Divine Thunderbolt technique was a 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill created by the predecessor of the Sound of Thunder sect by visualizing the thunder above the ninth heaven. When cultivated to the extreme, it possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. Moreover, the founder of the Sound of Thunder sect back then could directly control the thunder to bombard his opponent. Just think about it, how powerful was the lightning in the 9 heavens? How tyrannical was it? An ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a terrifying power. Therefore, the Sound of Thunder sect's strength was terrifying at the beginning. With the existence of the Thunder Ancestor, the Sound of Thunder sect was almost untouchable in the Qian territory and no one dared to provoke them. However, it was a pity that after the Thunder Ancestor, no one else in the Sound of Thunder sect was able to cultivate the Divine Thunderbolt technique to the most profound realm. Every 10,000 mammoth divine skill was powerful. When cultivated to the highest level, its power was unfathomable. Su Yan had already mastered the two 10,000 mammoth divine skills, the torrential storm of rose flowers and the fairy sword technique. Although he had not cultivated them to the Mahayana realm, they had already benefited him greatly. The same was true for the divine thunderbolt technique. Once he completely mastered it, he might have the chance to become the second thunder ancestor and dominate the world. After half an hour, Su Yan woke up from his meditative state. The divine thunderbolt technique is really domineering. If I can cultivate it to the Mahayana realm, I will definitely possess endless power. Then, the most magical thing is the chi of the supremacy. At this moment, Su Yan was smiling. When the chi of the supremacy appeared in his body, he already knew that this chi must be incomparably magical. Back then, the chi of the supremacy had helped Su Yan master the red spirit fire. At this moment, the chi of the supremacy had once again displayed its terrifying characteristics. When Su Yan was cultivating the divine thunderbolt technique, the chi of the supremacy had suddenly circulated along with the divine thunderbolt technique. The divine thunderbolt technique was so mysterious that even though Su Yan was at the circumference realm, it would still take him a long time to cultivate it to the Mahayana realm. However, once the chi of the supremacy had circulated, the divine thunderbolt technique had already reached the initial level of the first level. Alright, the divine thunderbolt technique has already reached the initial level. Let me show off its power. Su Yan's eyes lit up. There seemed to be lightning hidden in his eyes. 10,000 mammoth divine skill, rumbling thunder. He suddenly let out a roar. Vaguely, the sound of thunder could be heard in this gloomy space. Rumble. A loud sound was heard, as if the whole world had been split open. Chapter 444. Su Yan's prediction was right. When the space shattered piece by piece, White Bone Demon Venerable's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He and White Bone Demon Venerable were indeed trapped in two fixed formation spaces, and between the two of them was a long black flight of stairs. Su Yan was below the staircase, while White Bone Demon Venerable was above the staircase. When Su Yan broke the background that trapped him, White Bone Demon Venerable was also doing the same thing as Su Yan. However, White Bone Demon Venerable's injuries seemed to be very serious. At this moment, his background was already on the verge of collapsing. However, he was unable to break it in one go. White Bone Demon Venerable, this time, you won't be able to escape. Why, you can't break free. Then, let me give you a hand. Su Yan sneered and kept the Scorching Sun Holy Sword. Then, he held the Shocking Celestial Sword in his hand again and charged towards White Bone Demon Venerable. Using the Scorching Sun Holy Sword consumed too much spiritual power. When he used the absolute destructive power of the Shocking Celestial Sword, he could fully unleash its power. However, if the two of them were to engage in close combat, Su Yan did not have the strength to control it. However, the Shocking Celestial Sword was able to fully unleash his spiritual power. If one day, he could completely refine the Celestial Phase Sword that he condensed when he reached the circumference state and integrated into his body, increasing his strength, he might be able to use the Scorching Sun Holy Sword at will. As for the Godslayer Sword, Su Yan did not even dare to think about it. This was a real divine sword. Compared to the half-finished Scorching Sun Holy Sword, its power was like the difference between heaven and earth. The Shocking Celestial Sword vibrated like flowing ripples. Waves after waves of ripples spread out, shrouding White Bone Demon Venerable within them. Every ray of light was a ray of sword chi. This was Su Yan's move that was filled with murderous intent. Since he made a move, he wanted to make a contribution with this move. At first, the ripples of sword chi were like the autumn wind blowing, and one could only feel a slight chill. But in the end, the countless ripples suddenly turned into steel chains and iron swords, slashing straight into White Bone Demon Venerable's body. White Bone Demon Venerable was currently using his devil chi to penetrate this array formation, but who would have thought that sword chi would suddenly appear? Countless streams of sword chi slashed his body. Such sword chi was already extremely heavy for the current him. It possessed great power to injure him, and now, it was even more fatal. It directly made all of his efforts go to waste. The space that had started to crumble due to his bombardment actually started to repair itself at this moment. At the same time, Su Yan was also trapped in this space. White Bone Demon Venerable's heart was filled with hatred. His hatred towards Su Yan rose once again. However, at this moment, Dong Qinghao's soul struggled out again, and then laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, good, Su Yan, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Hurry up and kill this *T demon venerable. I've had enough of this narcissist. Bastard, get the hell back. I'll completely obliterate your soul in a while." White Bone Demon Venerable suddenly exerted his strength and suppressed Dong Qinghao's soul. Then, he stared at Su Yan furiously and said, "Su Yan, you brat, are you bent on going against me to the end? White Bone Demon Venerable, why do you have to say such nonsense? I've already said that I'll definitely kill you." Su Yan didn't continue to talk nonsense with White Bone Demon Venerable. He knew that White Bone Demon Venerable was severely injured at this moment, and could be considered as a dog in water. Since that was the case, when would he make a move if not now? Dance of the Fish Dragon. The sword chi of the frightening celestial sword in his hand moved again. With a flash of the sword light, it turned into a flowing light and pierced towards White Bone Demon Venerable. He didn't know how many times he had practiced this move. At this moment, under the activation of the huge amount of spiritual energy in the realm of circumference, his speed was extremely fast. It was as fast as the lightning that he used previously. The distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with. Now, the distance between them was covered in an instant. It was as if Su Yan was already in front of White Bone Demon Venerable at the moment he attacked with his sword. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a fish dragon and pierced towards the chest of Dong Qinghao. After cultivating the exalted qi, the dance of the fish dragons truly possessed its own soul. This fish dragon didn't seem to be a shadow, but a powerful existence that could really kill a giant demon. White Bone Demon Venerable's expression changed again. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and directly circulated his power. A powerful white bone aura burst out and directly blocked in front of him. That white aura turned into a ghastly white skull, which then slammed into the fish dragon sword chi. White Bone Demon Venerable was indeed a person who could move unhindered 8,000 years ago. He had already suffered such a heavy injury, but he was still able to circulate his power in a hurry to shatter Su Yan's sword chi. It was truly terrifying. However, it was a pity that blocking the fish dragon sword chi was far from the end. The fish dragon sword chi was neutralized, but Su Yan's second sword had already arrived. Heaven and Earth Stabilizing Sword. It was another move from the Regal Sword scripture. Just like the first move, this move had become extremely terrifying with the addition of the chi of the Regal. As the sword fell, White Bone Demon Venerable felt as if his body had been frozen in place. What? This is space stabilizing? This kid is only in the realm of circumference. How can he have such power? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Space stabilizing. What kind of move was this? Not to mention the realm of circumference, even in the dragon realm or the honorable realm, there weren't many who could perform it. However, such a method had appeared on Su Yan's body. Not to mention him, even Su Yan himself was shocked. At the moment when he attacked, he had a feeling that he was in control of everything, as if the space was under his control. However, the feeling disappeared in the next moment. Heaven and Earth Stabilizing Sword. Can it really stabilize space? At the next moment, his heart was burning with passion. Regal Sword Principle. White Bone Demon Venerable, die. The sword light turned into a straight line and landed directly on White Bone Demon Venerable's forehead. It was only when the sword light landed on his head that White Bone Demon Venerable came back to his senses. Damn it! After the space stabilizing sword chi was removed, he didn't immediately come back to his senses. Instead, he hesitated for a second or two due to his shock. For an old demon that had existed for thousands of years, he definitely shouldn't have made such a mistake. At this moment, he had no time to think. He immediately exerted his power and two white bones appeared again. It was the heavenly demon white bones. The heavenly demon white bones were truly terrifying. After the white bones appeared, they immediately emitted a pale white brilliance. It was clearly pale white, but it had a kind of roundness like a bright jade. Su Yan's shocking celestial sword landed directly on the heavenly demon white bones. At this moment, a terrifying demonic aura was directly transmitted to the shocking celestial sword. Su Yan's expression changed immediately. Previously, he had the upper hand, but he didn't expect that at this moment, after the shocking celestial sword came into contact with the heavenly demon white bones, the power that suddenly erupted from the heavenly demon white bones turned into ice and rushed into his meridians. At the same time, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in his mind. Kneel. It was an extremely unfamiliar voice. It was high and mighty, looking down on the common people, and everything was like grass. Such pressure was definitely not something that White Bone Demon Venerable could possess. With just a voice and a blurry shadow, Su Yan was forced to submit and kneel. What kind of terrifying might was this? However, Su Yan had already suffered a loss from the heavenly demon White Bones before, so he was already on guard. The moment the heavenly demon White Bones appeared, he was already repeatedly circulating the regal sword mantra and the great sun-colored glaze sword mantra. Not to mention the regal sword mantra, the great sun-colored glaze sword mantra was a sword technique of blazing yang, which was the opposite of the terrifying power of the heavenly demon. Therefore, this time, Su Yan was only slightly absent-minded, but he immediately recovered. After waking up, he advanced instead of retreating. He directly stretched out his other hand and directly grabbed the head of Dong Qinghao. "Oh, White Bone Demon Venerable, I've caught you." A ray of light burst out from his eyes as he looked straight at the other party. When the White Bone Demon Venerable met Su Yan's gaze, his heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately had a bad feeling. For words suddenly popped out of Su Yan's mouth: thunder rumble. Rumble. A terrifying sound of thunder directly exploded beside the White Bone Demon Venerable's ear. At this moment, the White Bone Demon Venerable only felt that his soul was unstable, as if it was going to be forcefully scattered. It was also at this moment that the thunder and lightning directly entered his body. His entire body immediately began to tremble. Ah, this is the Thunder God Mantra, the Thunder Ancestors' 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, how could you possibly? Ah! White Bone Demon Venerable was caught off guard, and Su Yan directly succeeded. At this moment, his entire body was in extreme pain, and he could no longer speak. Su Yan's moves were interlocked. First, he used the sword Qi to lure the heavenly demon White Bones out, and at the same time, approached it at the same time. Then, he used this attack to forcefully grab the heavenly demon White Bones' head, so that he could not escape. Finally, he used the thunder technique in an instant, catching him off guard. Thunder was originally extremely domineering, and it was even more effective against remnant souls like him. At this moment, the sudden explosion almost weakened his soul by half. "Now, get out of Dong Qinghao's body," Su Yan said coldly. At this moment, Su Yan was condescendingly grabbing the head, as if he was a king. However, the White Bone Demon Venerable was still stubbornly resisting at this moment, because he knew that if he were to leave Dong Qinghao's body at this moment, he would only be in an even more miserable state. However, at the next moment, he did not even have the thought of persevering, because a flame suddenly rose at this moment. The flame was extremely red, but it was extremely cold, as if it was going to freeze and shatter his soul directly. For words popped out from the corner of his mouth: red spirit fire. He was really filled with hatred. The red spirit fire was originally all his treasures, but at this moment, it was burning his body. Chapter 445. Get out. The cold words were the greatest insult to the White Bones Demon Honorable. He used to be so high and mighty, but now, he was being scolded by Su Ya. To him, it was the greatest insult. But now, there was nothing he could do. Because at this moment, Su Yan had completely taken control of the situation. Because the flame originally belonged to him, he deeply understood how terrifying it was to the soul. Such a flame could almost ignite his life and destroy it completely. Such a terrifying power was truly frightening. At this point, if he continued to stay in Dong Qinghao's body, he would perish together with Dong Qinghao. Although he was hoping that Su Yan would not kill him because of Dong Qinghao, what if Su Yan really did that? Dong Qinghao's life and death had nothing to do with him. But his life was incomparably precious, and he could not let it end because of this. Therefore, he did not dare to gamble at this point. He screamed and cursed, "Su Yan, I will definitely let you suffer the most terrifying torture in this world. I will definitely destroy your soul." He kept howling like a ferocious ghost. In the next moment, Dong Qinghao's body glowed. The two heavenly demon white bones flashed and bloomed with radiance. Then, they brought the white bones demon honorable soul out of Dong Qinghao's body. "Ah, Su Yan, you son of a bitch. You're burning me. Quickly extinguish the flame." Dong Qinghao's voice was heard. Hearing this voice, Su Yan was finally relieved. He did not have time to care about Dong Qinghao's joy of regaining his body. He immediately locked his gaze on the light that was disappearing into the distance. In the next moment, he swung the long sword in his hand and suddenly shouted, 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. In an instant, countless pieces of sword chi turned into snow-like pear blossoms and shot toward the white light. As the saying goes, take your life while you're sick. Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely exterminate White Bone Demon Venerable. No matter what, White Bone Demon Reverend was the demon reverend of the ancient devil sect. His abilities were incomparably terrifying. As long as he was given a chance, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and rise to the top. This was definitely not a good thing for Su Yan. The current Su Yan was treading on thin ice with every step he took. He needed to be extremely cautious. It would be for the best if such an ancient demonic sect overlord could be killed right now. Thousands of pear blossom sword chis exploded, forming a sea of flowers. At this moment, the white bone actually looked so pale. "White Bone Demon Venerable, do you think I will let you run away now?" Su Yan snorted coldly. His entire body had already charged forward, chasing after the White Bone Demon Venerable's remnant soul. "Su Yan, you damned brat. You want to kill me? Dream on." White Bone Demon Venerable let out an indignant roar. The heavenly demon White Bone shone brightly. Within the white bone, a demonic shadow appeared. This shadow was the true supreme true demon, possessing extremely terrifying power. "Supreme heavenly demon, I offer my remnant soul as a sacrifice to obtain your protection. I also beg you to kill this brat in front of me." White Bone Demon Venerable suddenly began to recite an incantation. Then, he began to pray and sacrifice. The White Bone Demon Venerable was extremely jealous of Su Yan. He actually didn't hesitate to sacrifice his broken soul to achieve the goal of killing Su Yan. When the White Bone Demon Venerable's voice fell, Su Yan's heart suddenly changed. At this moment, an extremely ancient yet extremely terrifying aura suddenly pounced towards him. The terrifying aura was like a tornado. Su Yan's torrential pear blossom sword chi that was condensed into a torrential storm of pear blossoms. At this moment, it actually turned into withered branches and broken leaves, and then completely dissipated. Such a method was simply terrifying. Su Yan directly stopped in his tracks. Even his entire body's hair stood on end. At this moment, in front of him, the terrifying figure that appeared previously appeared once again. However, compared to before, this figure was clearly much more solid. The most terrifying thing was that there was actually a gaze from this figure. Just a seemingly illusory gaze directly made Su Yan's entire body turn cold. This wasn't an illusion. It was really cold. Because at this moment, Su Yan's body had a layer of ice on the surface of his body. When the ice appeared, it didn't stop. Instead, it spread upwards and actually wanted to freeze Su Yan directly. In just a moment, more than half of Su Yan's body was completely frozen. That cold and solid ice stimulated Su Yan's body. What made him feel even more inexplicable was that terrifying demonic aura. Ha ha ha, little brat Su Yan, I've said it before. You will definitely die in front of me. I sacrificed my soul to the heavenly demon in order to kill you. This is already a great honor for you. Now then, die. His voice was incomparably cold as he faced Su Yan directly. Su Yan's entire body trembled. His teeth kept chattering as he made a quack 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 sound. He only felt that even his thoughts were about to be frozen. Even the aura of the Virokana-colored glazed swordsmanship in his body had started to stop flowing. The power of this ice was really too terrifying. Such a power was enough to make people despair. But Su Yan didn't. I can't die. Just this simple thought, just these 4 short words, actually supported Su Yan's conviction. Even in the face of such terrifying demonic aura, such ice cold, he still didn't give up hope of survival. If one were to say that his soul was a world that was about to die, then his will to live was the last spark of hope. And a spark could start a prairie fire. At this moment, the fire of his conviction finally resonated with something. This object wasn't the Godslayer sword that had the power of the heavens, nor was it the dragon blood ice fire shield that had saved Su Yan's life many times. It was actually the Buddha's sword. Just as the ice was about to freeze Su Yan's head, the Buddha's sword actually emitted a radiance at this moment. When the golden radiance appeared, it started to burn like a raging fire in the dark night. This radiance didn't have the scorching heat of the sun, but it was as gentle as a lamp. However, it was this gentleness that actually caused the ice to gradually melt. The golden radiance became more and more intense. Gradually, among the countless golden radiances, the word was faintly discernible. As the golden radiance became more and more intense, the word also became more and more intense. At the same time, the pitch-black ice quietly melted under the golden radiance. However, at this moment, the illusory figure suddenly enlarged. Its originally faintly discernible gaze directly became as bright as fire at this moment. At this moment, its gaze seemed to have materialized and directly aimed at this The character shot out. At this moment, the 2 radiances directly began a power confrontation. At this moment, Su Yan was extremely shocked. That demonic figure actually has life, and it's fighting with this Could it be that the legendary heavenly demon still has hope of reviving? Thinking of this, he was extremely shocked. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't have believed it. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to believe the truth. After all, the White Bone Demon Venerable and the Ghost Flame Demon Venerable were existences that had lived for 8,000 years and hadn't died. Moreover, the demonic sect seemed to want to revive a big shot. Previously, when Sword Sage woke up, he had mentioned that this heavenly demon was extremely terrifying, causing him to be filled with incomparable fear. Then, what was so strange about such a character reviving again? At this moment, his mind was greatly shaken. The confrontation between the golden radiance and the cold demonic light had also reached an extreme point. This terrifying power had instantly surpassed Su Yan's power, causing Su Yan to be extremely shocked. If Su Yan wasn't bathed in the golden radiance, he would have been killed by this terrifying radiance. Compared to Su Yan, the White Bone Demon Venerable was really miserable to the extreme. This was because the reason the heavenly demon White Bone was awakened was because of his sacrifice. According to his initial plan, he would sacrifice a part of his soul power and then use the sacrifice to kill Su Yan. Although he would pay a heavy price, he would be able to kill the person that he hated to the extreme. At the same time, he would be able to cut off all means of retreat and fight for that supreme demonic treasure. However, he didn't expect that the Buddha's sword on Su Yan's body would actually display its true power at the most critical moment. Under the stimulation of the golden radiance emitted by the Buddha sword, the heavenly demon White Bone began to directly increase its power. The heavenly demon White Bone was a demonic shadow that appeared after sensing the sacrifice. At this moment, the demonic shadow needed power, so it directly began to plunder the White Bone Demon Venerable's soul. At this point, the white bone demon Venerable was unable to stop the sacrifice even if he wanted to. No, heavenly demon Venerable, please stop. Spare me, spare me. At this moment, the dignified demon Venerable began to beg for mercy like a dog. Then, he began to curse. However, in the end, his voice became softer and softer, and his soul shadow became fainter and fainter. Finally, it completely dissipated. The moment his soul shadow dissipated, the demonic shadow also began to dim. However, at this moment, the demonic shadow's gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan clearly saw the demonic shadow's mouth curl into a strange smile. Then, the heavenly demon white bone suddenly changed and revealed its original form. It was actually two finger bones. The radiance of the finger bones dimmed, but they didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they flew directly towards Su Yan at an unimaginable speed. Su Yan instinctively reached out to block, but he only felt pain in his left hand, as if something had entered his finger. When he looked down, there was nothing. However, he clearly felt that this was definitely not an illusion. Chapter 446. Su Yan had personally experienced the might of the heavenly demon finger bone. If the pagoda sword had not suddenly burst out with light at the most critical moment, the outcome of this death match would have been completely different. He would definitely have been sealed by the merciless black ice and turned into ice shards. As for what happened after that, it was no longer something he could control. All of his efforts in the past would have been reduced to ashes. This time, he had indeed won, but it was not his own strength that dominated everything. Facing the heavenly demon finger bone, he did not even have the strength to resist. Then, what if he faced a real heavenly demon? At this time, he suddenly remembered the words that Venerable Gue Yen had said to him. The boundary of circumference is only the beginning of the path of cultivation. When he first heard this, he felt that it was inconceivable. Even though Venerable Gue Yen had told him about the situation of the ancient times and showed him a part of his memory, he still did not agree with this saying in the deepest part of his heart. This was because he had transmigrated from his original world and came into contact with everything in this world. Everything in this world had already made him feel that it was inconceivable. Moreover, he had never come into contact with a real super expert. Today's battle was no less than a wake-up call for Su Yan. Although I almost paid with my life, I survived in the end and recognized my true self. The boundary of circumference is still too weak. However, I can't belittle myself because of this. I have the inheritance of the Pagoda Sword Sect, I have the sun-colored glaze sword manual, and many other treasures. Moreover, I have the regal sword manual, a peerless sword manual that brought me to this world. In time, I will definitely stand at the top of this world. Su Yan dispelled the slightly dispirited thoughts in his heart, and his whole person showed a strange brilliance. In his previous life, he was a legend and the pinnacle of that world. Only after transmigrating did he know that it was only because the stage of that world was not big enough. But now, the world he was facing was the world he really looked forward to. The heavenly demon finger bone disappeared without a trace, but the golden light did not dissipate. Instead, it became even more resplendent. The D in the golden light. The D word rose higher and higher. As the golden light burned, the surrounding space suddenly changed. After incorporating Su Yan's previous actions, the space finally shattered and revealed its original appearance. Everything dissipated, leaving behind only a long dark staircase. Su Yan raised his head, only to see that at the end of the flight of stairs high above, there was actually an extremely oppressive black gold light flickering. This radiance gave off an indescribably noble aura. It was as if a king was standing high above, displaying endless majesty. However, this kind of majesty contained a kind of gray aura of death. It was this aura that caused the black gold radiance to be so oppressive. At this moment, Su Yan's blood dragon pupils suddenly blossomed with radiance. Two dragon silhouettes began to spiral within his pupils. Su Yan's heart trembled. This was the first time that his blood dragon pupil had actually acted strangely without him using it. Under the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan could finally see the entire throne clearly. The deep throne had an extremely luxurious appearance. Above it, there was an extremely terrifying black dragon coiling around. This black dragon did not seem to be carved, but a real black dragon coiling around it, intimidating one's mind. Above the throne, it was not empty. Instead, there was something suspended above it. It was a heart, and it was as big as a baby's head. The dark gold radiance was emitted by that heart. Yun Wanqing had clearly said that this was a demonic artifact. What exactly is this thing? Su Yan was horrified. He looked at the heart, his heart filled with horror. Such a powerful majesty was actually not inferior to the majesty of the heavenly demon finger bone. This was another extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, the D word. The divine radiance of the D word was becoming more and more resplendent. The golden radiance spread up bit by bit, dyeing the pitch-black yet majestic staircase under Su Yan's feet golden. The black staircase changed step by step until it turned into a golden path in front of Su Yan. Plop. Suddenly, a muffled rhythmic sound was heard. It was as if thunder was faintly rumbling. Just this sound alone was enough to make Su Yan's blood surge. He suddenly remembered that he had heard this sound when he had just stepped into this space. So that's the rhythmic sound of this heart. This heart is clearly without a body, but it can still move rhythmically. It's really terrifying. I wonder how terrifying this heart's power is. No wonder the Devil's sect and the Buddha sword sect fought over it back then. It's really terrifying. Su Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then took a step forward. After an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived in front of the dark throne. Looking at the black radiance and feeling the rhythmic sound, Su Yan felt his entire soul begin to calm down. Suddenly, it was as if the rhythm of his heart and the rhythm of the mysterious heart had become one. It was natural. His intuition told him that this heart contained extremely terrifying power and that he could not let it fall into the hands of others. Faintly, there was also a mysterious power pushing him forward. He extended his hand and reached for the heart. At this moment, a gentle yet somewhat familiar voice rang out, "Hee," as expected of the person chosen by the Demon Lord. To think that you could actually make it here. This is truly beyond my expectations. However, you should stop. The thing in front of you is not something that you can possess. Su Yan's body suddenly stiffened when he heard this voice. This was because he was all too familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the Yunqian Alliance's leader, Yun He. Su Yan turned around and saw Yun He, who was dressed in white, calmly climbing up the stairs. Originally, I only thought that you would be able to obtain some benefits from this divine dragon's abyss and then enter the circumference state to strengthen your body. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the Buddha sword sect. This is really a pleasant surprise. The corners of Yun He's mouth twitched. His calm appearance made him look exceptionally refined. However, Su Yan responded with a cold smile. Then, he said, Lord Alliance Leader, you're thinking of selling me to the Devil's sect after I enter the circumference state. I really didn't expect that you, the dignified leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, would become the lackey of the Black Fiend Alliance and the Devil's sect. Faced with Su Yan's cold mockery, Yun He did not care at all. He continued to step forward, and the distance between him and Su Yan became shorter and shorter. Lackey of the Black Fiend Alliance? Ha, I'm just using them. Just like you, that self-righteous fellow is just a pawn in my hands, Yun He said calmly. Su Yan just looked at him and did not say a word. This was because he clearly knew that since Yun He told him this, it meant that he did not want him to leave alive. Lord Alliance Leader is really ambitious. Whether it's the Qian Yun Alliance or the Black Fiend Alliance, they're all just pawns in your hands. I'm sure Lord Alliance Leader is up to something big. Su Yan looked at Yun He and continued to ask. Yun He looked at Su Yan and suddenly smiled. Then, he asked directly, of course. Do you know what the thing in front of you is? Forget it. I think you don't know either. Seeing that my daughter is in love with you, I'll tell you. This thing is the heart of the demonic dragon. Yun He paused. When he reached this point, there was already an indescribable burning desire in his eyes. He even vaguely looked like a pilgrim, and that heart was the supreme sacred object. Heart of the Devil Dragon. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. No wonder the dragon soul in the blood dragon pupil had such a strange reaction, Su Yan thought to himself. Because the heart had a strong dragon aura, it attracted the dragon soul. That's right. It's the heart of the demonic dragon. This dragon is not an ordinary dragon. It's the great demonic dragon, known as the Shadow of Death. It's the most powerful existence in this world. It's a terrifying existence that can contend with the legendary heavenly demon and the Buddha Lord. Even with Yunhe's dragon realm cultivation, when he said the words, Great Demonic Dragon, his eyes were filled with excitement and yearning. If that's the case, the abyss of the divine dragon should be called the abyss of the demonic dragon. I don't think the alliance leader will let me leave this place alive. If that's the case, can you tell me what happened here? What's the enmity between the demonic sect and the Buddha sword sect? Su Yan looked at Yunhe and asked directly. Yunhe chuckled and said, Vice Alliance leader, you're quite calm. Even in the face of death, you're still so calm. If you weren't the successor of the Buddha sword sect, I would have spared your life with your calmness and my daughter's love. However, since you have spoken, I will also tell you some things. Just as they were speaking, Yunhe had already walked in front of Su Yan. I think Lei Wanjun must have told you something. He said that the decline of the Qian territory was due to the demonic sect, right? Yunhe asked Su Yan. Sect leader Lei did tell me about this, but he didn't know the details, Su Yan replied. That's natural. Let me tell you. The demonic sect is called a demonic sect because they are crazy and do things without restraint. The founder of the demonic sect is the legendary Great Heavenly Demon Lord. However, this Great Heavenly Demon Lord fell in the ancient war. The demonic sect is plotting to revive the real Great Heavenly Demon Lord. Chapter 447. Sacrifice the entire Qian territory. Even though Su Yan's heart was strong, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this news. How big was the Qian territory? How many creatures were there in the 9 provinces and the 5 counties? Then, the Devil sect actually wanted to sacrifice the entire Qian territory for their own selfish reasons. This was simply insane. Very shocked, right? Even I was shocked when I found out about this. Not only me, but the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization were also like this. Yunhe suddenly sighed and said, it was because of this that the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization chose to betray us. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood some of the things that happened. The Devil sect laid down the Tai Grand Formation, wanting to exhaust all the earth baleful energy in order to trigger a supreme calamity, causing the Qian territory to crumble apart. After that, they wanted all the life forms in the Qian territory to be annihilated, using the blood and souls to be sacrificed to the great heavenly devil lord, allowing that ancient heavenly devil to awaken. Even until today, they still have such thoughts. Hence, these people are nothing but a bunch of lunatics. Yunhe disdainfully sneered and didn't hide her disdain. Since that's the case, you're still helping the evildoers. Aren't you betraying the Heaven and Earth organization by doing this? Su Yan directly shouted. I already said before that I'm just using these lunatics. Yunhe continued, in the ancient times, the Heaven and Earth organization was called the Black Cloud sect. It was one of the Devil sect sections. But now, the Black Cloud sect's supreme secret techniques have disappeared. Until now, only the Cloud technique is left. It's useless in battles. If it wasn't for me, the Heaven and Earth organization would be just a small sect right now. I need powerful strength. The Demon Lord of the Black Demon Alliance can give me strength, so I help him complete some things that can be done. This is using each other. Yunhe glanced at Su Yan and continued, I forgot to tell you that your body is for the Black Demon Lord. It seems that he wants to reincarnate. If I'm not wrong, the Black Demon Lord's strength is probably higher than yours. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you after you've outlived your usefulness? Su Yan directly asked. Hee, Su Yan, how can I not consider the things that you can think of? I'm not afraid to tell you that according to my original plan, I was going to do something to your body. However, there's no need for that now. Is it because of the demon dragon's heart? Asked Su Yan directly. Hee, you're really smart. That's right, it's because of the demon dragon's heart. A bright light flickered in Yunhee's eyes before he continued, the heart of the demon dragon possesses boundless power. Back then, the demon sect wanted to use it as a primer to completely activate the Earth Terminus formation. It's simply a waste of God's gift. Think about it, what if I can use the demon dragon's heart? Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly froze. If that's the case, then it's really a great thing. Since the demon dragon was a terrifying existence that was on the same level as the heavenly demon that the devil sect wanted to revive, if Yunhee really obtained the demon dragon's heart, then her strength would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. He wouldn't have to put the devil sect in his eyes. I know, the Heaven and Earth organization back then, no, it should be said that the Black Cloud sect betrayed them. I'm afraid that it wasn't for the welfare of the common people, but for the demon dragon's heart. Su Yan immediately understood this point at this moment. Naturally, the common people are just ants. Even if the gone realm is gone, there are still other places. What does it have to do with us? It's just hateful that the Stupa sect was so meddlesome that they actually sealed the demon dragon's heart. Although the Black Cloud sect betrayed the Devil sect, they couldn't get it. 8,000 years have passed, and the Black Cloud sect has completely disappeared. Only the Heaven and Earth organization has become a righteous sect in front of the world. Yunhee said bitterly. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. Just as Yunhee said, the Black Cloud sect had completely disappeared, and now the Heaven and Earth organization existed in this world. Perhaps, in the entire Heaven and Earth organization, except for him, the leader, no one knew about the dark past of the Black Cloud sect. It was precisely because of this that many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization risked their lives when fighting against the Devil sect. Elder Yun Tian even directly fell. This was because they were the true disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. Only Yunhee, the leader, carried the true secret of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, to me, this is also a good fortune. Because if it wasn't for this, I'm afraid that today, it wouldn't be my turn to refine the demon dragon's heart. So, I still have to thank you. Unfortunately, for this demon dragon's heart, I won't let you leave this place alive no matter what. After Yunhee finished speaking, her gaze fell on Su Yan. At this moment, a murderous intent directly gathered. The condensed pressure directly oppressed Su Yan. The two of them were originally very close to each other, and Yunhee was in the dragon realm. With such pressure, Su Yan should be unable to resist. However, when this pressure fell in front of Su Yan, it directly turned into ripples and then dissipated. Yunhee frowned, then said indifferently, I didn't expect this Buddha's light to be so powerful. It can directly dissolve my aura. However, Su Yan, you still have too little time. The current you is simply not enough to fight with me. This is your greatest weakness. Since that's the case, let me send you to the Western Paradise. At this moment, Yunhee directly made her move. She directly stretched out her palm and pushed it horizontally towards Su Yan. Her palm directly landed on the golden radiance. As her palm fell, the golden radiance directly began to tremble. Later on, it began to cave in. The golden word began to shake. Buddha's sword, although you are strong, you have already fought with the heavenly demon and opened the seal of the demonic dragon's heart. At this moment, how much power do you have? Black clouds transform into a dragon, dictate heaven and earth. Yunhee suddenly shouted. The aura outside her body suddenly increased by 10 times. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon surging within her body. The sudden appearance of such a violent aura caused Su Yan to continuously retreat. At the same time, the golden word directly shattered at this moment, and all the golden radiance dissipated at this moment. Look, although you have made great progress and your cultivation has increased, in front of me, you are still so weak. Therefore, at this time, you can go to hell. After the cold laugh, there was a monstrous murderous intent. Yunhee had waited for too long for this day. She had also endured for too long. Therefore, no matter what, she would not miss this opportunity. Su Yan must die. Seeing Yunhee's power pressing down on him, Su Yan continuously retreated. He immediately activated the power of circumference, and countless sword shadows appeared outside his body. On his forehead, the Tianxiang sword directly appeared and suppressed the top of his head. The power of circumference was formed, and it was like a heaven and earth, firmly guarding and not allowing this terrifying power to break through. However, how strong was the power of the dragon transformation? Even though Su Yan had used all his strength, he still retreated bit by bit, and his body began to tremble. He only felt that his entire body was being torn apart by a force, and his limbs and organs were about to shatter. To be able to use the power of circumference to stop me, Su Yan, you are not bad. Unfortunately, this is still not enough. Your power is nothing in front of me. It is like child's play. Now, die for me. At this moment, Yunhee no longer had any patience. She could no longer wait for the demonic dragon's heart. Since that was the case, then Su Yan must die. Black cloud world-destroying palm. As the palm fell, countless black clouds seemed to appear before Su Yan's eyes. The black clouds tumbled, and it seemed like dragons and snakes were constantly moving within. Lei Wanjun was right. The dragon transformation realm was too strong. Even if dozens of power of circumference were to work together, they would not be a match for one dragon transformation realm cultivator. Su Yan thought highly of himself, and he had many fortuitous encounters. However, at this moment, he also knew that he was definitely not a match for Yunhee. This was not a venerable one who was only left with a remnant soul, but a complete dragon transformation realm elite. Moreover, based on Yunhee's unfathomable nature, he had most likely hidden his true strength in the past. However, Su Yan did not want to sit still and wait for death no matter what. In the spirit sea, tens of thousands of swords rang in unison. That was unwillingness and anger. Su Yan's power was constantly circulating, and he wanted to break free from the suppression of this terrifying power. However, at this moment, all his efforts were in vain. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. The palm had already descended. However, it was at this moment that a voice suddenly rang out, "What a good Yunhee. You are truly two-faced. I have finally witnessed your methods. However, this brat has a body that I have taken a fancy to. Are you going to kill him just like that?" This cold voice rang out. At the same time, an extremely strong force charged towards Yunhee. This attack was not held back at all. It wanted to kill Yunhee directly. Demon Honorable, humph. Yunhee suddenly turned around. However, at this moment, there was no humility or respect in his eyes. Instead, there was boundless anger and enmity. The moment the force came, his black cloud world-destroying palm suddenly changed direction and collided with the Demon Honorable's attack. In an instant, the entire space shook. At this moment, cracks began to appear in the entire dark corridor. This exchange of blows was actually a draw. At this moment, Su Yan was also sent flying. His body suddenly landed on the dark golden throne. Immediately, a wave of power rushed toward him from the throne. Su Yan was hit by this force, and immediately, he did not even have the strength to resist. Chapter 448. Yunhee, you really have ulterior motives. The black demon ancestor was extremely gloomy as he stared straight at Yunhee. As far as he was concerned, Yunhee was simply a stray dog. She worked for him to find a physical body. But now, this stray dog dared not to listen to him and even resisted him. This was enough to infuriate him, and his anger had reached its peak. The cold light in his eyes was extremely cold until it landed on Yunhee's face, as if he wanted to swallow Yunhee whole. However, Yunhee remained unperturbed as if he did not see this gaze at all. She only said calmly, Black Demon Ancestor, you are also an ambitious person in ancient times. We are just using each other. Don't you even know this? If that's the case, then you have disappointed me. Yunhee said calmly. Hearing Yunhee's reply, the Black Demon Ancestor was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. You are indeed a remnant of the Black Cloud sect. Back then, your ancestral master betrayed you, and today, you are still the same. However, this is no longer important. Su Yan, the demonic dragon's heart is already here. Then, what use do you have? I indeed have no use. Lord Demon Ancestor, you must want to kill me as a lackey. Unfortunately, Lord Demon Ancestor, are you so sure that you can kill me in your current state? Yunhee said proudly. Her gaze landed on the Black Demon Ancestor. Her gaze was still calm, without a trace of fluctuation at all. Such calmness made people feel uneasy. Even the Black Demon Ancestor felt the same. However, this uneasiness was quickly thrown away by him. Yunhee, you are only in the One Dragon realm. Even if you have hidden your strength before, you only have the strength of 2 dragons at most. Do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me with such strength? A stray dog will always be a stray dog. Even if you have cultivated to the dragon realm, you can't change your nature. This is what a dog can't change, its habit of eating shit. As he spoke, a demonic sword appeared in the Black Demon Ancestor's hand. Demon Shadow Sword. The Black Demon Venerable was an expert in the way of the sword in the Devil's sect. Even in the Buddha sword sect, there weren't many who could beat you in the way of the sword. I didn't expect you to have found your sword. It's a pity that it's old like you. Yunhee leaped into the air as soon as she finished speaking. A black light flashed by, and a terrifying force came crashing down. This terrifying power descended, causing a layer of ink-colored dark clouds to appear around him. Dark clouds roiled. It was simply terrifying. As the light flickered, an extremely frightening aura was emitted. It was as if a true dragon was continuously rolling around. Such an aura was not inferior to that of the fire Qilin back then. At this moment, Su Yan could not move at all, but his mind was still working. He was amazed at the strength of a dragon realm expert. However, he also knew that this was definitely not the time to be amazed. From the demon dragon's heart, a scorching aura rushed towards him. This kind of hot and dry aura could even devour his mind, causing him to become absent-minded and even forgetful. His entire head felt as if it was about to explode. Damn it, this demon dragon's heart indeed has its own will. It wants to use its instinct to take over my body. Even honorables like the Ghost Flame Demon Venerable and the White Bone Demon Venerable wanted to take over his body and be reborn. As for the Great Demon Dragon, according to Yunhee, it was a supreme existence. Its desire to live and control was even stronger. This scorching aura turned into a dragon light and moved around his body. At this moment, the Buddha's sword had just been knocked down by Yunhee and had lost its power. It was unable to fight against this aura. No, I definitely can't let this demon dragon's will take over my body. Su Yan gritted his teeth and tried hard to calm his mind. After wandering around the edge of life and death many times, his mind was extremely firm. He knew that if he relaxed his mind at this moment, regardless of whether it was fear, panic, or anger, the demon dragon would take advantage of it and take over his mind. Once he lost control of his mind, he would become the demon dragon's body. His soul would be obliterated, or he would be supported by the demon dragon and become a puppet. At this moment, Su Yan began to recite the mantra of the Regal Sword Codex. Regal Mantra, activate. To him, the Regal Sword Codex came with his soul and was inseparable from him. At such a critical moment, he instinctively used it as a life-saving straw. Heart as clear as ice, Regal Heartless. Mysterious mantras flowed continuously in Su Yan's heart. They were clearly very ordinary words, but when they were connected, they turned into an extremely mysterious power. The mysterious power circled at this moment, as if it had turned into cool rain, and then nourished every corner of Su Yan's body. At this moment, this powerful and terrifying power was still rioting. However, Su Yan did not move and continued to recite mantras. Finally, all of the mantras began to merge into one, and all of the power had merged into his body. Su Yan's heart trembled, and he only felt an indescribable comfort. At this moment, his circumference power began to reincarnate, and suddenly, it formed a faintly visible mountain. The circumference cultivation mountain, and each mountain was a realm. After Su Yan entered the circumference realm, the shadow of a mountain appeared. At this moment, the shadow of a second mountain began to appear. The second mountain of the circumference realm. He was suddenly shocked, but it was a pleasant surprise and not a surprise. The pleasant surprise was that at this moment, his power had increased, and he had displayed such power. The Regal Sword Codex is truly a peerless book. He sighed in his heart, but he did not dare to be careless. At this moment, the regal chi was circulating, which restrained the demon dragon's aura. Instead, the demon dragon's aura became his assistance, helping him to refine everything. However, if the demon dragon's aura completely went berserk, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, at this moment, he did not dare to be distracted. At this moment, the battle between Yunhee and the Black Demon Supremacy had reached its climax. The Black Demon Supremacy was indeed an expert of the Devil Sex way of the sword in the past. He waved the demon shadow sword in his hand, and streaks of strange sword light appeared, directly suppressing Yunhee. The streaks of sword shadows were like shadows in the dark night, elusive and elusive. The Hidden Sword sect was famous for their swordsmanship, but in terms of swordsmanship, even the Heaven Sword Sage was probably no match for the Black Demon Supremacy. Such swordsmanship could really be described as unfathomable. Yunhee's 10,000 elephant divine skill, which was inherited from the Black Cloud sect, was full of evil and overbearing, but it could not gain any advantage. In the next moment, the shadow of the sword and Yunhee's palm met again, and then fiercely clashed. A violent aura blew out, causing the entire space to tremble again. The power of 3 dragons. The Black Demon Supremacy's voice came out from the bottom of his throat, and his eyes stared straight at Yunhee. He never thought that Yunhee's true power had actually reached the power of 3 dragons. You've really hidden it well. He was filled with hatred in his heart. Back then, Yunhee was only an expert of the square circle realm. With his help, she had only achieved the dragon realm. Then, at this moment, this damned fellow actually turned on him. Ha, you're just too stupid. Yunhee activated her power again, and a cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she was determined to kill. Do you think you can kill me? Arrogant. The Black Demon Supremacy sneered, and then his hands formed a seal. In an instant, a chilly wind blew. Gusts of chilly wind blew, as if evil spirits had arrived, and it was terrifying. A ghostly figure appeared behind him. Demon seed descends. A dry voice was released, and what followed was the increase of his aura by several times. At this moment, he finally began to display his true power. So what if you have the power of 3 dragons? Yunhee, when I imparted my power to you, I already knew that you, a dog, would turn on me one day. You may not know, but I've already planted a demon seed in your soul. Outside his body, a demonic shadow began to appear. That was the demon seed. Ha ha ha, Black Demon Supremacy, I've already said that you're just an idiot. Do you really think that I, Yunhee, am an idiot who doesn't know anything? Back then, when you imparted your power to me, you've already done something to it, but I've already discovered the trick and set things right. Yunhee was still standing proudly, looking at the Black Demon Supremacy without moving. The activation of the demon seed did not affect her at all. How is this possible? You can actually remove the demon seed. At that moment, the Black Demon Supremacy was really shocked. He never thought that even the power of the demon seed would lose its effect. Black Demon Supremacy, your so-called backup plan is completely useless. On the contrary, I've already prepared a surprise for you. Yunhee laughed softly. With a flip of her hand, a golden seal appeared in her hand. The moment the Black Demon Supremacy saw the golden seal, his expression changed greatly. he said in shock and anger, Pagoda Sect's soul-subduing seal. As soon as he said those words, he instinctively took a few steps back. His eyes stared straight at Yunhee. Ha ha ha, this is the soul-subduing seal. Back then, this seal had killed countless Devil's Sect cultivators. Today, I'll use your remnant soul as a sacrifice to this seal. Yunhee let out a long sigh. She was about to use the soul-subduing seal to completely kill the Black Demon's supremacy. However, at that moment, a violent aura suddenly exploded. Accompanying this aura was an extremely deep dragon's roar. Roar, the dragon's roar exploded. Both Yunhee and the Black Demon's supremacy unconsciously looked towards the direction of the roar. Chapter 449. Whether it was the Black Demon Lord or Yunhee, at this moment, both of them were fighting with all their might. Moreover, this was the time to determine the victor. However, at this moment, Su Yan caused a huge commotion. At first, he used this dragon chi to begin to break through to the second level of the perimeter state, but who would have thought that at this moment, the demonic dragon's heart would actually begin to enter his body. Su Yan was extremely wary of this demonic dragon's heart. An existence of this level was not something he could touch at this moment. As long as he had the slightest relationship with these existences, it could be a disaster. Just recently, 2 pieces of the heavenly demon's finger bones had merged into his body. This had already made him extremely terrified. If the demonic dragon's heart entered his body again, it would probably be a huge problem for him. However, even with his current strength, he could not stop all of this. The demonic dragon's heart was still forcibly merging into his body. As the demonic dragon's heart entered his body, the hot aura that had been suppressed in his body began to move wildly at this moment, as if it had gone crazy. The powerful supreme chi could no longer suppress him. Su Yan's body began to tremble continuously. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was so violent. In his mind, there was only one thought left, and that was to kill. He let out a wild roar, and then his entire body turned into a stream of light, charging straight at Yunhee at the front. Whoosh! A sound was heard. Even he did not expect that his speed would be so fast at this moment. Then, without any fancy moves, Su Yan directly punched out. Before the fist moved, the force arrived first. A powerful force penetrated and directly bombarded Yunhee's face. Presumptuous! Yunhee shouted angrily, and then a pair of black cloud palms immediately slapped down. A palm print appeared and suddenly suppressed Su Yan. Su Yan's fist and this force collided directly. At this moment, Su Yan was directly sent flying, and Yunhee also retreated a few steps before coming to a stop. Seeing this sudden change, the Black Demon Lord sneered and said, Yunhee, man proposes but God disposes. Didn't you want to snatch the demonic dragon's heart? You didn't expect that the demonic dragon's heart would fall into this kid's body. After the Black Demon Lord chuckled, he turned around and left without the slightest reluctance. The Demon Lord was extremely cunning, and he naturally saw everything clearly. Yunhee had the soul-suppressing seal in hand. If they continued fighting, it would be greatly disadvantageous to him. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was, his entire body was shrouded in an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. At this moment, the demonic dragon's heart, the demon lord Su Yan's, his best choice was to retreat, and watch the demons as soul. Black Demon Lord, don't even think about escaping. Yunhee roared. At this moment, he couldn't wait to directly tear the Black Demon Lord apart. The Black Demon Lord knew too many of his secrets. If he left alive, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, the Black Demon Lord must not leave. However, Su Yan suddenly went crazy at this moment. Just as he was about to give chase, Su Yan actually took advantage of the situation once again and directly arrived in front of him. That pair of eyes looked at him coldly. Obviously, he had already regarded Yunhee as his prey. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Demon Lord had already disappeared without a trace. Su Yan, you're courting death. Yunhee roared and then directly attacked Su Yan with a palm strike. The power of the two began to collide again, immediately erupting with endless majesty. At this time, the terrifying power continued to soar, like a tornado, directly suppressing Su Yan. Old man, I have a question for you. Being in the whirlwind, Su Yan's body trembled non-stop. However, his entire body was still motionless. The terrifying power of the demonic dragon was really too strong. At this moment, he was able to maintain his consciousness because of the supreme chi. Haha, you've spoiled my plans and you still have something to ask me. Why don't you tell me? The cold light in Yunhe's eyes did not diminish in the slightest as he continued to stare at Su Yan. However, since the Black Demon Lord had already escaped, he would not pursue the matter anymore. As long as he could kill Su Yan and return the many powers in his body to himself, then in time, he would be able to rule the world. At that time, everything would be empty words. In front of him, any powerful existence could only crawl like a dog. As long as the Black Demon Lord and the people of the Devil sect dared to disobey him, they would be killed directly. You treat everyone as a chess piece. Then what about Wan Qing? She is your daughter. Did you consider her feelings when you did this? Su Yan asked through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person. You actually asked such a question at a time like this. However, there's no harm in telling you. In this world, only power is everything. She is my daughter, so she should give up everything for my hegemony. Yunhe's voice was cold and emotionless. Hearing this answer, an unimaginable rage burned in his heart. Hee, you really are crazy. I feel that Wan Qing is not worth it. His voice was not strong, but at this moment, his power gradually began to surge. The black demonic dragon's aura enveloped his entire body, causing dense scales to appear on the surface of his body. That was not all. 2 clouds of black gas continued to condense behind Su Yan's back. In the end, they directly transformed into a pair of dragon wings. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's heart, you're actually beginning to dragonize. It's a pity, a pity. Your realm is too low and you can't control such a powerful force. If you were in the dragon realm, I'm afraid I would have to run away pathetically. But now, even if you change your appearance, what's the use? He laughed coldly. Facing Su Yan, who had already begun to dragonize, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly attacked. No matter what, he raised his hand and punched down. Between the punch, there was a hidden dragon's roar. The dragon realm was the realm where a human transformed into a dragon. In this realm, when one activated one's power, one's strength would increase in all aspects, displaying unimaginable might. Dragons were the spirits of heaven and earth and possessed unbelievable power. Once a person transformed into a dragon, their strength and spiritual power would increase exponentially. Although Su Yan had already begun to dragonize, he was not afraid at all. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's heart, how could a person who had passively begun to dragonize fight against a powerhouse in the dragon realm? If he were to fight recklessly, he would only die. In an instant, he had already turned into an illusion and directly charged at Su Yan. Su Yan instinctively punched out to meet the attack, but every time they clashed, he would be hit by the powerful force and sent flying. If not for the demonic dragon's aura enveloping his body, which made his body extremely sturdy, he would have been killed long ago. As expected of the demonic dragon's heart, it can actually allow a mere square circle realm brat like you to fight against me. If this goes on for a long time, what will happen? It's a pity that you are destined to be no match for me. He laughed coldly again and activated the Black Cloud Sect's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill again. Countless black clouds appeared and surrounded Su Yan. The terrifying black clouds were filled with extremely terrifying spiritual energy. These spiritual energy exploded in an instant, intending to end Su Yan's life. However, at this time, Su Yan's dragon wings suddenly opened and surrounded his body. The power of the black cloud's explosion was actually blocked by the dragon wings. This was not the end. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a blood-red radiance. That was the blood dragon pupil. At this moment, under the influence of the powerful dragon aura, the blood dragon pupil also began to be stimulated. Two powerful forces were operating at the same time at this moment, and Su Yan's dragon aura flourished. As the dragon aura grew stronger, the demonic dragon's heart began to gradually embed itself into his body. At this time, Su Yan suddenly became sluggish, because he felt that the heart was about to take root in his body. The violent power continued to attack, but Su Yan just ignored it. In other words, he had forgotten all of this at this moment because he was shocked by the condition of his body. The demonic dragon's heart fell next to his original heart, and the two hearts were next to each other. As the demonic dragon's heart fell, blood vessels appeared out of thin air, connecting with the original blood vessels and finally forming a new cycle. I actually have a second heart. At this time, the chi of the Supreme finally began to circulate again. Su Yan only felt that he was so powerful at this time. Now, it seems that I can fight with all my strength. The corner of his mouth moved, revealing a smile, and then his gaze fell directly on Yunhee. Then, he clenched his fist, and a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was not the shocking celestial sword, but the scorching sun god's sword. Originally, this was a semi-finished divine sword, and Su Yan would only use it when he used the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, because his strength did not allow him to continuously wield the sword. Now, Su Yan only felt that there was an indescribable power in his body, and now was the time to use the scorching sun god's sword. 10,000 mammoth divine skill, immortal sword technique. In Su Yan's eyes, a ray of light directly shot out. This gaze was like a lightning bolt, directly piercing through the black clouds. Then, he waved the scorching sun god's sword in his hand. The blade of the sword rotated, bringing with it rolling heat, and then turned into an extremely terrifying sword aura, directly slashing towards Yunhee. The blade of the sword fell, but the shadow of a demonic dragon had already appeared. Chapter 450. When the sword fell, it immediately gave off a terrifying aura of returning to its nest. The scorching sun sword's masculine aura and the overbearing aura of the great demonic dragon were suddenly displayed at this moment. The overbearing power turned into an extremely terrifying dragon that rushed down from the top of the sky. Even Yunhee had an incredulous look in his eyes at this moment. Impossible. At this moment, he even cried out in surprise. If he had not seen Su Yan's power erupt with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe that Su Yan could display such terrifying power. At this moment, Su Yan flapped the dragon wings on his back. At the same time, he fully exerted his power to activate the scorching sun sword. The sword aura that was displayed was not inferior to that of the Black Demon Lord. In fact, it was even more powerful. Su Yan naturally did not have such powerful power. However, at this moment, this huge power had clearly appeared in front of him. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was the demonic dragon's heart. Yunhee was both shocked and delighted. The demonic dragon's heart actually had such powerful power. It was simply terrifying. A brat in the square sphere realm was already able to display such power. If it was in his hands, the power that he could display would be terrifying. He even felt that he could use this to kill a venerable one. Killing a venerable one in the dragon realm was something that had never happened before. Thinking of this, the thought in his heart became even more fiery. A low roar burst out from his throat. This low roar suddenly erupted at this moment, immediately turning into an extremely terrifying sound wave. The sound wave vibrated like a light sword and rushed towards Su Yan to kill him. Su Yan's eyes flashed continuously. His entire body was filled with an indescribable divine radiance. The scorching sun demonic dragon sword finally descended. This sword aura shone with a crimson brilliance like flames, but it turned into the shape of a flying dragon. It suddenly broke through the layers of sound waves and fiercely rushed in front of Yunhee. Yunhee never thought that his power would be directly agitated by this sword aura at this moment. What was even more unexpected was how painful it would be when the sword landed on his body. Such power caused his entire body to tremble. It was as if he would be crushed by such power in the next moment. Damn it, this sword, this sword is threatening my life. This terrifying feeling of thinking was too terrifying, causing his entire body to constantly tremble. This feeling filled his entire being with rage. Die for me. Yunhee roared almost crazily. Then, she used her palm as a sword and suddenly pierced Su Yan's chest. The dragon realm was truly terrifying. Even the dragon scales formed by the demonic dragon's aura were unable to block it at all. His palm directly penetrated Su Yan's chest. Humph, you damned brat. You want to fight with me? You're simply courting death. Ha ha ha. Yunhee's handsome face began to reveal an extremely crazy smile as he felt the boiling blood. His maniacal laughter made him look like a complete lunatic. However, his laughter did not last long before it froze. This was because in the next moment, he suddenly realized that the blood was boiling hot. Ah! He screamed in pain. Then, he immediately pulled his palm out of Su Yan's body. At this moment, his palm was dripping with blood. It was truly terrifying. Under the blood, it looked as if it had been burned by a raging fire. One had to know that he was a dragon realm expert. His strength was not to be underestimated and could be said to be terrifying. However, even so, he was still in such a sorry state. Damn it, your blood, is it magma from a volcano? It's actually so hot. Yunhee immediately took a few steps back, increasing the distance between him and Su Yan. Yunhee was a dragon realm expert. At this moment, in the 5 counties, he was a top expert. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had killed many people. However, he had never seen someone whose blood was as hot as Su Yan's. It could directly burn his skin. Su Yan was in a daze. At this moment, he only felt that his body was undergoing a huge change. After his body was pierced and blood flowed out, the demonic dragon's heart began to beat. Every time the heart beat, the blood in his body began to circulate violently. Moreover, as the blood circulated, it became hotter and hotter. At this moment, not only Yunhee, but even Su Yan himself could feel his blood boiling and boiling. If not for the chi of the Exalted One, he felt that he would have been destroyed in the next moment. In order to make himself forget the terrifying heat, Su Yan only wanted to fight. Although his chest had been pierced, Su Yan did not care at all. Instead, he charged towards Yunhee. The dragon wings on his back fluttered continuously. His speed had reached its limit. The distance between him and Yunhee was not far. In an instant, he was already in front of Yunhee. Kill. This word seemed to be the only syllable he could utter. The scorching sun sword in his hand suddenly swung down. The sword flashed and the powerful blade suddenly exploded. Now, Su Yan swung his sword without any pattern. All of this was just to release the blazing heat in his body. Yunhee was forced to fight. The two of them began the most primitive battle. A powerful aura spread out. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would have thought that it was a battle between two dragons. One had the demonic dragon's heart rushed into his body and turned into a demonic dragon. The other was a true dragon realm expert with terrifying strength. This kind of battle was really like a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Every move and style was extremely dangerous. Yunhee was indeed a dragon realm expert. Even though Su Yan had the support of the demonic dragon's heart, he was still at a disadvantage in the battle. After fighting for 15 minutes, there were many wounds on his body. Even so, Su Yan did not show any signs of retreating. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Su Yan's injuries increased. His body was covered with blood, but he was still fighting like a madman. On the other hand, Yunhee's elegant white robe had many holes. The blood that flowed out of his body mixed with Su Yan's blood, giving him an extra sense of savagery. At this point in the battle, he was actually starting to retreat. It was not that he was no match for Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan was too savage. This was a complete madman. He did not care about his own life. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, do you think you can win like this? Impossible. At this point in the battle, even Yunhee was starting to lose his composure. He stretched out his hand again and grabbed one of Su Yan's dragon wings. Do you think you can fight against a dragon realm expert just by transforming into a demonic dragon? I'll let you know the power of a true dragon realm expert. As he finished speaking, 3 rays of light flashed and circled above his head. In the end, the rays of light turned into 3 dragon shapes. Every time a dragon realm expert reached the dragon realm, they would be able to form an additional dragon shape and explode with unbelievable strength. Although Yunhee was fighting with Su Yan, he was still holding back. This was because he did not believe that the Black Demon Ancestor would leave just like that. He had to guard against the Black Demon Ancestor's sudden attack. At this moment, his killing intent was almost boiling. He had already lost his mind. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to kill Su Yan directly. He did not even want to consider the hidden dangers of the Black Demon Ancestor. 3 rays of dragon energy flashed and appeared. At this moment, his entire body increased in size. His entire body became full. Even the muscles all over his body started to grow, causing his white robe to burst open. Die! As he shouted, he exerted strength in his hands and forcefully tore Su Yan's dragon wings off his body. This scene was extremely bloody. Su Yan suffered such pain, but he did not care. The scorching sun sword in his hand pierced towards Yunhee's abdomen. Ding! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The scorching sun sword was blocked by the skin. After the 3 dragon auras were fully displayed, Yunhee's true strength was displayed. Ah, old dog, die! Su Yan roared again. Violent spiritual energy mixed with the demonic dragon aura entered the scorching sun sword. The scorching sun sword suddenly bloomed with brilliance. The sword edge finally approached little by little. Yunhee's blood also flowed out. Fortunately, the scorching sun sword had a divine sword body. If it was the celestial shocking sword, it would have been broken by now. Feeling the intense pain coming from his abdomen, Yunhee's expression changed immediately like a pig's liver. He looked straight at Su Yan, then grabbed the scorching sun sword with his palm. You can't defeat me, you can't defeat me. He began to roar furiously. Gradually, black clouds appeared under his feet. Today, I'll kill you directly. I'll let you die under my Black Cloud 6,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Black Cloud Doomsday. Along with the roar, countless black clouds kept rolling at this time. Su Yan was immediately drawn into the terrifying black clouds. The endless black clouds were the roars of thousands of ghosts. It was extremely terrifying. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword and continued to exert force. However, in the next moment, he was enveloped by the rolling black clouds and was drawn into it. Su Yan, you're just relying on the demonic dragon's heart. If your demonic dragon's heart is taken away, you'll immediately be a dead dog. Yunhee sneered. The black clouds had already swallowed Su Yan. Chapter 451. Yunhee's voice was like an owl, and the rolling black clouds had already surrounded Su Yan. When the black clouds came into contact with his body, Su Yan immediately felt a wave of numbness. His hands, his feet, and his senses all began to become sluggish. Damn it, this black cloud. Ha, don't struggle, this black cloud contains a fatal poison. At this moment, your body is affected by the demon dragon's heart, so this poison naturally can't kill you, but it can paralyze you and make you unable to move. Yunhee gasped for breath, then looked at Ho-Yi. If he had other means, he wouldn't have come to this point. It's just that Su Yan's current power is too great. Under the demon dragon's power, he's like a monster. Even if he's seriously injured, he's still fighting like crazy. This kind of madness has already frightened him. So, he had no choice but to do this. However, since he's already come to this point, then no matter what, Su Yan can only die. The black clouds were rolling more and more terrifying, and the paralyzing power was also becoming more and more obvious at this time. At this moment, there seemed to be several electric arcs flashing around Su Yan's body. It was these electric arcs that forced Su Yan to be unable to move. Struggle, all your struggles are futile. His eyes flashed with a cold light, staring straight at Su Yan. At the same time, he began to change his hand seals and began to chant an ancient and mysterious incantation. With the sound of the incantation, Su Yan only felt his heart become more restless, as if he was going to go crazy. Ah, ayo. A painful roar was released from his throat, and in the end, it became a beast-like sound. Hearing Su Yan's painful roar, Yunhee only felt comfortable all over. The ancient soul let out a painful roar, the ghost coffin of the evil spirit, the apocalypse that shook the gods. The mysterious incantation became louder and louder, and in the end, it reached a terrifying point. In the end, Su Yan felt as if his soul was splitting apart. The only thing he could do now was to circulate the qi of supremacy. Hopefully, the supreme qi would be able to suppress this terrifying emotion. At this moment, Su Yan's body was trembling non-stop. The dragon wings on his back were also vibrating. Although half of the dragon wings had been torn apart, the remaining wings were still able to produce a terrifying whirlwind. The angrier Su Yan became, the faster the blood in his body flowed. In the end, he actually began to struggle free from this numbing power. Yunhee's expression changed again. Damned brat, how can he have such terrifying power? His heart sank. He knew that he had to make the best use of his time. If he allowed Su Yan to break free, he would be in big trouble. The incantation grew faster and faster. In the end, not even a single syllable could be heard clearly. At this moment, black tentacles suddenly appeared under Su Yan's feet, in front of his chest, and behind his back. They directly fixed Su Yan in the void. Humph, I'd like to see how you're going to break free now. When Su Yan was firmly fixed, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he chuckled and said, at this moment, even if the God of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save you. Now, I'm going to dig the dragon heart out of your body. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. A pair of palms began to move towards Su Yan's chest. Roar! Su Yan roared violently and struggled bitterly. To him, this was a matter of life and death. There was no room for carelessness or mistakes. Otherwise, he would die immediately and be consigned to eternal damnation. Die! Yunhee's palms almost pierced through Su Yan's body. However, at this moment, Yunhee's entire body suddenly froze because at this moment, a sword qi suddenly slashed towards him. If it were any other time, he would naturally be able to ignore this sword qi, but at this moment, he could not. This was because after continuously fighting with Su Yan, he had already suffered severe injuries. Being affected by this sword qi, his sorcery would definitely be interrupted at this moment. Therefore, he could only choose to dodge. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the person who suddenly appeared. It's you. What, are you going to go against me too? He said angrily. Father, please stop. Yun Wanqing's voice was so weak. She had never thought that she would be so helpless one day. Since she was young, this man had always been elegant and righteous in front of her. She had worked hard to cultivate since she was young and had never been inferior to other male disciples because she hoped that her hard work and excellence could make this man feel proud. However, everything was shattered on this day. She had never seen him like this before. His face was ferocious and crazy, and he was covered in blood. He was a devil. Yun Wanqing did not want to believe her eyes, but reality was so cruel. Her heart was really in pain. She would rather face death than face her father at this moment. However, there were many things that did not allow her to choose at all. Her father stood in front of her just like that, staring at her coldly. Yun Wanqing did not even know how to open her mouth at this moment. Wanqing, are you going to go against me? His voice was so cold, like the ice in the 9 hells, causing Yun Wanqing to shiver. Unfamiliar. This kind of father was really too unfamiliar. Father, I beg you. Stop and stop. Don't go on like this. Of course, she was unwilling to attack again, so she could only beg bitterly. Hearing his daughter's voice, his heart became even more furious. Either you come and help me, or get lost. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. His eyes narrowed slightly. That dangerous cold light told Yun Wanqing that his words were definitely not empty words. If Yun Wanqing stopped him, her father would definitely not hesitate to attack and kill her. This made her feel extremely miserable. However, at this time, she was not willing to retreat just like that. Because Su Yan was right in front of Yunhee. She knew that once she retreated, Su Yan would lose his life. Father, I don't want to stop you, but I beg you to let Su Yan go, okay? She begged her father in the deepest and most sorrowful voice. However, Yunhee did not take this voice to heart at all. His gaze gradually turned cold. This is great. I didn't expect that even my own daughter would abandon me. This is really great. Ha ha ha. In the midst of this wild laughter, the cold light in his eyes intensified. Then, he formed a knife with his hand and suddenly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's heart suddenly jumped. She did not know where she got the strength, but she immediately screamed and rushed in front of Su Yan at an extremely fast speed. Even she did not know where she got the courage and strength. Naturally, she could not attack her father again, but she could use her body to protect Su Yan. Just as Yunhee's hand was about to pierce Su Yan's chest, Yun Wanqing suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. Unfilial daughter. Yunhee's hand finally stopped. The hand stopped in front of Yun Wanqing. If it moved forward a bit more, Yun Wanqing would probably die. Moreover, she would be killed by her father with his own hands. However, at this last moment, Yunhee finally stopped. Father. Yun Wanqing's beautiful face was already covered with tears. This strong woman had almost never shed a tear since she became sensible. However, at this moment, she was crying so sadly and even so desperately. Let him go. Yun Wanqing begged again. What do you know? The heart of the demon dragon has already been implanted in his body. This heart of the demon dragon is the hope of my Black Cloud sect's revival. I must have this thing. Get out of my way. He suddenly waved his hand, then grabbed Yun Wanqing's hand and pulled it away. The heart of the demon dragon was the thing he desired the most. For the revival of the Black Cloud sect, for the ambition in his heart, he had to get it no matter what. What's more, Su Yan still had the inheritance of the Stupa sect. How could he let go of such a thing? Why must we revive the Black Cloud sect? Now the Heaven and Earth organization is deeply respected by the world. Isn't this good? The Black Cloud sect has been destroyed for 8,000 years. No one remembers it anymore. Father, stop. You are the leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, the leader of the righteous path. Why must you revive the Black Cloud sect? Yun Wanqing barely stabilized her body, then looked straight at her father. She didn't understand. Wasn't everything good now? He looked at Yun Wanqing, his eyes full of helplessness and anger. Is this all good? No, it wasn't like that at all. Since he was a child, his father had instilled the idea of reviving the Black Cloud sect in him. In his short but long life, this was almost a spiritual pillar and belief for his survival. Whether it was the Heaven and Earth organization or everything else now, to him, it was not important. What was really important was the Black Cloud sect. However, seeing his daughter in so much pain, he finally showed some signs of wavering. But very soon, his heart gradually turned cold. His father's words sounded in his mind again like a curse. Reviving the Black Cloud sect was a belief that had been passed down in their bloodline from generation to generation. And at this moment, this goal could be achieved. How could he be willing to give it up? He was not willing, absolutely not willing. If you dare to make a move again, I will kill you. At this moment, his heart had become incomparably hard, and nothing could shake his mind. His gaze fell on Su Yan. Chapter 452. The moment this roar fell, the dark tentacles moved together. The strange and terrifying tentacles drilled into Su Yan's body and passed through his flesh. They were going to cut open Su Yan's heart. Yun Wanqing was shocked. Seeing Su Yan in such pain, she felt as if her heart was about to be torn apart. Without any hesitation, she went straight for Su Yan. At that moment, her father snorted coldly. You overestimate yourself. The power of the dragon realm was intimidating, and a powerful force suddenly landed in front of her. Although Yun Wanqing had a fortuitous encounter in the divine dragon's abyss and her power had reached the circumference realm, how could she fight against a dragon realm expert like Yunhe? Just this one attack was enough to make her cough up blood. She knew that this was the result of her father being merciful because she was his daughter. Otherwise, she would have been completely annihilated by this attack. Yunhe was still concerned about the relationship between father and daughter. Su Yan, don't struggle. No one can save you, he said coldly. However, he quickly chanted the incantation and wanted to dig out Su Yan's demonic dragon's heart. At that moment, a scream suddenly pierced through his mind. Ah! The painful scream came from his daughter. Even if he had a heart of stone, he still turned his gaze over at that moment. At that moment, he saw his daughter's abdomen being pierced by a black sword radiance. Blood flowed out like a fountain. Wanqing. At that moment, he was no longer calm. His eyes were filled with panic. TSK, Yunhe, you old thing. I thought you really had a heart of stone. Is this situation enough to make you lose your sense of propriety? A sinister voice appeared out of nowhere. Along with the voice, a shadow appeared. Black demon ancestor, you dog. Yunhe roared angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, Yunhe, if we're talking about dogs, you're the wild one. Why? Do you feel heartache now? I thought you were really heartless and devoid of humanity. This is far from it. The black demon venerable coldly smiled, and then slowly pulled the demon shadow sword out of Yun Wanqing's body. Every time the demon shadow sword moved, Yun Wanqing trembled once. The taste of fresh blood is so delicious. The black demon lord dripped a drop of blood from the demon shadow sword and licked it dry with his tongue. He looked at Yunhe and said with a smile, Yunhe, do you want your daughter's life? Take the demon dragon's heart and give it to me. The black demon venerable said indifferently. His tone was filled with pride. He wanted to see what choice Yunhe would make in such a situation. Black demon lord, I will definitely annihilate your soul. His entire body was trembling, and his anger had reached its peak. Hee, Yunhe, it's better if you don't say such nonsense. As for now, I'm waiting for the demon dragon's heart. If you can't give it to me, then I'll kill your daughter. He looked coldly at Yunhe. He had never been merciful to betrayers. Ah! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted. Yunhe instinctively turned around, and she was shocked to find that her technique was being broken bit by bit at this moment. How is this possible? This change came too suddenly, and even she did not know how to deal with it at this moment. Black Demon Venerable, you actually dared to hurt her. Su Yan's heart was like a burning flame, and he was filled with incomparable anger. How could he not know Yun Wanqing's feelings? However, because of Yunhe, he could only choose to pretend to be deaf and mute, because he did not want this woman to fall into pain. He asked Yun Wanqing to go to Lu Fei and the giant. On one hand, he hoped that she could save the blood demon giant, but on the other hand, he did not want her to be involved in the battle between him and Yunhe. Unfortunately, in the end, she was still involved, and even at this moment, she was hurt so much. At this moment, he realized that this woman also had an unshakable position in his heart. Anger triggered the demon dragon's heart. Greed, anger, stupidity, and hatred were the four great taboos of Buddhism, but they were also the source of the demon's power. At this moment, the monstrous hatred suddenly burned, causing the demon chi in the demon dragon's heart to erupt even more violently. Under such a violent power, Su Yan actually broke free from the vine's binding. Under the scouring of the demon chi, the broken dragon wings suddenly reappeared, and then his entire body turned into a stream of light and charged toward the black demon venerable. His speed was extremely fast, as if he was a god. Even the black demon venerable's heart trembled at this moment. What a fast speed! At this moment, he immediately wanted to kill Yun Wanqing, but Su Yan had already arrived in front of him and grabbed his wrist. The black demon venerable was a soul body, but Su Yan directly held him down, making him unable to move. Damn it, how can there be such power? At this moment, he was still unwilling to accept it. Then, even if he was unwilling, what could he do? Su Yan directly pressed his face, and then suddenly roared. This was not the roar of a human at all, but the roar of a giant dragon. The roar immediately made the black demon venerable feel a little dizzy. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Yan directly grabbed Yun Wanqing, and gently threw Yun Wanqing towards Yunhe. Save her quickly. Although Yun Wanqing was not dead at this moment, the black demon venerable naturally would not show mercy when he attacked. Even if she was fine at this moment, she would probably die in a moment. Now, the only one who could save her was Yunhe. Yunhe obviously understood this point, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and directly began to use the fog skill. He had always thought that the heaven and earth organizations inherited 10,000 elephant divine skill, which was directly used at this moment. Then, it turned into a mist and enveloped Yun Wanqing. Under the fog skill, Yun Wanqing's wound finally stopped worsening, and her complexion improved slightly. However, although the fog skill was magical, it was ultimately not a miracle medicine that could bring the dead back to life. At this moment, Yun Wanqing was only barely keeping her life. At this moment, Su Yan had already started to wildly attack the black demon venerable. Die, die, die. Su Yan kept growling, and then continuously attacked in the most violent way. Punch after punch landed, and his eyes were burning with a blazing radiance. The black demon venerable tightly protected his entire body. He was secretly resentful. Originally, he had already grasped Yunhe's weakness and could threaten Yunhe. However, he did not expect Su Yan to suddenly go crazy. Even Yunhe's secret technique could not restrain him and let him escape. Moreover, he even rescued Yun Wanqing. At this moment, the anger in his heart could be imagined. This can't go on. However, this kid has obviously been affected by the heart of the demonic dragon and is gradually falling into madness. For me, this is an opportunity. The black demon venerable sneered. His original plan was to possess Su Yan's body. Now was the best time. In his eyes, an obscure light gradually flashed. In his eyes, as the light flickered, a mysterious power was already displayed. The light in his eyes directly pierced Su Yan's soul. Su Yan, are you angry? Do you want to kill me? Then, let my blood completely ignite your anger. Come and kill me. He suddenly shouted coldly. Then, his cold laughter made one's hair stand on end. Hearing such laughter, Su Yan's killing intent boiled even more. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade. In his eyes, there was a little light flickering, as if he was a ghost. Good. Su Yan, let me enter your body and let my will become your master. Everything you have will be for my use. He laughed coldly. Then, his whole figure elongated little by little. Like a terrible light, he began to move towards Su Yan's body. After a while, he turned into a shadow and began to merge with Su Yan's shadow. Damn, it's the shadow demon possession. Yunhe, who was healing her daughter, glanced and immediately saw this scene. He immediately recognized the method that the black demon lord was using. It was his shadow demon possession technique. Once the shadow demon possession technique was used, the black demon lord could quietly merge with the shadow, and then gradually control the main body through the shadow, thus achieving the purpose of possession. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan would naturally not be afraid of such a method. However, at this time, the demon dragon's heart had completely erupted. Su Yan's consciousness was being scattered little by little. His entire being only knew how to kill, and his soul's resistance could be said to have dropped to the lowest point. As a result, he could not guard against the Shadow Demon Lord's Shadow Demon Possession technique. Yunhee was naturally not worried about Su Yan's comfort. On the contrary, she was worried about the demon dragon's heart in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan was successfully possessed by the Black Demon Lord, then the demon dragon's heart would belong to the Black Demon Lord. Su Yan was just a rookie in the Radius realm. To him, this was nothing. However, the Black Demon Lord was different. He was a supreme expert in the Venerable realm. The current him was just a remnant soul, and he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to have this body, then not only would he be able to recover his former cultivation, he would even be able to reach a higher level. Such a Black Demon Venerable was undoubtedly terrifying. Moreover, in this way, all of his thoughts would be cut off at this moment. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let the Black Demon Lord's scheme succeed. Chapter 453. At this moment, Yunhee had let go of everything. His gaze fell straight on the Black Demon Venerable. Then, he pounced on Su Mo. No matter what, he could not let the Black Demon Ancestor succeed in the possession. Damn it, you're crazy. The Black Demon Ancestor had almost completely merged with Su Yan's shadow. If he was given more time, he would be able to completely take over Su Yan's shadow and successfully possess Su Yan's body. However, at this moment, Yunhee went crazy. She threw caution to the wind and took out the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure from the ancient times. It was the most powerful item in the Buddha sword sect to deal with the demonic sect. Once it was taken out, it possessed a terrifying power. Many demonic sect experts who were skilled in the way of the soul had died under the soul-suppressing seal. However, no matter how powerful the soul-suppressing seal was, it was extremely difficult to activate. Unless one was a direct disciple of the Buddha sword sect, it would take at least 10 times, or even 100 times, of spiritual energy to activate it. It was precisely because of this that Yunhee did not take it out at the beginning of the battle. However, at this moment, just as he was about to succeed, Yunhee went crazy. She threw caution to the wind and attacked directly. A powerful force was released instantly. The soul-suppressing seal in her hand was thrown directly at Su Yan's head. At the beginning, the soul-suppressing seal was just a small seal. Later on, the seal grew rapidly. In a flash, it was as big as a mountain. The seal shone brightly. Both Su Yan and the Black Demon Ancestor were enveloped in it. Damn you, Yunhee. I already knew that you would have such a move. However, since I dared to show myself, I naturally have my own methods. The Black Demon Ancestor sneered. He did not panic at all. I am a venerable. Even after 1,000 years, my soul is still extremely powerful. If I am still a soul body, then this soul-suppressing seal can indeed cause great harm to me, but if I completely enter Su Yan's body, I want to see what this soul-suppressing seal can do to me. With that, his soul left Su Yan's shadow and entered Su Yan's body. In an instant, black light flickered around Su Yan's body. This flickering dark light was the soul shadow of the Black Demon Lord. At this moment, he was constantly twisting the power of his soul in an attempt to take Su Yan's life. Damn it! Yunhee shouted angrily. He had expended a huge amount of spiritual energy to activate the soul-suppressing seal, but he did not expect that he would still be unable to do anything to the Black Demon Lord. At this point, it was already too late for him to use any other means. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. He was like a gambler who had lost everything. His eyes were filled with madness. With this crazy belief, he did not hesitate to overdraw his spiritual energy to activate the power of the soul-suppressing seal. Yunhee, I thought that you would be a first-rate genius since you could make such a plan. I did not expect that you would be so stupid at this time. I have already told you clearly, but you still want to waste your energy. You are simply stupid. He smiled coldly. However, at this time, Yunhee suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Black Demon Lord, you said that I am stupid. However, I think that you are the one who is stupid. Yunhee stopped laughing and continued, Black Demon Lord, you old dog, if you could really ignore the soul-suppressing seal, would you say so much nonsense? If I'm not wrong, even if the soul-subduing seal can't cause fatal damage to you, it will definitely have a huge impact on your current actions. And now, you actually need to use words to provoke me. From this, it can be seen that you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Against someone like you, what do I have to fear? With a sneer, Yunhee did not care about anything else. He directly activated his power. He wanted to kill his opponent completely. The Black Demon Lord was speechless for a moment. He could only curse in his heart. This was because Yunhee's guess was not wrong. Just as Yunhee had guessed, he did not have much energy left at this moment. Using the Shadow Demon's possession required a large amount of energy. Moreover, although he had successfully entered Su Yan's body, he unexpectedly found that taking over Su Yan's body was far more difficult than he had imagined. At this moment, the soul-suppressing seal's continued influence would bring him a lot of trouble. However, at this moment, he was completely helpless. Now, his only chance of victory was to directly wipe out Su Yan's soul in the shortest amount of time and then successfully possess him. It was just that wanting to successfully possess Su Yan, how could it be such a simple matter? It was only when he entered Su Yan's body that he was shocked to find that Su Yan's soul was unexpectedly strong. His soul was gradually swallowed into the mysterious sea of consciousness. Above the pitch-black sea of consciousness, countless waves suddenly appeared. And Su Yan's soul stood quietly above it. Su Yan. The Black Demon Lord frowned because he did not dare to believe the reality before his eyes. Above the sea of consciousness, Su Yan appeared to be so quiet. He looked at the Black Demon Lord so quietly. In his eyes, there was actually a trace of mercy. Such a gaze made the Black Demon Lord particularly angry. Because of this, he felt as if he was looking at the group of people from the Buddha sword sect. Laughable and pathetic fake mercy. He laughed coldly. Then, his entire body began to release an extremely frightening light. This light gradually condensed and finally turned into his demonic shadow sword. This place was in the sea of consciousness, and yet he was able to bring the demonic shadow sword here. It was obvious that the demonic shadow sword was also a first-class supreme divine weapon. Su Yan, I can spare your life and even give you a great opportunity, but you can't resist me at this moment. Otherwise, you will be killed directly, he said coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, he found that a blood-red light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Then, two shadows gradually emerged from Su Yan's eyes. At first, the two shadows were very blurry, but in the end, they became clear. They were actually two true dragons. Dragon soul, how is this possible? There's actually a dragon soul hidden in your sea of consciousness. The Black Demon Lord took a step back. His eyes flashed with an incredulous light. Even if the demonic dragon's heart still existed, the great demonic dragon's dragon soul could not continue to exist. In this world, the dragon soul of a true dragon was extremely rare. However, at this moment, the dragon soul of a true dragon existed. If the Black Demon Lord had absolute confidence in his possession before, then at this moment, his heart was trembling. He felt that the possession this time might not be so smooth. Just as he was hesitating, Su Yan had already waved the dragon soul and charged at him. Black Demon Lord, you are also a powerhouse of the demonic sect. There's no need to say such nonsense. This kind of nonsense is meaningless. Su Yan's voice came from all directions in the sea of consciousness. This was his sea of consciousness. In this sea of consciousness, he was God. At this moment, the Black Demon Lord had no choice but to fight. He snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand suddenly drew a gloomy light. The light was dazzling, and killing intent suddenly rose. The two dragons suddenly descended. However, under this sword, they retreated. He, so it's just two broken dragons. I was wondering how a person like you could be favored by a true dragon. Since that's the case, everything is clear. He sneered in his heart. In the beginning, he was still fearful. If the true dragon was here, all of his efforts would have been for naught. However, now that he knew that it was just two broken dragon souls, he immediately threw away this concern. He was even a little surprised. This was because to him, this was a big gift. Once he succeeded in his possession, all of this would belong to him. However, just as he was secretly delighted, he suddenly realized that there were a few strands of golden light descending in his sea of consciousness. He immediately knew that the golden light was that damned Yunhe activating the soul-suppressing seal. What he was worried about had happened. The soul-suppressing seal would really affect him. Moreover, he knew that as time passed, the soul-suppressing seal's influence would only become stronger. Demonic Shadow Soul Devourer, Su Yan, die for me. He no longer had any hesitation. His entire person directly turned into a cold light and pounced towards Su Yan. As he flew, his soul body also began to change. In the end, it almost turned into a large net. What he wanted to do was very simple. That was to directly devour Su Yan. He wanted to completely make Su Yan his prisoner. At this moment, a bright light suddenly burst out in Su Yan's eyes. He suddenly shouted, 10,000 swords in the sea, heaven phase sword intent, create sphere. In an instant, countless spiritual swords appeared around him. Above his head, there was a dazzling sword hanging high in the air. On the sword blade, a golden light was released, like a bright scorching sun. The scorching sun hung high, and there was no light in the world. The power of sphere was directly formed in an instant. You want to stop my soul devourer with a mere power of sphere? Wishful thinking. His voice exploded again, and he was already in front of Su Yan. The black demon Venerable's soul power turned into silk threads and directly attacked Su Yan's body. All of the power slowly bound Su Yan. As he sneered, the soul devourer finally began. At this moment, Su Yan was sometimes in ice, as if he was going to be frozen in an instant. At other times, he was in an endless sea of fire. It was extremely hot, and the fire was burning. Chapter 454. After coming to this world, life and death were nothing out of the ordinary. Many times, Su Yan had escaped death by the skin of his teeth. However, all of this was definitely the most thrilling battle he had ever encountered in his life. At this moment, the Black Demon Supremacy's soul threads had already drawn him in. All of the threads entangled and bound him, making him unable to move. Su Yan understood in his heart that if he was slightly injured at this moment, he would be consigned to eternal damnation and fall directly into the abyss of hell. Struggling will only make you more painful. The Black Demon Supremacy's voice sounded. It was obviously a very hateful voice, but at this moment, it had a different kind of charm power. It was as if everything he said was true, and as long as one listened to his words, the pain would dissipate. However, Su Yan was very clear in his heart. At this moment, he already had no way to go, so how could he continue like this? The corners of his mouth twitched, and his eyes flickered with hatred. Under his control, the two dragons appeared again and directly tore at the Black Demon Supremacy. However, the Black Demon Supremacy smiled faintly, and the Demon Shadow Sword automatically flew out and directly attacked the two dragons. The Demon Shadow Sword actually blocked the power of the two dragons. I have already said that a mere remnant dragon is not my opponent at all. However, since you are still asking for trouble, I will let you suffer all of the sufferings of the world before you die. He shouted directly, and then the power of his entire body twisted. The soul threads became even more vicious at this moment. Threads began to be embedded into Su Yan's soul, and Su Yan's body was beginning to be divided by the soul threads bit by bit. If this continued, there was no doubt that Su Yan would die without a doubt. However, at this moment, no matter what, Su Yan was unwilling to stretch his neck to be killed. After all, he was unwilling to give up his destiny like this. Supreme True Spirit, Sword Chi Condensation C, One Sword Fish Dragon, one sword heaven and earth. Su Yan used the last of his willpower to recite the true text of the Supreme Sword Classic. The true text was the language of earth. No matter how vast the Black Demon Supremacy's knowledge was, it was impossible for him to know a thing or two about it. He only heard an obscure voice intermittently coming from Su Yan's soul, and then he sneered, "Is this the eulogy you prepared for yourself? From the looks of it, you're in extreme pain right now. I've already advised you to cooperate with me so that you won't suffer any more pain. Could it be that you're still going to stubbornly resist at this moment? I promise you, if you give up resisting now, I will still keep your soul." The Black Demon Lord roared again. At this time, the light of the soul-suppressing seal was getting brighter and brighter. It was obvious that the madwoman Yunhe was desperately urging this power to affect him with the light of the soul-suppressing seal. It was fine now, but after a while, this power would become stronger and stronger. At that time, the soul-suppressing seal's influence on him would become greater and greater. At that time, Su Yan would have the opportunity to break free from his suppression. Because of this, he seized the opportunity to suppress Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan had no intention of giving up at this moment. His willpower had already been raised to the limit. The recitation of the regal sword mantra became faster and faster. At the end, it was like flowing light and water, constantly urging it, causing his eyes to change. The regal heart, the noble heart, unruffled. At the end, golden words actually appeared around Su Yan's body. The Black Demon Supremacy was fully urging his soul to devour it when he suddenly realized that there were strange changes around Su Yan and him. The words flickered faintly, and there was a kind of grand and majestic aura vaguely. He was somewhat familiar with this kind of aura, but more than that, he was unfamiliar with it. What is this? Is this a unique treasure of the Stupa sect? No, that's impossible. The Black Demon Supremacy immediately rejected this idea. The Stupa sword sect cultivated the Stupa intent and condensed the Stupa sword. Therefore, they were also known as the Stupa sect. However, he had never seen such a thing when he had fought against the Stupa sword sect. Furthermore, the aura within it was only slightly similar, but the rest was completely different. It was also because of this that he absolutely did not believe what he was seeing. Then, while he was still in shock, the golden words suddenly started to burn with little sparks. As the sparks burned, he started to feel a chill in his heart. There were a total of 28 golden words. When they all burned, they actually turned into the shape of a sword. This sword's appearance was exactly the same as the sky manifestation sword above Su Yan's head. When this sword appeared, it immediately caused countless explosions. Su Yan's body shook, and his entire soul started to glow. At this moment, he had already resonated with the sword from afar, forming a cycle. The cycle vibrated, and it had the unfathomable majesty of heaven's will. This sudden turn of events made this person feel a deep sense of crisis. Demonic shadow disintegration, demonic soul ignition. As he roared, the aura of his soul suddenly expanded. By using the demonic shadow disintegration, I'm releasing all the energy that I've accumulated since I woke up. In this way, I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. However, at this point, I no longer have a way out. As long as I can occupy this body, I can immediately reverse the situation. With the various mysterious powers in this body, not only will I be able to recover all my strength, but I'll also definitely be able to improve further. When he thought about the beautiful future, everything was no longer important. He threw away all his worries, and then he threw caution to the wind. However, what happened next would definitely become his nightmare. He burned his demonic soul, causing his strength to become even stronger. However, such a powerful force was blocked outside. Gradually, a scorching heat was transmitted from the soul thread. The scorching heat was not obvious at first, but in the end, it began to rise like boiling water. This power was simply terrifying. Impossible. All the shock turned into 3 words in the end, and that was impossible. Yes, at this very moment, he was unwilling to believe that all the efforts he had put in after cutting off his means of retreat had actually been blocked. After the mysterious words burned, the sword light became stronger and stronger. In the end, the light had filled the entire knowledge sea. The knowledge sea was originally deep and dark. This was an ancient law, and everyone's knowledge sea should be like this. However, at this moment, Su Yan's knowledge sea had become bright, as if it was daytime with the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. At this moment, the entire knowledge sea began to burn. For the Black Demon Venerable, this was an extremely painful thing. He only felt that his entire body was about to melt at this moment. If this continued, he would definitely die here. When it rains, it pours. Just as he was beginning to feel unbearable pain, the light of the soul-suppressing seal suddenly poured into him. The Buddha's golden light fell on his body, making his soul feel as if it was boiling. Ah! At this moment, he let out a sharp and crazy roar. At this moment, he was an evil spirit that was about to be destroyed. No, I won't accept this. He struggled wildly, and the soul threads were torn apart one by one. Everything was heading towards nothingness at this moment, and even his soul was the same. Black Demon Venerable, you've trapped yourself in a trap of your own making. At this moment, Su Yan's aura suddenly became stronger. He clenched his hand, and the celestial phase sword that appeared in the knowledge sea fell into his hand. Su Yan turned his hand, and the soul threads that were still connected to the knowledge sea were completely cut off. At this moment, the celestial phase sword was filled with sword light, and all the exalted flames rushed into the celestial phase sword. Su Yan smiled gently, then said indifferently, "Is this the sword soul?" The exalted sword mantra was a supreme sword mantra, and the most special one was the sword soul. Condensing the exalted sword soul was the true beginning. This sword soul was equivalent to the golden core of the cultivators in the legends of his previous life. It was the foundation of everything. At the beginning, Su Yan thought that it was just a lie, but he didn't expect it to be true. Today, he was facing a desperate situation, but he didn't expect that not only did he escape death, but he also benefited from the disaster and condensed the exalted sword soul. Once this sword soul appeared, it meant that his sword Dao would reach a new height, and his combat strength would increase. His eyes were already filled with radiance. Even the two dragon souls that were suppressed by the demonic shadow sword earlier benefited from this. Their entire dragon bodies began to swallow and emit light, and then suddenly rose into the sky. A powerful force appeared at this moment. The two dragon souls were immediately shaken. Then, they opened their dragon mouths and bit the two ends of the demonic shadow sword. With a strong pull, they directly tore the demonic shadow sword apart and swallowed it. The demonic shadow sword was the Black Demon Venerable's sword, and he had carefully refined it. At this moment, he had reincarnated from the ancient seal. Everything had been thrown away, and only the demonic shadow sword was left. This was because the demonic shadow sword had become a part of his soul. At this moment, the demonic shadow sword was directly eaten by the two dragons. To him, it was one disaster after another. The Black Demon Venerable's expression was already dispirited, to the point where he was about to die. Su Yan's celestial phase sword fell, and finally sighed, "Die." These two simple words were the final judgment. Everything was going to end at this moment. The obsession of thousands of years was directly cut off by Su Yan today. The sword soul slashed past, and the Black Demon Venerable's soul began to turn into nothingness, gradually dissipating step by step. Chapter 455. A dignified demon honorable, such a powerful figure, was reduced to such a state before his death. In the end, everything came to an end. However, this was Su Yan's sea of consciousness after all. The demon honorable's soul had invaded but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. Instead, he was killed by Su Yan. His soul could not escape and became Su Yan's nourishment. One day, Su Yan would be able to refine his soul completely. Then, his strength would naturally increase greatly. Moreover, he would gradually learn the knowledge that the Black Demon Honorable possessed. This was the so-called, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Senior Medicine King, you saved my life back then. Today, I have killed the black demon honorable. This can be considered as revenge for you. Su Yan sighed in his heart. Of course, this was not the end. Su Yan looked at the light entering his sea of soul and suddenly reached out his hand. The Buddha sword that was originally hidden in space suddenly made a clanging sound. The Buddha sword was the guide that Su Yan used to enter the Buddha pagoda back then. Originally, he thought that this sword was only used for guidance. However, when he fought against the white bone demon honorable previously, this sword exploded with a vast divine light and saved Su Yan's life. If not for this sword, Su Yan would not have been able to survive that stage. After all, the two pieces of the heavenly demon finger bone were truly terrifying. At this moment, the golden light in his sea of consciousness was constantly flashing. Su Yan clearly knew that this golden light was the light of the soul-subduing seal. Although he did not know the details of the soul-subduing seal, when the golden light descended, the Buddha sword sensed it. He also knew that this treasure was related to the Buddha sect. Yunhee, oh Yunhee, this treasure is just a waste in your hands. Moreover, I am the successor of the Buddha sect. This treasure should be returned to its rightful owner. Su Yan smiled gently. Although he felt that his words were a little shameless, he naturally would not give this treasure away just because of this psychological burden. After all, Yunhee was still his enemy, and she wanted to strip the heart of the demon dragon from his body. At this time, the demon dragon's heart had already embedded itself into his body and was connected to the blood-red light. The two hearts were beating in perfect harmony. He couldn't guarantee that he would be safe and sound after the demon dragon's heart was dug out. If Yunhee didn't forget, they would still be enemies in the end. Leaving such a treasure to him was the same as helping the enemy. At this time, Su Yan's cultivation had reached the power of 2 mountains, making him even more powerful. Even though he was still unable to contend against Yunhee, a super strong fighter in the dragon realm, he was confident that he had already surpassed Lei Wanjun and the others. Activating the Buddha's sword, it began to hum softly. Outside the sea of consciousness, Yunhee was still activating the soul-suppressing seal, but at this moment, he was not sure whether the Black Demon Venerable had succeeded in seizing the body. However, according to his estimation, the Black Demon Lord was already in big trouble. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Yunhee's heart skipped a beat, and he was ready to fight. Unexpectedly, Su Yan waved his hand gently, and the soul-suppressing seal in his hand was no longer under his control and floated towards Su Yan. This is my soul-suppressing seal. He was shocked and furious. At this moment, he could no longer control himself, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan grabbed the soul-suppressing seal and placed it into the space. His gaze swept across the other party's body, and he said, Senior Yunhee, you should know that this soul-suppressing seal originally belonged to my Buddhist sect. Today, it's in my hands, and it's returned to its rightful owner. Where's the Black Demon Venerable? He's dead. Yunhee looked at Su Yan, his face full of shock. He had activated the soul-suppressing seal with all his strength, but he never thought that he would be able to kill the powerful Black Demon Venerable. That was because he knew how powerful the Black Demon Venerable was. All these years, half of the credit for him being able to enter the Dragon Realm was due to the Black Demon Venerable. Because of that, he was more familiar with the Black Demon Venerable. He deeply understood how powerful the Black Demon Venerable was. As a Venerable, it was a realm that even he yearned for but could not reach. According to his prediction, the best outcome would be for the Black Demon Venerable to fail in his possession, and then he would be forced to leave Su Yan's body. Once that happened, he would have the chance to severely injure the Black Demon Venerable and consign him to eternal damnation. However, at this moment, Su Yan calmly appeared, and the Black Demon Venerable's soul did not float out. There was only one possibility for such a result, and that was that Su Yan had completely killed the Black Demon Venerable in his sea of consciousness. Impossible, the Black Demon Venerable is a demon venerable, how could you? Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. After Su Yan entered the Divine Dragon's abyss, although he did not know many things, at the very least, he saw Su Yan kill the White Bone Demon Venerable and walk to the Demon Dragon King's throne. If Su Yan could kill the white bone demon venerable, why couldn't he kill the black demon venerable as well? Senior Yunhee, even if you are a dragon realm expert, how much strength do you have left? If you still covet my heart and want to dig it out, why don't we fight again? After Su Yan received the soul-suppressing seal, he took a step forward. A powerful aura surged, causing Yunhee, an expert, to frown. How could he not feel that the current Su Yan was much stronger than before? Of course, this did not refer to his demonic dragon state, but to his own realm. The 2 mountains of circumference. He frowned, but in the end, he still said these words. Su Yan's improvement was too fast. Before entering the divine dragon's abyss, he was only in the spiritual sea realm, and only at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. In a short span of 10 days, he had already crossed the spiritual sea realm and achieved circumference realm. After this fight, he had even stepped into circumference 2 mountains from circumference realm. This kind of cultivation improvement was simply monstrous. In this world, there was no existence that could be compared to him. He was a real monster. That's right, thanks to you and the Black Demon Venerable, my cultivation improved unknowingly during the fight. Now, I'm already at circumference 2 mountains. Compared to the previous generation at their peak, I'm naturally far away. However, at this moment, I still have the confidence to fight with you. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Sword, come." As he said these 2 words, the scorching sun sword suddenly appeared. The crimson blade shone with a dazzling light. Yunhee looked at the current Su Yan, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had calculated everything, thinking that he could kill Su Yan and seize the dragon's heart in one fell swoop. However, reality was always cruel and unforeseen. At this moment, not only did he not achieve his goal, even the soul-suppressing seal was taken away by Su Yan. He was also heavily injured. He was furious, but after some consideration, he finally decided to give up. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not help but feel a little sad. How many years had he planned? 20 years? 30 years? No, it was definitely more than that. Even he himself could not remember how many years it had been. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this kind of pursuit was a dream. However, after waking up from his dream today, everything ultimately failed. However, reality was reality. Whether he could accept it was another matter altogether. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again, "Senior Yunhee, you are Wanqing's father and the leader of the Yunqian alliance. I don't know what you want to pursue. Perhaps it's power or authority. However, in terms of power, you are a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Not to mention the 5 counties, I'm afraid that in the entire Qian territory, your cultivation is already above others. In terms of authority, you are already the leader of the Yunqian alliance. Everyone in the righteous faction will follow your lead. Junior, may I ask, what do you want to pursue?" Yunhee looked at Su Yan and remained silent. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. "As for whether it's the Black Cloud sect or the Heaven and Earth organization, Senior, can't you see clearly? The Heaven and Earth organization is also your sect. The Black Cloud sect is only a sect from 8,000 years ago. It has already become history and can't even be considered a memory. You want to bitterly persist for an existence that can't even be considered a memory. To put it nicely, this is obsession and insanity. To put it bluntly, this is unparalleled stupidity." Su Yan's body flashed, and at this moment, he was already beside Yun Wanqing. "Look, the one lying here is your daughter, your own flesh and blood. Because of your insistence on nothingness, she has already fallen to such a state. Could it be that you still want her to continue suffering?" Su Yan asked once again. Previously, Yunhee's expression was calm. However, when he mentioned Yun Wanqing, his expression changed. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. A father could not bear to part with his own daughter. "Su Yan, there are many things that you don't know. Let me think about it. As for Wanqing, her life is no longer in danger, but she still needs to be nursed back to health," Yunhee said. At this moment, his voice was filled with endless emotions, as if his soul had left his body. This was an unforeseen event where one's faith was completely destroyed. It was simply unimaginable for ordinary people. At this moment, he could only be described with 4 words, which was that he had lost his soul. Finally, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the divine dragon's abyss. Su Yan watched as Yunhee retreated but did not stop him. At this moment, Yunhee could be considered miserable. However, when he thought about it carefully, although this time he had experienced great danger, he still won in the end. The power in his body dissipated and the demonic dragon's heart had also calmed down. If he did not feel it carefully, he would not be able to tell that there were actually 2 hearts beating at the same time in his body at this moment. Moreover, the benefits brought about by the demonic dragon's heart were also obvious. In the previous battle, he had suffered such serious injuries. However, at this moment, all of his injuries had been completely healed. Such a change was simply unimaginable. Everything was just a fleeting dream in the end. Su Yan held Yun Wanqing in his arms. Chapter 456. Su Yan hugged Yun Wanqing tightly. As if feeling the warmth of his embrace, Yun Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. Previously, the Black Demon Venerable had been too ruthless. Although Yunhee had used the fog technique, her eyes were still very lifeless, as if they were about to dissipate. Su Yan. Where's my father? Yun Wanqing asked softly. At this moment, her heart was filled with worry. Even asking this question took her a lot of courage. Su Yan gently stroked her cheek, then said with a smile, Wanqing, you don't have to worry. Your father is fine. He's just a little disappointed in his heart, so he left. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, he's not a devoid of humanity. You were seriously injured by the Black Demon Venerable's sneak attack and almost lost your life. It was only because he stepped in that your injuries were stabilized. Hearing Su Yan's words, Yun Wanqing's eyes lit up. However, in the end, it was still a heavy sigh. Su Yan knew that many things could not be let go just like that. However, the situation had not reached the worst point, so there was always a chance to save it. Wanqing, don't worry. Your father entrusted you to me, so I'll take good care of you, Su Yan said softly again. Perhaps it was because Su Yan's embrace was warm, or perhaps it was because his smile was very bright, but after hearing this, Yun Wanqing's face flushed slightly. She was really indescribably beautiful. She did not know what to say, so she just softly said, let's go and meet up with Lu Fei and Dong Qinghao first. As for the rest, leave it to me. Su Yan carried Yun Wanqing horizontally, then changed to the sword dragon and flew out. This kind of demonic land existed because of the demonic dragon's heart. At this time, the demonic dragon's heart had already entered Su Yan's body. Without the support of the huge amount of demonic qi, all kinds of mystical places collapsed and began to dissipate. The black floating monsters that should have been fatal also disappeared. Su Yan carried Yun Wanqing in his arms, rode the sword dragon, and soon left the demonic land. After leaving the demonic land, he saw Lu Fei and Dong Qinghao outside the demonic land. At this time, the blood giant was leaning on the edge of the cliff. As for Lu and Dong Qinghao, both of them were leaning on the side. They seemed to be so bored that they were looking at the sky. Su Yan's arrival naturally alarmed them. When Lu Fei saw Su Yan's arrival, his eyes immediately lit up. Then, he showed his signature smile and said in a hoarse voice, See, I told you. Su Yan is very crafty. Nothing can stop him. Moreover, he even carried the daughter of the Alliance Master. Dong Qinghao also smiled faintly at this time, and then said to Lu Fei, I really admire him. It was unknown whether he admired Lu Fei's godlike foresight or Su Yan's ability. Listening to the two of them singing the same tune, Su Yan did not feel anything, but Yun Wanqing in his arms was already blushing. She only quietly looked at Su Yan with hidden bitterness, but did not say anything. Lu Fei, you pervert, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Fei descended from the sword dragon, but did not let go of Yun Wanqing. He first scolded Lu Fei. However, Lu Fei's face was incomparably thick. How could he take his words to heart? Su Yan could only smile helplessly. Su Yan, what exactly happened inside? In the end, Dong Qinghao was more reliable and no longer joked with Su Yan. This time, he was possessed by the white bone demon Venerable. It was really dangerous. He was almost consigned to eternal damnation and his soul was scattered. It was Su Yan who snatched him back. This kindness, Dong Qinghao had secretly vowed to always remember it in his heart. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Lu Fei no longer made a fuss and calmed down. Su Yan sighed in his heart, and then told the two of them everything. The battle was so dangerous and terrifying that even though the two of them heard about it, they were already very scared. Moreover, Su Yan had personally experienced it. Then what should we do now? Dong Qinghao asked. Naturally, we should leave the Divine Dragon's Abyss first. However, regarding Yun He, we'll just say that Senior Yun fought with the Black Demon Venerable and went missing. Su Yan directly instructed. Hearing this, Yun Wanqing was even more touched. She naturally understood why Su Yan did this. Lu Fei and Dong Qinghao were not stupid either. They then nodded and said, "Don't worry, we know what to do." Everything had been explained, so the next step was to prepare to leave this place. However, all in all, although the four of them entered the Divine Dragon's Abyss and went through a life and death test, their gains were not small. Needless to say, Su Yan naturally, Lu Fei had also reached the circumference realm at this time. He had gradually begun to absorb the power of the heart of the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King. The power that he could absorb now was still very weak, but as time passed, he would become more and more powerful. However, he still had some hidden dangers. After all, the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King was not destroyed, but only temporarily hidden. As his cultivation increased, the soul of the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King was also constantly improving. The further it went, the more so it was. Lu Fei and the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King were in a competitive relationship. If Lu Fei's power was stronger than the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King, it would naturally be the best. However, if it was not, then he would be directly devoured by the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King. In the end, life and death would disappear, and everything would vanish like smoke. How terrifying was such a price? At this time, Lu Fei naturally knew this, but he did not care at all, as if the person whose life was in danger was not himself. As for Dong Qinghao, he had experienced 4 stages. Although he did not reach the circumference realm, his cultivation had already been pushed to the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. In time, he would definitely be able to break through everything and reach the circumference realm. After resting for a while and recovering some strength, they began to leave the Divine Dragon's Abyss. Outside the Heaven and Earth organization, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword both frowned and looked ahead solemnly. Su Yan and the others had already been in the Divine Dragon's Abyss for more than half a month. That was fine, but Yun He had also disappeared. This confirmed Lei Wanjun's guess even more. Damn it, I already told Su Yan to be careful. Why did he still enter this Divine Dragon's Abyss? He was worried. Back then, he taught Su Yan the sect's 10,000 elephant divine skill, Divine Thunder technique, in hopes that Su Yan would be able to grow. However, now it seemed that Su Yan had already been harmed by that old thing Yun He. More importantly, the Devil's Sect was already pressing in. If it were not for the Heaven and Earth Organization's Thousand Cloud Universe Great Array that had been activated, the Devil's Sect's people would have already invaded. At this moment, Lei Wanjun would not believe that Yun He did not collude with the Devil's Sect. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? However, he was at his wit's end. This was because the Dragon Realm elite of the Devil's Sect was outside the Great Array. Without Yun He's existence, it was impossible for so many people to be a match for the Dragon Realm elite. Even if he joined forces with Sage Heaven's Sword and some other elites, it was impossible. Sage Heaven's Sword, tell me, what should we do now? Lei Wanjun paced back and forth a few more steps. In the end, he still could not think of a good way out, so he asked. Sage Heaven's Sword frowned and said, "What should we do? What else can we do? The only thing we can do now is to recuperate. When that old demon breaks through the thousand-cloud universe great array, we will fight to the death." Taoist Heaven's Sword said firmly. Lei Wanjun was stunned for a moment, then he finally sighed. Although he knew that this was practically a dead end, in reality, there was indeed no better way than this. He could not surrender to the devil sect, right? He, Lei Wanjun, would never do such a thing. Since he could not do it, he could only fight to the death. However, he thought about it again and said, then what about Su Yan and the rest? Lei Wanjun, Su Yan is a disciple of the burial sword tomb. Do you think I am not worried? However, this divine dragon's abyss is the sacred ground of the heaven and earth organization. If you trespass, not to mention whether the thousands of disciples of the heaven and earth organization will fight you to the death, just this layer of restriction alone is something you will not be able to break through. Am I wrong? Sage Heaven's Sword said directly. But Yun He has already betrayed us. He is a lackey of the devil's sect. Lei Wanjun was unwilling to give up and said directly. Where is the evidence? Yun He is not only the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, but he is also the alliance leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance. He is the leader of the righteous path. How many people will believe you when you say that he has betrayed us? Even your position as the great vanguard was given to you by him. Who do you think will believe you? Sage Heaven's Sword said again. Every word of his left Lei Wanjun speechless. Although he was still angry, he knew that what Sage Heaven's Sword said was the truth. In terms of fighting, he might not be inferior to Sage Heaven's Sword, but in other aspects, he was far inferior to Sage Heaven's Sword. At this moment, a violent tremor suddenly came. Damn it! Could it be the thousand-cloud universe great array? Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven's Sword raised their heads at the same time. Sure enough, not long after, a frightened voice came, not good. Great Vanguard, the 100 Beasts old demon from the Black Fiend Alliance is attacking the Great Array again. I'm afraid the Great Array won't last much longer. Sage Heaven's Sword and Lei Wanjun looked at each other. Sage Heaven's Sword said, tell everyone to get ready. We are going to kill our way out. The Thousand Cloud Universe Great Array was their last resort. It must not be broken. At this moment, the 100 Beasts old demon had attacked again and started to threaten the safety of the Great Array. Once the Great Array was broken, the Heaven and Earth organization would definitely be annihilated. Chapter 457. Boom! This despairing sound echoed throughout the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Everyone who heard this loud noise felt their hearts sink. Because they knew what this meant. The Heaven and Earth organization's Thousand Cloud Universe formation was broken. At this moment, even Venerable Sky Sword's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Originally, he had wanted to protect this great formation, but he didn't expect that the great formation would break so quickly. This unforeseen event caused his face to darken. Lei Wanjun, let's go. At this moment, he turned into a ray of light and shot out of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Heaven and Earth organization's formation is only a so-so. Hee, where's that old thing Yunhee? Tell him to come out and fight with me. Will that old tortoise be the same as the last time and not dare to come out and fight? Hee, you're the alliance leader now. That's not too good, right? In front of the Heaven and Earth organization's formation, there was an elder standing in the air. Under his gaze, the thousands of people in the Heaven and Earth organization did not dare to say a word. Even the powerhouses at the area boundary at the very front were on high alert. Their bodies were even trembling slightly. This was the might of a Dragon Realm powerhouse. In Venerable Gue Yan's words, the Square Circle Realm was the true beginning of cultivation, and the Dragon Realm was the transformation of life form. Dragons were the supreme beings between heaven and earth. In this world, as long as one was related to the word dragon, then one was definitely a powerhouse. This realm was called the Dragon Realm because it meant that a human's life form could become as perfect as a dragon's. Not only did they have terrifying strength, but they also had terrifying life forms. The most direct point was the dragon aura. The true dragon was free and dignified. When this dignified aura was released, lower-level beings would not even be able to stand, and could only kneel and beg for mercy. Even the stronger existences would be suppressed by the dragon aura during battle, and they would not be able to use 90% of their strength. The few Radius Realm powerhouses before them were naturally powerful, but they immediately felt their hearts soften in the face of the 100 Beasts Old Demon. At this moment, what they were thinking about was not how they could win, but how they could barely resist, or even whether they needed to escape. 100 Beasts Old Demon, how dare you attack the Heaven and Earth organization? Aren't you afraid that Alliance leader Yunhe will directly cripple you? At this moment, Daoist Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun finally arrived. Lei Wanjun's cultivation method was powerful, and his body had a masculine aura. As for Reverend Heavenly Sword, his entire body was filled with intense sword intent. The appearance of the two of them slightly suppressed the 100 Beasts Old Demon's arrogance. However, the old monster didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and said, Tianjian, Lei Wanjun, the two of you aren't qualified to talk to me. Hehe, it's not that this old man is looking down on you, but if Yunhe doesn't come out, it won't be hard for this old man to wipe out the two of you. The 100 Beasts Old Demon looked at the two of them and said with a faint smile, as for using the tiger's skin, there's no need to use it in front of me because it's completely useless. The brilliance in his eyes made people feel very uneasy. Lei Wanjun's heart sank, and he thought to himself, as expected, this old dog seems to know something. Hehe, this old man can't be bothered to say more to the two of you. Surrender and join the Black Fiend Alliance. This old man can make the decision to let you become the backbone of the Black Fiend Alliance, he said directly. Such a condescending attitude made Lei Wanjun feel like he was about to explode. However, even if he was angry at this moment, what could he do? The old monster's strength was above his, and he had no reason to refute the old monster's words. Hehe, this old man knows that you're unwilling to accept this, but your unwillingness is meaningless. This old man is now waiting for you to say whether you want to surrender or die. The 100 Beasts Old Demon's mouth twitched slightly, and his goatee moved with the wind. This ice-cold gaze caused everyone to feel fear in their hearts. This gaze not only fell on the faces of Spiritual Master Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun, but also on the hearts of the thousands of people from the Heaven and Earth organization. Hehe, 100 Beasts Old Demon, do you really think that you're invincible and want us to surrender? Humph, come and kill us if you can. If you don't even think about speaking. Lei Wanjun could no longer contain his anger. At this moment, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword did not say anything. However, his long sword had already been unsheathed. The bright blade shone with the scorching sun in the sky. It was clearly noon, and the leaping murderous aura caused the surroundings to be covered in autumn frost. Very well, it seems that the two of you have chosen to die. Then, what about the rest of you? The 100 Beasts Old Demon shifted his gaze to the other 5 area boundary powerhouses. When the 5 area boundary powerhouses met the 100 Beasts Old Demon's gaze, their eyes immediately flickered. One of them suddenly sighed and said, Senior 100 Beasts, since you're strolling leisurely, you must know the whereabouts of the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. Please don't be stingy and tell us. This person was an elder of the Profound Wind Sect, an area boundary powerhouse. At this moment, when he spoke, everyone's expression changed. Although no one spoke for the past few days, the news of Yunhe's disappearance had quietly spread. The reason why the Heavenly Cloud Alliance was able to contend against the Black Fiend Alliance was because of Yunhe. At this moment, if Yunhe was missing, then everything would become a mirage. The fact that this elder of the Profound Wind Sect asked at this moment meant that everyone knew what it meant. He, you're quite smart, old man. Since you want to know the answer, then this old man will tell you. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, Yunhe, is a slave of the Black Fiend Alliance. Therefore, how could he help you get through this calamity at this time? The 100 Beasts-old demon circulated his spiritual energy, causing his voice to spread continuously. His voice floated in the air, which was simply breathtaking. What was more important was the words he said. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, Yun-hee, is a slave of the Black Fiend Alliance. When this was said, everyone was shocked. How was this possible? If not, why is your Alliance Master still so timid and unwilling to appear? If not, why was he in seclusion the last time this old man came to kill him? Ha, only a bunch of idiots like you would treat a slave as the leader of the Alliance. No one was willing to believe this fact. However, his words were so ruthless and cold that it struck everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. This was such a cruel and terrifying fact. No one was willing to accept this result, but the reality was so cruel. Because what the 100 Beasts-old demon said was the truth of what had happened in the past. Even the people of the Heaven and Earth organization could not stand up to refute him. Fear and panic filled the air in an instant. Everyone's hearts were in chaos. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword instantly frowned. This 100 Beasts-old demon was really scheming. He clearly had the power to crush everyone, but he did not make a move. Instead, he attacked their hearts. The most lamentable thing was that what he said was very likely to be true. Their hearts were trembling, not only from fear, but also from an indescribable pain. To the Qian Yun Alliance, the Alliance Master was their sky. If what he said was true, wouldn't that mean that their sky had collapsed? If even the sky collapsed, then what was the point of all this? At this moment, a sword light suddenly shot out from the depths of the Heaven and Earth organization. This sword light was so fast that it was simply unimaginable. In just an instant, it had arrived in front of everyone. In a trance, this was no longer a sword light, but a real ichthyosaur. The ichthyosaur soared into the sky and charged toward the 100 Beasts-old demon. The 100 Beasts-old demon was stunned, and he immediately looked angry. At this moment, he had already grasped the thoughts of the thousands of people here, but he did not expect such a sword light to suddenly fly toward him. He snorted angrily, then suddenly punched out in a circle. The moment he punched out, the faint roar of a ferocious beast could be heard. It was very powerful. When the fist arrived, the ichthyosaur split. In this short period of time, the 100 Beasts-old demon's strength was fully displayed. However, the strength of the person who attacked also shocked the 100 Beasts-old demon. Who is this person? How can he have such a sword cultivation? Among the many sects in the 5 counties, the Burial Sword Mound was the most famous sword sect. However, even Spiritual Master Heaven's sword could not slash out such a sword. Moreover, Spiritual Master Heaven's sword was still standing in front of him and had not made a move at all. At this moment, a loud and clear voice was heard. You bullshit old demon, don't be presumptuous. Our leader almost paid the price with his life in order to hunt down the black demon of the devil sect. Right now, we don't even know if he's dead or alive. How can he be a slave of your Black Fiend Alliance? Spiritual Master Heaven's sword and Lei Wanjun immediately looked delighted when they heard this voice. Everyone, I'm Su Yan, the deputy leader personally conferred by Alliance leader Yun-hee. Not long ago, the Devil sect secretly invaded the Heaven and Earth organization. Alliance leader Yun-hee fought fiercely with them and killed them, but she was seriously injured. If you don't believe me, Alliance leader Canal's daughter is right beside me. For this battle, she was almost killed by the Black Demon's shadow sword. Su Yan supported Yun Wanqing to stand on the ichthyosaur. Su Yan was a greenhorn. Although he had made a name for himself in the previous battle, many people did not recognize him. However, Yun Wanqing was Yun-hee's daughter. She was as beautiful as a flower, so many disciples had her as the most beautiful fairy in their hearts. Now that she had stood out, everyone immediately threw away all their misgivings. Chapter 458. Kill. As soon as the word was uttered, everyone from the Yunqian Alliance was instantly enraged. At that moment, they felt that they could forget everything except the difference in strength. They could forget about the Dragon Realm experts. The only thing they could not forget was the word, kill. All the disciples drew their swords. Thousands of disciples raised their swords and roared in unison. A powerful sword aura soared into the sky. In an instant, the originally dispirited and powerless atmosphere was replaced by a murderous aura. The powerful and terrifying sword aura soared into the sky. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, it would be invincible. At this moment, everything boiled over in an instant. The 100 Beasts' old demon's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was a light that looked as if he wanted to devour someone. Originally, everything was already under his control. However, Su Yan's appearance had forcefully destroyed everything. This damned brat deserves to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Su Yan. You're the brat who killed Master Puppet, right? You've got guts. You're merely in the boundary realm and you dare to go against me. He blew his beard and a powerful aura swept towards Su Yan. This was the legendary dragon aura. The power of the dragon aura was truly terrifying. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword and Lei Wanjun stood in front of Su Yan to protect him. He wanted to help Su Yan resist this terrifying power. After all, Su Yan was still a junior. Moreover, both of them had placed high hopes on him. They did not want Su Yan to be hurt. Su Yan smiled and said, "Senior Lei, sect leader, let me deal with this damned old man. You two go deal with the Boundary Realm experts from the Devil sect. Finish them off as soon as possible and come help me." This sentence was said very calmly, but it showed his extremely strong self-confidence. Both Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword were in disbelief. They could not believe that Su Yan dared to say such a thing. After all, he was facing a Dragon Realm expert. However, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword soon noticed something special. Facing the terrifying might of the 100 Beasts' old demon, Su Yan actually appeared calm and confident. To Su Yan, that powerful and profound awe-inspiring aura was like a gust of wind that directly swept past his ears. This made him feel surprised. Although Su Yan had defeated Lei Wanjun last time, everyone knew that when it came to true strength, Su Yan was no match for Lei Wanjun. After that, even Lei Wanjun and himself felt a little uneasy when faced with the dragon's might that was unique to the dragon realm. Although they were not embarrassed, they could not be as calm as Su Yan. He suddenly recalled how the Elder of 100 Beasts had called Su Yan, a brat at the Square Circle realm. Su Yan is already at the perimeter state. Thinking of this, Taoist Heaven Sword's heart warmed. Although he felt that it was inconceivable, he had watched Su Yan grow from the very beginning. He deeply knew that this brat had created too many miracles. He pulled Lei Wanjun and said, "All right, Su Yan, be careful." After saying that, he charged into the crowd of Black Fiend Alliance to find his opponent. "Heaven's Sword, what are you doing? Aren't you sending Su Yan to his death?" Lei Wanjun's mind had always been slow. At this moment, he was still in a daze. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword shook his head and said, "Hee, since Su Yan dares to say that, he will definitely be able to do it. Don't forget how you lost to him back then." Lei Wanjun still wanted to say something, but he suddenly saw a strange expression on Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword's face. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword then said, forget it. You're the most astute one. I don't think you'll watch your descendant die like this. I'll believe you. Black Fiend Alliance scum, watch me kill you." Lei Wanjun immediately shouted, "Thunderous barrage." At this moment, a powerful force suddenly spread out and turned into streaks of lightning. Lightning danced wildly as dragons and snakes surged. Then, the powerful force rushed toward the crowd of Black Fiend Alliance. He was an expert in the area, so it was easy for him to deal with these people. When the 10,000 Mammoths' divine skill landed, it swept through the crowd. Immediately, the people of Black Fiend Alliance were filled with grief and resentment. Fortunately, there were experts in the area. When they saw the situation, they immediately roared and charged toward Lei Wanjun. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword was much more gentlemanly than Lei Wanjun. He just sneered and then chose his opponent. The long sword in his hand drew a bright light. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this person. Old demon Jiao Yang, why don't you come and be my opponent? This old man has not been in this area for long and I have yet to kill a decent enemy. He laughed coldly. Before old demon Jiao Yang could react, he slashed down with his sword. The old demon of 100 beasts looked at Su Yan. In a short moment, countless lights flashed in his eyes. There was disdain, surprise, and anger. All kinds of emotions gathered together, and in the end, they all gathered together to form a killing intent. However, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he asked, "Did you just say that the black demon is dead?" Are you deaf?" Su Yan sneered. He did not have any thoughts of respecting the old and loving the young. Su Yan's words made the old demon of 100 beasts feel gloomy. What kind of status did he have? In the 5 counties, he was high and mighty. For many years, no one dared to offend him like this. However, he still doubted Su Yan's words. After all, he knew how powerful the black demon was. He was once a demon sovereign. Even though he was only a remnant soul and did not have the strength of a venerable, he was still extremely powerful. Although the old demon of 100 beasts had not fought with Yunhe, he did not believe that the black demon would die in Yunhe's hands. You're lying. However, you're the body of the black demon sovereign. Since that's the case, I'll capture you. As soon as the old demon of 100 beasts finished speaking, a loud and clear cry of an eagle was heard from his body. Then, a light figure charged towards Su Yan at an unbelievable speed. It was simply a stream of light. If it were anyone else, they would have been shocked and inexplicably shocked. However, Su Yan was unusually calm. After all, he had fought with experts like the demon sovereign and Yunhe. Although at that time, he was in the state of the demonic dragon's heart going berserk. At this moment, seeing that the light was about to reach him, the shocking celestial sword appeared in his hand. Then, he suddenly slashed down. On the blade of the sword, a crescent-like radiance appeared. The crescent-like radiance suddenly flashed and slashed at the giant eagle. In an instant, a powerful force ricocheted. Su Yan could not help but take a step back. As expected of a Dragon Realm expert. Although he's not Yunhe's opponent, he's still very scary. Without the demonic chi of the demonic dragon's heart, it's really difficult to face him. Su Yan was slightly stunned. However, at this moment, he knew that he could not do it, but he still did it. The old demon of 100 beasts was the strongest existence among everyone present. If he was not held back, then the damage he could cause would definitely be terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's light disappeared, but the old demon of 100 beasts giant eagle only trembled for a moment before descending from the sky again. "Kid, since my title is 100 beasts, I have the ability to control all beasts. How can a mere kid like you be my opponent?" The old demon of 100 beasts looked coldly at Su Yan as if he was staring at his prey. In fact, that was indeed the case. He did not believe that Black Demon was already dead. In the Black Demon Alliance, Black Demon's status was higher than his. After all, he was once a venerable one. Therefore, he still wanted to do him a favor. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly leaped up high from behind Su Yan. He jumped very high, and his huge body directly leaped into the sky, directly blocking the sunlight. Then, he reached out with his rough hands and grabbed the giant eagle's beak. Evil creature. At this moment, the old demon of 100 beasts' eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. Then, he became both shocked and angry. This was because the giant who suddenly appeared in front of him had actually pulled the giant eagle down from the sky. It was true that he was the 100 beasts' old demon, and each of the demonic beasts he controlled had been carefully trained by him. They were all extremely powerful. If one of these demonic beasts died, one would die, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, at this moment, his dragon realm was closely related to the monsters he had trained. The aura of the monsters was connected to his own aura. If the monsters died in battle, it would be a great loss to him too. As soon as the giant appeared, he immediately released an extremely explosive and terrifying aura. Such power could only be described as terrifying. His eagle was caught off guard. If it was caught by the giant, it would most likely die immediately. Therefore, the old demon of 100 beasts finally made his move. His entire body soared into the air like a dragon soaring into the sky. He was unstoppable. Evil creature, die. With another roar, he clawed out. His palm formed a ferocious beast's claw in the void. It was truly terrifying and shocking. However, the moment he made his move, Su Yan made his move again. He abandoned the astounding celestial sword in his hand and held the scorching sun sword in his hand. 10,000 elephant godly skill, immortal sword technique. After this low roar, the scorching sun sword's crimson light suddenly shot into the sky. The giant immortal sword appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards the old demon of 100 beasts. At this moment, Su Yan was already in the Boundary and Circumference Mountains. Moreover, his Boundary and Circumference Mountains were the most perfect Boundary and Circumference Mountains thousands of years ago. Moreover, his accumulation could be said to be terrifying. Chapter 459. At that moment the immortal sword technique was unleashed, the sword light suddenly flourished. The intense sword light rose to the horizon, shining and flickering at the same time. It was terrifyingly dense. In the eyes of anyone, this level of sword light would be so shocking. This kind of radiance was even more terrifying. That's the immortal sword technique. How can it be so terrifying? What a good kid. He really surprised me. Ha ha ha. Sage Sky Sword, who was fighting Sage Jiaoyang, was most familiar with that aura. That was because he was the one who had imparted the immortal sword technique to Su Yan. However, at that moment, the immortal sword technique could unleash such a powerful force in Su Yan's hands. He was naturally overjoyed and felt that his entire being was filled with joy. The pupil had surpassed the master. For a teacher, that was the best reward. When he saw the immortal sword technique, he only felt that his strength had become stronger. Facing Sage Jiaoyang, he waved the long sword in his hand without holding back. For a moment, the sword chi swept out, forcing Sage Jiaoyang to retreat repeatedly. Lei Wanjun naturally saw the terrifying immortal sword technique at that moment. This kid is really abnormal. I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to fight him now. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was more relieved. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the sword light descended in the end. The powerful and terrifying sword light suddenly descended at that moment. The terrifying sword light was simply shocking. Such power could be called great and sacred. The 100 Beasts' elder demon's brazen claw was turned into ashes under the immortal sword technique. Everything dissipated. At that moment, Giant Crimson Demon had already pressed Falcon down and viciously tore him apart. The 100 Beasts' elder demon's power had become extremely terrifying. He stared straight at Su Yan and finally said, "Humph, good, very good. Kid, since you're so eager to die, then I'll just kill you directly." At that moment, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Su Yan. Now, he wanted nothing more than to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan did not say anything. He waved the scorching sun sword in his hand again and charged directly at the 100 Beasts' elder demon. With the strength of Fengyuan realm, he directly attacked the Dragon Realm cultivator. Just this courage alone was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, the long sword in Su Yan's hand moved in all directions. Powerful sword chi came from all directions. Streaks of sword chi spiraled around like dragons. Terrifying energy exploded continuously. In an instant, the 100 Beasts' old demon's escape route was completely sealed. The 100 Beasts' old demon snorted coldly, "Are you trying to block my escape route? But who do you think I am? Do you think I would care about your sword energy?" After a sneer, his body exploded. 100 Beasts' fist. The 100 Beasts' old demon did not show any mercy as he threw out a punch. At this moment, the sound of 100 beasts roaring could be heard. The raging roars of the beasts turned into terrifying sound waves that swept towards Su Yan. Within the sound waves, one could vaguely see the souls of beasts. There were terrifying porcupines and ferocious tigers. Countless beasts' souls filled the sound waves. The 100 Beasts old demon was so powerful that his fist contained the might of 100 beasts. The raging energy came crashing down on Lin Fan. At this moment, Mount Tai's eggs were exhausted. This was the perfect description to describe this punch. At this moment, the wind and clouds swept across the sky. Thousands of thunder roared, producing endless rumbling sounds. The entire world seemed to be collapsing at this moment. Su Yan's face was solemn as he faced this terrifying punch of 100 beasts. His eyes shone brightly. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to illuminate the entire world. Rumble of thunder. Su Yan activated all the power of Fengyuan realm. It was the godly thunderbolt art of the Sound of Thunder sect. Indistinctly, countless thunderous sounds resounded at this moment. Each thunderous sound was so terrifying and powerful that it could shake one's soul. Suddenly, the thunderous sound exploded. At this moment, it actually overshadowed the roar of the beasts. A thick purple light shot towards the peak of the sky. The terrifying light that was constantly rumbling was like the most oppressive force in the world. The entire world was condensed into the most magical light. The lightning struck the 100 beasts. Under the light of the lightning, many beasts' souls disappeared. However, many beasts' souls broke through the barrier of the lightning and arrived in front of Su Yan. That violent and terrifying power gave birth to an indescribably terrifying power at this moment. At such a moment, everything seemed so pale and powerless. Under this kind of light, everything seemed to have no meaning to exist at this time. The confrontation between Su Yan and the 100 Beasts old demon shocked everyone. Lei Wanjun looked at the crisscrossing lightning radiance and let out a long sigh. What a good Su Yan. This old man didn't see wrongly. He is indeed domineering indeed. The reason why he imparted the divine thunderbolt technique to Su Yan was because he saw Su Yan's domineering intent. Previously, when Su Yan used the divine sword technique to defeat the dragon realm demon of 100 beasts, he was happy. However, there was also a trace of disappointment in his happiness. After all, Yishuan did not use the technique he imparted to him. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly unleashed the thunderbolt divine technique, which immediately gave him a feeling of exaltation and satisfaction. Although it was a pity that Su Yan was not a disciple of the Sound of Thunder sect, it was still a good thing that he had brought the divine thunderbolt technique to greater heights. What a thunderbolt! Good lad, you have really angered me. The 100 Beasts old demon's gaze changed. His eyes turned into the eyes of a tiger. What changed was not only his eyes but also his face. His hands also began to change. A pair of sharp claws grew out of his hands. His entire body moved forward at an unbelievable speed, passing through the layers of lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. The beast claws immediately fell. The cold claw marks enlarged in Su Yan's eyes. It was as if they were going to swallow everything. I'm going to die. This was the thought in his mind. If he was hit by this sword, he would definitely die. At this moment, he raised the scorching sun sword. The scarlet blade blocked in front of him. The terrifying power swept over at this moment. The violent power exploded with a roar. It was as if the whole world was heading towards despair at this moment. Such power was simply shocking. Such a radiance was as turbulent as the sea. With this attack, Su Yan felt as if the ground beneath his feet had caved in. His arms were numb and his entire body was trembling non-stop. The power of the dragon realm is indeed strong. He stared straight at the 100 Beasts old demon. Little did he know that the 100 Beasts old demon was even more shocked. What kind of monster is this kid? He's obviously in the Radius realm. How could he block my attack? How terrifying. At this moment, the 100 Beasts old demon had already cast aside the idea of capturing Su Yan. His killing intent had reached a boundless level. the current Su Yan was simply too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, it would not take long for him to be on par with the 100 Beasts Old Demon. Moreover, as Su Yan displayed his strength, the 100 Beasts Old Demon suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Maybe the Black Demon is really dead. This thought scared the 100 Beasts Old Demon. However, no matter what he thought, the most important thing now was to kill Su Yan. Light flickered in his eyes. Everything was condensed into the most terrifying and powerful attack at this moment. He used all his strength in this attack, but it was silent. The beast claws pierced Su Yan's body. Su Yan. Yun Wanqing saw it clearly. She no longer cared about anything else and ran towards Su Yan. Many people did not even have time to react. The 100 Beasts Old Demon sneered, "No matter how strong you are, you're still in the Radius realm. If I want to kill you, you'll have to die." At this point, he was about to deal the final blow to Su Yan. However, at this moment, a muffled voice suddenly entered his ears. Thump. This sound was like thunder, but it was more like the beating of a heart. The moment he heard this sound, the 100 Beasts Old Demon's eyes were filled with shock. This was because at this moment, a black aura suddenly spread out from under Su Yan's feet. This aura was extremely domineering and contained an unparalleled majesty. This majesty actually suppressed the dragon might of the dragon realm that the 100 Beasts Old Demon was emitting in an instant. Damn it, how is this possible? He kept retreating. His eyes were filled with endless fear. The situation in front of him was too strange. This kid in the Radius realm actually released a dragon might that was even stronger and more terrifying than his own. Almost instinctively, he kept retreating, missing the best chance to kill Su Yan. However, his shock was far from over. At this moment, Su Yan's cold gaze shone down and landed on the 100 Beasts Old Demon. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already reached Su Yan's side. Seeing the blood gushing out of Su Yan's abdomen, she was burning with anxiety. However, Su Yan said directly, "Wanqing, don't use the fog technique. Trust me, stay far away from here. Dong Qinghao, protect her." Su Yan roared at Dong Qinghao. Yun Wanqing had not made a move since the beginning due to her severe injuries. Dong Qinghao was responsible for protecting her. However, in a moment of desperation, Yun Wanqing ran over without a care. Chapter 460. Su Yan smiled at Dong Qinghao and Yun Wanqing, then said, "Don't worry, this old bastard can't do anything to me." His smile was calm and gentle, but it showed his strong confidence, as if everything was under his control. Then, Su Yan turned his head and his gaze fell on the 100 Beasts Old Demon. However, at this moment, this gaze had become cold and emotionless. Plop. Another trembling sound was heard. Su Yan knew that the demonic dragon's heart was beginning to beat. Following the demonic dragon's heart's violent movement, his body began to boil once again. The familiar and terrifying feeling that had just faded not long ago reappeared at this moment. It was a feeling of being unable to control himself. Su Yan did not like this because the feeling of being out of control was too dangerous. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to do this because the opponent in front of him was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Currently, he was in the Fengyuan and Fengyuan mountain realm. Furthermore, he was stronger than the ordinary Fengyuan mountain realm. However, the difference of one realm was definitely not something that could be overcome so easily. "I'm still too weak. If I want to defeat the 100 Beasts Old Demon, I can only use the demonic dragon's heart. Perhaps, there's another one." Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. However, the intense pain and violent restlessness began to overwhelm his nerves. Su Yan's heart continued to chant the regal sword scripture's incantation, trying to maintain his original state as much as possible. At the same time, his eyes were like flames, releasing a ferocious aura. The dark demonic dragon's aura gradually appeared, then enveloped Su Yan's body. Behind his back, a pair of gigantic dragon wings appeared faintly. In the end, they covered the sky, displaying endless elegance. At this moment, the 100 Beasts old demon's heart was in a frenzy. He only had one thought left: dragon, that's a dragon, a demonic dragon. The 100 Beasts old demon cultivated the 100 Beasts aura and reached the dragon realm through it. He was very familiar with the sacred and powerful dragon. It was simply a masterpiece of the heavens, bringing with it an innate strength. The dragon's aura that spread out from his body was so terrifying that even he himself felt extremely frightened. Su Yan's gaze became more and more fierce, and his restlessness became more and more intense. Compared to the last time, the demonic dragon's aura seems to be even stronger. The demonic dragon's heart entering my body is a huge hidden danger. If I keep using it, it might directly consume my consciousness. Now, I need to end this battle quickly. Su Yan knew that if such a heaven-defying method didn't have any side effects, then it would be too absurd. Using the power of the demon dragon's heart was far more dangerous than asking a tiger for its skin. Now, the demonic dragon's hands, and Feng Yuan had to use his hands. In the blink of an eye, his speed broke through the limit. He turned into a streak of light and appeared in front of the 100 Beasts elder in an instant. Let's change the battlefield. As Su Yan's voice fell, he pressed his palm on the demonic dragon's face. Then, the dragon wings that were gradually solidifying flapped, and the demonic dragon flew towards the distant horizon at an unbelievable speed. The battle between experts in the vicinity was already very terrifying, but a battle between experts in the dragon realm was even more terrifying. If the two of them were to fight, who knew how many people would die? The mountain peak of the Heaven and Earth organization would probably collapse and be destroyed. Moreover, transforming into a demonic dragon was too terrifying. Although the demonic dragon's appearance was majestic, it was still extremely terrifying. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. The transformation of his body was completed in an instant, so almost no one had the time to see it clearly. At least, those with ordinary cultivation did not have the time to see it clearly. This was because at this moment, they did not even have time to care about their own battles, so how could they pay attention to him? Su Yan was in the same situation. He dragged the demonic dragon's heart and flew towards the sky. Such terrifying speed and powerful strength had already shocked the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts. At this moment, the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts actually forgot to resist. Seeing Su Yan leave with the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts, Lu Fei suddenly roared. The demonic dragon of 100 Beasts was defeated by the Vice Alliance leader. Kill! Kill these Black Demon Alliance dogs! At this moment, Su Yan stood on the giant's shoulder and roared at the top of his voice. This roar spread across the entire area. When the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance heard this, their blood boiled and their killing intent intensified. Even if they were injured, they did not care and directly pounced on their enemies. When the members of the Black Demon Alliance heard this, they were shocked. At this moment, their aura plummeted. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword continued to circulate his sword rays, forcing the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts, Spiritual Master Jiao Yang, to retreat. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The heavens are really protecting our burial sword tomb. At this moment, not only has Su Yan become Feng Yuan, but even Lu Fei has become the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts. Senior brother Lu, if you know this in the underworld, you should be relieved. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword said quietly in his heart. At least in name, Su Yan was no longer a disciple of the burial sword tomb. Moreover, he had become the palace master of the monster palace. However, Lu Fei was a true disciple of the burial sword tomb. At this moment, in addition to himself, the burial sword tomb had gained another demonic dragon of 100 Beasts. How could he not be happy? Moreover, there was a giant beside Lu Fei. This giant grabbed one of the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts' falcons and tore it apart. This showed his strength. This was great news for the burial sword mound. Let's do it here. Su Yan brought Demon 100 Beasts to a spacious valley in the blink of an eye. After unfolding his dragon wings, his speed was incomparably fast. In just a short while, he had arrived at this place. Then, he suddenly exerted force in his palm and directly threw the demonic dragon of 100 beasts down into the valley. At this moment, the demonic dragon of 100 beasts was so fast that it was as if a meteor was falling from the sky. Beast soul, roar of the tiger. The centurion old man naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured so easily. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. That ray of light directly transformed into a huge golden tiger. The tiger roared and immediately pounced into the sky, charging directly towards Su Yan. Su Yan did not back down. The scorching sun sword in his hand moved, and a powerful sword chi suddenly erupted at this moment. For a moment, the light was shining brightly. On the crimson blade, the black aura of the demonic dragon suddenly burst out. Demonic dragon's scorching sun. The sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly slashed down. The intense sword essence rolled like a landslide or a tsunami. At this time, the powerful and terrifying power was constantly rushing at this time, and at this time, the tiger was directly cut in half by the sword. On the other side, the demonic dragon of 100 beasts had just stopped at this moment. He was just in time to see this terrible scene. At this time, his heart was almost broken. Every beast soul he had was not easy to obtain, but at this moment, Su Yan had consecutively beheaded 2 of them. If this continued, he would be left with nothing. The cold light in his eyes flickered again and again, and he stared at Su Yan. Finally, he said coldly, as expected of the power of a dragon. "Ha, your body is mine." He suddenly rose into the air. While he was still in the air, his body flickered with light, and a powerful aura was directly released at this moment. Obviously, at this moment, he had made up his mind to directly kill Su Yan. Su Yan's face was cold, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. His hand was already filled with extremely powerful and terrifying power. Such a radiance could be said to be incomparably terrifying. All the power between heaven and earth was constantly trembling at this time. In between his palms, 2 ferocious beast heads appeared, and each of them was abnormally terrifying. "Su Yan, now is the time to die." The cold words were directly transmitted from his mouth, and the violent power had already exploded to the extreme. The powerful and violent radiance turned into endless light. It directly went against the sky and charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan stood in the sky, and the scorching sun sword in his hand shone brightly with a dark red light. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he revealed a cruel and strange smile. "Demonic dragon of 100 beasts, you're only in the one dragon realm, right?" His voice entered the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' ears, and then his entire body directly reversed from the sky and descended. "So what if I'm in the one dragon realm? It's enough to kill an arrogant junior like you." At this moment, his power suddenly exploded, and it was already extremely violent. That terrifying power was directly pushed to the peak at this moment. The power finally suppressed down, and in the end, it became an endless gale. The 2 forces finally converged together. As their figures intersected, Su Yan said to the demonic dragon of 100 beasts indifferently, "Sorry, it's not enough." While his voice was still floating in the ears, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand had already cut through everything, and directly slashed in front of the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' chest. The demonic dragon of 100 beasts only felt a cold sensation directly pass through his nerves. Then, there was a frenzied and bloodthirsty pain. Damn it! He immediately knew that he was the one who was injured in this exchange. He was filled with disbelief. He was clearly the one who was in the highest realm, but he was the one who lost this exchange. Is the power of the dragon realm really that strong? His heart trembled slightly, and then, he immediately put some distance between himself and Su Yan, and his eyes stared straight at Su Yan. There was vigilance in his eyes, and also a trace of inexplicable excitement. Chapter 461. Su Yan held his sword horizontally in front of him as a cold light shot out from his eyes. He stared coldly at the 100 beasts old demon in front of him. The 100 beasts old demon touched the wound on his abdomen. Su Yan had actually made him bleed. After becoming a dragon realm expert, his body had directly transformed. His entire being had become extremely tyrannical. Even if a circle boundary expert like Daoist Heaven Sword attacked, they might not be able to leave a wound on his body. However, at this moment, the bright red blood was mocking him, telling him that he had been severely injured. As far as he was concerned, this was simply the greatest humiliation. His entire soul, and even his entire body, was trembling. Such an injury was simply unforgivable to him. "Little bastard, you have successfully angered me. I will make you die a horrible death," the 100 Beasts old demon said sinisterly. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not hear his words at all. After the scorching sun sword was stained with blood, the demon dragon's heart's heartbeat became even deeper. Every time it beat, it seemed to drive the blood all over his body. The price for this was that the demon dragon's blood in his body became stronger and stronger. As a result, his body began to no longer listen to his will, and the bloodlust became stronger and stronger. Even though Su Yan was desperately using the regal sword mantra to protect his heart, he still felt unimaginable pain at this moment. "No, I can't be devoured, I can't be devoured." At this moment, Su Yan had already started a battle with himself. No, to be more precise, he was fighting with the demon dragon's heart. When the 100 Beasts old demon saw Su Yan's expression, he immediately felt that Su Yan was looking down on him. For a powerhouse like him who had always run amok, this was naturally a great insult. No matter what, he could not accept it. At this moment, his body suddenly disappeared from where he was and turned into a stream of light. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of Su Yan. Strangely, Su Yan did not make a move. He was only 3 meters away from Su Yan, but Su Yan did not move at all. He had no intention of making a move at all. "Are you looking down on me? I will make you pay the price." Ha! A gust of wind blew, and the tiger's face became even more solemn. Then, a deep roar resounded through the empty valley. When the demon tiger appeared, a gale would follow. The narrow valley was now filled with countless gusts of wind. A gale swept across with a terrifying momentum. Even the boulders began to tremble under the gale. In an instant, a gale. At this moment, the 100 Beasts old demon's body began to transform. "Did you know that in the past, I once obtained a drop of the Howling Wind Tiger King's blood and refined it, allowing me to achieve my current accomplishments? This is this old man's final trump card. It is your honor to be able to force this old man to use it today. However, this is also your tragedy." In the next moment, an extremely shocking light appeared. The light fell from the top of his head and rushed towards Su Yan. When this ray of light arrived in front of Su Yan's eyes, Su Yan suddenly let out a low roar. He then directly waved his hand and blocked this ray of light. After the light was blocked, it did not disappear. Instead, it emitted an even stronger light. Then, it landed on the 100 Beasts old demon's forehead and turned into a terrifying, king, character. When the character appeared, the 100 Beasts old demon's aura became even more domineering. Then, a violent energy swept out. He grabbed at the air, and an almost transparent long whip appeared in his hand. The power surged on the long whip, containing an extremely terrifying amount of energy. That was because the long whip was formed by the wind. The Howling Wind Tiger King was born to control the wind. It was the most decisive monster beast. The 100 Beasts old demon had obtained a drop of its blood, and his cultivation had increased to such a level. It was obvious how powerful he was. Not only had the 100 Beasts old demon reached the dragon realm, but he had also obtained the ability to control the wind. He swung his whip, and the wind whip whipped towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan instinctively felt the danger. He flapped his wings and disappeared from the spot. When the wind whip struck the air, it directly let out a loud crackling sound. Faintly, there were actually flashes of lightning. From this, it could be seen how powerful this attack was. Su Yan dodged the attack, but the 100 Beasts old demon did not care. He waved his hand again, and the wind whip followed him like a shadow, lashing towards Su Yan. The whip danced in the air, and a terrifying explosion sounded. Su Yan continued to move along the mountain wall. The wind whip followed closely behind him, and the wind whip passed through the mountain wall. In an instant, the sky shook, and rocks flew everywhere. Ha ha ha, kid, you're like a worm in front of me. What do you have to fight me? The 100-beasts-old demon felt an indescribable joy in his heart. The feeling of toying with his opponent in the palm of his hand was wonderful. Roar! Su Yan let out a low roar. It was a roar that did not sound like a human's. It sounded like a real dragon. The 100-beasts-old demon said with disdain, "You must have been lucky to obtain the dragon's blood. It's a pity that you can't control the power of the dragon's blood. But don't worry, after I kill you, I'll extract the dragon's blood from your body." The 100-beasts-old demon was extremely happy. With the blood of the Howling Wind Tiger King, his strength had increased, and he had reached the dragon realm. It was a pity that when he first obtained the blood, he had lost too much of its power. He had to borrow the blood and souls of other beasts to reach his current level. But at this moment, when he saw the power Su Yan displayed, he knew that the drop of blood in Su Yan's body was not to be underestimated. If he could extract the dragon's blood and refine it with his 100 Beasts Heart technique, he would become extremely powerful. At that time, not to mention the 5 counties, even in the world of the 9 states, where there were countless experts, he would be able to obtain a position that he could win. Thinking of this, the 100-beasts-old demon became even more excited, and the wind whip moved faster and faster. But at this moment, he realized that Su Yan had stopped in the air. The 100-beasts-old demon sneered, then said, "Is there no way out? What a pitiful worm." The wind whip suddenly swayed, and like a dancing snake, it went straight for Su Yan. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. The moment the wind whip was about to reach him, he stretched out his hand. "How dare you try to catch my Tiger King's Zephyr Whip? You're courting death." The 100-beasts-old demon roared angrily, and then his power became even more rapid. At this moment, Su Yan's speed had actually broken through to an unimaginable level. His palm landed on the Tiger King's Zephyr Whip. A powerful force suddenly erupted, and Su Yan's skin and flesh were directly cut off. In an instant, blood was dripping from his body. However, Su Yan did not care. Even if his flesh was cut off, he did not stop. His whole body turned into a phantom in an instant, and he rushed in front of the 100-beasts-old demon with lightning speed. Then, the scorching sun sword in his hand was fiercely swung at the 100-beasts-old demon. The 100-beasts-old demon's expression changed. He had already experienced the power of the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand just now. He knew how terrifying this sword was. How could he let the scorching sun sword hurt him again? In a panic, he raised his other hand and shouted, "Spirit Tiger Claw." A cold light suddenly appeared, and then directly crossed in front of his head. A loud and clear sound was heard, and a terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the boulders in the valley to explode at the same time. Such power was beyond terrifying. If Su Yan did not bring the 100-beasts-old demon to this place, this attack alone would have caused great damage to the Heaven and Earth organization. Countless people would have died under this attack. After the attack, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly flew backward, and then embedded itself into the stone wall with a clang. "Hee, as a swordsman, how can you fight me if you can't even hold the sword in your hand?" He laughed wildly, and there was an indescribable contempt in his voice. His eyes fell on Su Yan, and there was a naked mockery in them. However, Su Yan did not care about his mockery. The demonic dragon's aura became even more intense, and the mighty dragon's might directly suppressed the 100-beasts-old demon. Feeling the might, the 100-beasts-old demon's heart beat wildly. At this moment, he clearly had the upper hand, but a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. "Impossible, what kind of dragon blood do you have? How can it contain such terrifying dragon's might?" At this moment, he had already exclaimed. However, he did not know that Su Yan's body did not only have a drop of dragon blood, but also the heart of a great demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's aura became more and more violent, and Su Yan almost lost control of his mind. He only felt that in his sea of consciousness, there was suddenly an additional violent giant dragon shadow. The dragon's shadow kept moving, wanting to devour him in his sea of consciousness. The bright red eyes of the giant dragon were so terrifying. Damn it, Su Yan's soul, have my own master. How dare a mere broken dragon's soul act so presumptuously? In his sea of consciousness, Su Yan suddenly activated the supreme mantra, and at the same time, a seal appeared with a thought. This seal was the soul-suppressing seal. As soon as the soul-suppressing seal appeared, the dragon's shadow immediately let out an unwilling cry, and then was suppressed. Chapter 462. All of a sudden, several silhouettes appeared between Su Yan and the old demon of 100 beasts. Each ray of light was a spiritual sword. In an instant, the spiritual swords had surrounded the two of them, above their heads and below their feet. Furthermore, the surroundings of his body were filled with extremely terrifying spiritual swords. The spiritual swords were like a sea of killing intent. At this moment, the sword spirit in Su Yan's mind was suddenly alarmed. The Taishang sword spirit vibrated and let out a sonorous sword cry. Countless sword cries radiated outwards. The intense sword cries moved the tens of thousands of spiritual swords. At this moment, the entire valley was filled with the sound of the spiritual swords vibrating. The storm was extremely violent, but at this moment, it was still not comparable to the tens of thousands of swords. Countless spiritual swords vibrated continuously. It was as if the entire world had fallen into a frenzy of spiritual swords. The sword auras suddenly exploded. All of the sword auras intertwined and formed a sword aura cage in the end. At this moment, even the 100 Beasts Elder was terrified by this scene. His entire body was filled with shock. He simply could not understand why such a situation would occur at this moment. Sword aura, how can there be such powerful sword aura? At this moment, even though he was in the form of the Howling Wind Tiger King, he was still shocked. 100 Beasts Elder, today is the day you die, Su Yan said coldly. Perhaps it was because he was affected by the demonic dragon's heart, but his voice was dry and piercing. It did not sound like a human's voice at all. His gaze landed on his opponent. His entire body was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly rotated. In the end, it condensed into an extremely terrifying and violent force. Tiger King Roar Kill. The 100 Beasts Elder was already anxious. The strength of the dragon realm and the transformation of the Howling Wind Tiger King did not give him any sense of security. He only felt that in the next moment, he was going to die completely. Therefore, at this moment, he chose to strike first to gain the upper hand. He wanted to kill Su Yan before Su Yan killed him. Are you scared? Although it was dry and piercing, the voice was much calmer now. It sounded more like a person. What? The 100 Beasts old demon was taken aback at first. Then, he stared straight at Su Yan with hatred in his eyes. However, Su Yan didn't care about him and simply said, I'm asking, are you afraid? Your aura is completely messed up. With the current you, it's impossible for you to defeat me, much less kill me. Su Yan said calmly. His words were like a verdict. Hearing Su Yan's voice, the 100 Beasts demon's heart burned even more fiercely. In the end, the terrifying ray of light directly shot out. All of a sudden, the tyrannical power erupted with endless brilliance. Countless whirlwinds condensed towards the light, and the terrifying wind energy was continuously compressed. In the end, it formed a transparent energy ball the size of a human head. Die! He no longer paid any attention to Su Yan. He no longer paid any attention to him. At this moment, all of his power finally condensed and exploded. The distance between Su Yan and him was too close. The two of them were less than 3 meters apart. He can't avoid it. This kid definitely can't avoid it. Under his anxious thoughts, the terrifying bomb finally exploded. At this moment, the violent power directly resounded, and then formed a dense storm. The storm swept over like a gale. Under his gaze, at this moment, the Tiger King's roar directly bombarded Su Yan's head. The terrifying energy exploded, and the extremely terrifying recoil force was so strong that even he was directly blown away. His body flew backward in the air, and then he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. His tiger face became distorted due to his continuous laughter, which made him even more terrifying. After taking such a direct hit, Su Yan was definitely going to die. He didn't doubt this at all. After transforming, he felt that he could even fight against an expert of the Two Dragons realm. Su Yan was already very terrifying to be able to reach this step with the help of external forces. At this moment, he didn't believe that Su Yan could still fight at this point. If that was really the case, this matter was really too ridiculous. This kid should be completely killed. However, that dragon blood can make him so powerful, so he probably won't be hurt at all. As long as I get that drop of dragon blood, my power will definitely become stronger. Who knows, I might have a chance to become a venerable one. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a beautiful future in his pair of tiger eyes. That kind of power filled his heart with amazement. However, at this moment, a ray of light directly appeared. At this moment, dense sword chi directly fell, and that ray of light at this time continued to flicker, displaying an extremely terrifying brilliance. In just a few moments, that ray of light had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, the 100 Beasts Elder was finally able to see that ray of light clearly. The scarlet light was actually a pair of eyes. In those eyes, there seemed to be a dragon's shadow continuously flickering. Then, he saw that person's head clearly. That was no longer a human's head, but a dragon's head. However, after a while, he saw it even more clearly. It turned out that it wasn't a dragon's head, but a helmet that covered the human's head, and the face on the helmet. The 100 Beasts Elder would never forget that it was Su Yan. He's not dead. Those two words had already filled his mind, and even his soul. At this moment, he was so confused that he didn't even hear the sound of his chest being pierced. Blood did not flow down, because the scarlet red scorching sun sword that pierced into his body had already evaporated his blood. After a full 5 seconds, he finally understood. Actually, lost. Due to the pain, it was extremely difficult for him to speak, and every word was so difficult to say. However, even at this moment, he was still unwilling to believe that he had lost to his opponent. He was even more unwilling to accept this reality. Impossible, I have the heaven-howling wind tiger's blood. I can't possibly lose, and I can't possibly die. His face gradually began to change, and his original face finally appeared and became clear. However, at this moment, his face looked extremely old. His face was full of wrinkles, and even his pupils were piled up. He raised his hand with difficulty, wanting to pierce Su Yan's chest with it. However, that had already become an extravagant hope, and his slightly trembling hand finally fell limply. He felt that a drop of blood had suddenly appeared in his body. That drop of blood was the size of a baby's fist, and the shadow of a ferocious tiger could be vaguely seen on the blood drop. The moment he saw the blood, Su Yan immediately felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Next, the demonic dragon's heart in his body suddenly jumped, and a terrifying demonic consciousness suddenly exploded. The appearance of such a shadow actually forcibly froze Su Yan in place, rendering him unable to move a single step. Then, a faint shadow suddenly flew out from Su Yan's body. Although the shadow was almost transparent, Su Yan could still see it clearly. It was the legendary dragon shadow, the shadow of the great demonic dragon. At this moment, the shadow had already arrived beside the drop of blood, and began to hover around it. The drop of blood seemed to have sensed danger, and suddenly emitted a red light, rushing into the sky. However, it was already too late. The great demonic dragon's shadow suddenly flapped its wings, and its body suddenly changed, wrapping around the drop of blood. After the dragon's shadow wrapped around the drop of blood began to vibrate continuously. However, all of this was in vain, and in the end, it finally calmed down. The demonic shadow swam gently, and its body seemed to have become slightly more solid. Then, it directly rushed into Su Yan's body, and finally returned to the demonic dragon's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's body returned to his own control. The power gradually receded, and an unimaginable fatigue and sleepiness attacked. Su Yan's body directly fell from the sky to the ground, smashing a small hole in the ground. Su Yan lay on his back in this small hole. The continuous fierce battle had already exhausted him physically and mentally. The power of the demonic dragon's heart was not without a price. The scene of the dragon's shadow swallowing the blood from before lingered in Su Yan's mind. He always felt that when the dragon's shadow disappeared into his body, it seemed to have looked at him. This filled his heart with fear. This dragon's shadow was different from the two dragon shadows in the blood dragon pupil. That was because the difference in power between them was too great. The legendary great demonic dragon, to be able to make Yunhee so concerned, must have an extremely terrifying origin. His strength was obvious. Su Yan had a premonition in his heart that sooner or later, this terrifying great demonic dragon would return once again. And this was not all of the hidden dangers. In his left hand, there were still 2 finger bones. That was the belief of the demonic sect, the finger bones of the heavenly demon. Whether it was the great demonic dragon or the heavenly demon, they were probably the most powerful existences in this world. At this moment, these 2 people had karma with him. When he was in the previous world, he had studied the Taoist canon, and he firmly believed in the theory of karma. In the empty valley, the cold wind blew, and the exhaustion became even more intense. Finally, Su Yan's thousands of thoughts were annihilated. Who cares? Too much debt won't weigh me down. Being able to live a new life is something I've earned. Thinking of this, Su Yan could no longer bear the heavy eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 463. When Su Yan woke up, it was already night time. He opened his eyes, and the hazy light entered his vision. Of course, what attracted Su Yan was not the light, but the beautiful figure in front of the light. It was Yun Wanqing. She was probably too sleepy. She curled up beside Su Yan like a pitiful little bird. After a few seconds, Su Yan finally felt that he could control his body. He moved slightly, then let out a soft cry. This time, she immediately moved. She looked up and saw Su Yan open his eyes. She smiled gently, then grabbed Su Yan's hand and said, "You're fine." "That's great." This lively and beautiful voice caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble slightly. It was as if a soft spot in his heart had been touched. Then, he smiled and said, "Of course I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry." "Oh right, how was the battle?" Yun Wanqing got up and brought him a cup of water, then said, "Don't worry, the battle wasn't bad. We won." Without the 100 Beasts old demon, the Thunder Sect Master and the Heaven Sword Spiritual Master showed their power. The Heaven Sword Spiritual Master even killed the famous demon, the Horned Goat Spiritual Master. Then, she explained the battle to Su Yan bit by bit. Su Yan listened quietly and finally felt relieved. The battle this time was really bumpy. However, it was fortunate that he took the 100 Beasts old demon away. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to win this battle. The 100 Beasts old demon was too powerful. The most terrifying thing about him was that he played a role in a group battle. If he summoned 100 beast souls to attack, not many cultivators in the spiritual sea realm could block his attack. It was because of this that he was sufficiently terrifying. However, this soul of 100 beasts was of no use when facing a true expert. It would even weaken his own strength. Therefore, when he fought with Su Yan, he did not use it at all. Yun Wanqing's expression was somewhat unnatural. There was fatigue, but more than that, there was guilt. Although Su Yan had announced to the public that her father had been severely injured because he had killed the Black Demon Supremacy, Su Yan was still in a daze. However, this was only a temporary measure. There were always a few people who could see the truth clearly. Moreover, she could not deceive her own heart. The unforeseen event this time was caused by her father. If it weren't for her father, there wouldn't be so much blood flowing. She would never be able to forget this uneasiness. Su Yan naturally knew what this kind-hearted woman was thinking, so he said softly, "Wan Qing, there are many things that you can't change, so don't feel too burdened. I'm fine now. You can go and rest first." Looking at Yun Wanqing's tired face, Su Yan's heart ached. Okay. Yun Wanqing was really tired. Moreover, the Black Demon Supremacy's sword had really injured her origin. Even if Yun He used the Cloud Mist technique to help her heal, it would take at least a month for her to fully recover. Previously, it was because she was worried about Su Yan that she had relied on her own willpower to hold on until now. Now that she saw that Su Yan was safe and sound, a huge rock in her heart was put down. At this moment, the exhaustion had already surged up like a tide. After Yun Wanqing left, Su Yan got up from the bed and walked to the outside of the Heaven and Earth Organization's mountain. Although the Black Fiend Alliance's sudden attack this time was repelled, it was still tragic. Although the Black Fiend Alliance suffered heavy casualties, the same was true for the Yunqian Alliance. According to Yun Wanqing, 7 of the Heaven and Earth Organization's disciples in the spiritual sea realm had died in battle, and more than 30% of the disciples in the celestial phenomenon realm had died. This did not include the losses of the other sect's disciples. Fortunately, the Black Fiend Alliance had suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, this battle would have been extremely miserable. At this moment, although a day had passed since the battle, there was still a strong smell of blood in the air. The Heaven and Earth Organization, which used to be like a holy land, was now a place that made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the sound of steady footsteps could be heard. "What's wrong? Are you thinking about something?" Spiritual Master Heaven Sword walked to Su Yan's side. "Greetings, Spiritual Master." Seeing that his former spiritual master had arrived, Su Yan hurriedly bowed. However, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword gently pushed him and said, "Su Yan, you're no longer a disciple of the Burial Sword Tomb, and you're in charge of the Monster Palace, so there's no need for these empty formalities." Su Yan smiled awkwardly. He naturally understood what Spiritual Master Heaven Sword meant. Compared to before, his identity was completely different. Some things had also changed with his identity. When you first entered the Burial Sword Tomb, your talent was amazing. Although I knew that you were a genius and would definitely rise, I didn't expect you to be so monstrous. At such a young age, you've already entered the Circumference Realm and even killed a terrifying Dragon Realm powerhouse like the 100 Beasts Elder. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's true that the new generation replaces the old. Hee, I really regret that I expelled you from the Burial Sword Tomb back then. These words were not empty words. No matter which spiritual master it was, they all hoped that their disciples could shine and display unparalleled strength. Su Yan smiled faintly but did not say anything. However, for someone like you, the Burial Sword Tomb is truly too small. What the Holy Exalted said is correct. A hidden dragon like you will only be able to stir up trouble and display your strength in the sea, Taoist Heavenly Sword continued. Spiritual Master, you're praising me too much. If this goes on, I'll become arrogant. Su Yan said half-jokingly. Ahahaha, it's fine, it's fine. Let's be arrogant. You need to know who in the 5 counties can reach your height. By the way, how's the Sacred Master now? Spiritual Master Heaven Sword asked. Sword Sage was the Sacred Master of the Burial Sword Tomb. When he left with Su Yan, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword naturally knew about it. The Sacred Master exhausted all his strength in order to save me. He's now in a deep sleep. Su Yan's face darkened when he mentioned Sword Sage. Back then, it was all thanks to this cheap master of his that saved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how he died. Ha, child, the Sacred Master is only in a deep sleep. You don't have to worry about it. What you need to do is to raise your strength as soon as possible and let the Sacred Master recover his strength. If you have enough strength in the future, just revive the Sacred Master. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword said to Su Yan. Yes, Spiritual Master. This disciple will keep your words in mind. Su Yan said. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword shook his head helplessly. However, the fact that Su Yan was still the same made him happy. After all, Su Yan had not forgotten his roots. By the way, Spiritual Master, Su Yan has something to ask of you. Su Yan's face suddenly changed and he asked Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword with a solemn expression. Oh. What is it? Spiritual Master, have you heard of the great demonic dragon? Su Yan asked directly. In his body, the demonic dragon's heart and the heavenly demon finger bone were both huge hidden dangers. In comparison, the heavenly demon finger bone had sunk into his body, but it had been silent without any movement. On the contrary, the demonic dragon's heart had erupted twice in a short period of time. Every time it erupted, the terrifying aura of the demonic dragon wanted to demonize Su Yan and even turn him into a demonic dragon. Su Yan no longer doubted this. Therefore, Su Yan had to be vigilant. These 2 times, he had endured it with great difficulty. Then, what if the demonic dragon's heart erupted again? Would he still be able to endure it? Even he wasn't sure. Great demonic dragon. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword took a deep breath and then looked at Su Yan with a solemn expression. He asked, Su Yan, when you were fighting with the 100 Beasts old demon today, I saw a strong and terrifying demonic chi suddenly emerging from your body. There was even a faint pair of wings on your back. What is going on? Su Yan did not hide anything and told Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword everything that had happened in the Divine Dragon's Abyss. Su Yan had absolute trust in Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword listened carefully to Su Yan's narration. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he fell into deep thought. In the end, his face was full of disbelief. After Su Yan finished, he was silent for a long time and finally asked, Su Yan, are you sure that the demonic dragon's heart is in your body now? And the heavenly demon finger bone is also in your body? Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword asked 2 questions in a row. Su Yan nodded his head slowly. Su Yan, you must remember this. You must never reveal this matter. Damn it. You didn't kill Yunhee at that time. I wonder if this will become a hidden danger. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword's eyes flickered, showing that he was very wary. I know that the heavenly demon is a person worshipped by the demonic sect. His full name is the Great Heavenly Demon Master. Then, what about the Great Demonic Dragon? It is said that he is comparable to the Great Heavenly Demon Master. What kind of existence is he? What is his origin? Su Yan couldn't wait to find out more about these 2 existences. Since they were so powerful, they would most likely be an extremely terrifying threat to him. Sai, you are right. The Great Heavenly Demon Master and the Great Demonic Dragon were the most powerful existences in the ancient times. If the Sacred Sovereign is not asleep now, he might know more. According to the records of the Zhangjian Mound, there were many strong cultivators in the ancient times. Compared to the present, the Great Demon Dragon and the Great Heavenly Demon Lord were the most powerful existences. Maybe their cultivation had already reached the limit of the Zun Qi layer, or maybe they had already broken through and reached an unprecedented level. Chapter 464. In the most ancient times, the dragon race ruled the world. They were the well-deserved protagonists of the world. As for this great demonic dragon, it was a rebel. It possessed extremely powerful strength and was even given the title of Wings of Death. As for what exactly happened back then, I'm afraid no one knows. The only legend is that the great demonic dragon was killed by the 5 great dragon gods of the dragon race. Therefore, Su Yan, by being tainted by the great demonic dragon, I'm afraid you've provoked a huge karma. Sage Heaven's Sword sighed. Such a thing was indeed incomparably terrifying. No matter who it was, after hearing such news, they would feel an intense sense of despair. In this world, everything was so powerful. The power of fear was so profound that ordinary people simply couldn't imagine it. Since Su Yan was tainted by such a huge trouble, it would be extremely difficult for him to get rid of it. No one knew what the world was like back then. They only knew that everything in this world would eventually head towards complete silence. At this moment, in the sky, rays of radiance began to descend slowly. The twinkling starlight seemed to be trembling because of the 3 words Great Demonic Dragon. Sect Master, although the power of the demonic dragon's heart is powerful, it's a double-edged sword to me. Because its power is gradually increasing, I'm afraid that one day, I won't be able to control it. Su Yan voiced out his worries. Those were definitely not groundless fears. After transforming into the demonic dragon twice in a row, he already had lingering fears. He clearly knew that a portion of the blood in his body had most likely turned into the demonic dragon's blood. If he were to transform into the demonic dragon a few more times, he might fall completely and turn into a true demonic dragon. But no matter what, he was unwilling to do that. Once he transformed into the demonic dragon, his existence as a human would be completely erased. Everything would return to silence. That wasn't a good thing at all. Hearing Su Yan's words, Sage Heaven's Sword knitted his brows tightly. As a matter of fact, he had already begun to consider this problem. If Su Yan didn't say anything, he would have reminded him. The fact that you're able to notice this problem means that you're still you. Sage Heaven's Sword sighed. Su Yan also sighed softly and said, Indeed, but I can't guarantee that it will continue in the future. Su Yan, how did you get rid of the devil dragonification twice? Reverend Heavenly Sword asked. In fact, Su Yan had already mentioned this when he was talking about his experience. However, when Reverend Heavenly Sword spoke again, Su Yan continued, I obtained the soul-subduing seal from Yunhe. Furthermore, at that time, the Buddha's sword also released a golden light that restrained the heavenly demon finger bone. As for the regal sword mantra, Su Yan did not mention it. It was not because he did not trust Reverend Heaven's Sword, but because the regal sword mantra was his greatest secret. He instinctively wanted to hide this secret forever, and never tell anyone about it. Hearing Su Yan's answer, Taoist Heavenly Sword did not doubt him. He kept muttering to himself, Futu, Futu. Then, he suddenly said, Su Yan, since the soul-subduing seal and the Buddha's sword can restrain the power of the great devil dragon and the heavenly demon, I'm afraid the Buddha's gate will have to deal with the hidden danger in your body. Buddha's gate. Indeed, the onlooker sees more clearly. Previously, Su Yan did not realize it. However, after hearing what Taoist Heavenly Sword said, he immediately came to a realization. That's right, Buddha's power. Apart from the regal power, the inheritance of the Buddha's gate could also restrain the monstrous devil power. Back then, there were still 2 levels in the Buddha's pagoda that he had not passed. During this period of time, he had been fighting outside and his strength had increased rapidly. At this moment, it seemed like it was indeed time to challenge the Buddha's pagoda again. Su Yan, have you made your decision? Sage Heaven's Sword asked. Yes, that's right. Now, it seems like it's time to return to the burial sword tomb. Returning to the burial sword tomb was something that could not be delayed. This was because the devil dragon's heart was in Su Yan's body. Every time it revolved, there would be an additional sense of danger for him. If he suddenly went berserk, no one in the entire 5 counties would be able to stop him. Su Yan definitely did not want to see himself like this. He did not want to become a demon that killed the innocent and forgot everything. Moreover, after this great battle, the Black Demon Alliance's vitality had been greatly damaged. The Dragon Realm expert, 100 Beasts Old Demon, had been killed by Su Yan. The Black Demon had also died in Su Yan's hands. In a short period of time, the Black Demon Alliance had already lost 2 Dragon Realm experts. Dragon Realm experts were now the most powerful force in the 5 counties. They were not vegetables that could be found everywhere. After losing 2 strong fighters of the Dragon Realm, the Black Fiend Alliance should stop for a while. Of course, this was not without its hidden dangers. He still remembered that before the Black Demon died, he had mentioned that the Devil's Sect's Crown Prince was about to be resurrected. The black demon's words before his death could not be false. This fellow was definitely extremely powerful. Su Yan naturally discussed this news with Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword. Regardless of whether it was Lei Wanjun or Sage Heaven Sword, after hearing this news, they both showed a serious expression of jealousy. It could be seen that the Devil Sect's crown prince was definitely an extremely powerful figure. Su Yan, don't worry. If anything happens in the burial sword tomb, take care of it for me. Also, you don't have to worry too much about the crown prince of the Devil Sect. We know what to do. We know what to do, Sage Heaven Sword said directly to Su Yan. That's right. If he wants to be resurrected, he has to ask for our permission. Don't worry, we will take care of everything, Lei Wanjun said. The Feng Xian sect's elders also nodded in support. This time, Su Yan returned to the burial sword tomb in Wushuang City for his own matters. Hence, he went alone. Yun Wanqing wanted to follow but was politely declined by Su Yan. The limited Yun Wanqing's body was too weak and could not withstand such a long journey. As for Lu Fei, he was now a powerful practitioner. Due to the bloodline of the blood-sucking demonic beast king, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was much stronger than the average person. He was the most important combat strength. Although the Black Fiend Alliance suffered heavy losses this time, it was hard to guarantee that they would not do something crazy. He had to stay here to assist Sage Heaven Sword. As for Dong Qinghao, Su Yan allowed him to return to the Monster Palace. As the Monster Palace's palace master, he had left the Monster Palace for many days. Although he left 3 puppets for Mu Lushui so that he could control the Monster Palace, they were all powerful practitioners. They were powerful practitioners of the realm of Radius and were enough to intimidate Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng. However, chaos had begun to appear in the 5 counties recently. The people of the Black Fiend Alliance had begun to cause trouble everywhere. Among them, there were even powerful practitioners of the Devil Sect behind them. Everyone knew how terrifying the Devil Sect was. Back then, the Princess of Chu was a powerful practitioner of the realm of Radius. However, in front of the Devil Sect, she did not even have the strength to resist and was directly injured. In the Divine Dragon's Abyss, Su Yan experienced the power of the Devil Sect. Whether it was the Ghost Flame Venerable or the White Bone Demon Venerable, they were all powerful practitioners of the Devil Sect. Even the Black Demon Venerable was the same. Even Yun he had to compromise in front of the Devil Sect. From this, one could see how powerful the Devil Sect was. Su Yan understood that the Devil Sect could reduce the strength of the entire Qian realm. Obviously, the strength displayed at this moment was only a small part of Bing Shan's true strength. He was still far from seeing that terrifying strength. The current him was still too weak. Facing a dragon realm expert like the 100 Beasts Elder, he had to rely on the power of the Devil Dragon's heart. Based on his current cultivation, not to mention the younger generation, even among the older generation, his strength could be considered powerful and even amazing. However, his enemy was far more powerful than him. He had no choice at all. Because he had no way out, he was also unwilling to retreat. Because of this, the only thing he could do was to become even stronger, until he was strong enough to stand above all living beings. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Yan directly stepped onto the sword dragon and flew far away. The speed of the sword dragon was extremely fast. Furthermore, Su Yan's spiritual energy was extremely strong. At this moment, he was already an expert of the surrounding 2 mountains. When he fully activated the sword dragon, its speed almost reached half the speed of sound. Although Wushuang City was far from here, Su Yan probably would not take long to reach it if he hurried at full speed. After the previous invasion of the Devil Sect, the burial sword tomb had long been under martial law. Especially since Sage Heaven Sword was not around, the people in the sect did not dare to act presumptuously. On the other hand, in Wushuang City, because of Su Yan, the Su family was now thriving. They deserved to be called the #1 family in Wushuang City. It was another sunny day. The Su family was still enjoying their peaceful and happy lives. Of course, the young disciples were all cultivating hard. This was because the burial sword tomb would soon recruit disciples again. Back then, the Su family had produced Su Yan. Now, the Su family in Wushuang City was almost alone. If another disciple entered the burial sword tomb, the Su family would definitely become more powerful. Although the chances of producing a disciple as monstrous as Su Yan was not high, as long as one could enter, it would guarantee the Su family's prosperity. At this moment, the door of the Su family's courtyard was slowly pushed open. A figure appeared in the courtyard. This person's appearance was so sudden that no one could react in time. They only stopped when this person spoke. Chapter 465. Su Yan. Are you a friend of Big Brother Su Yan? It's a pity that Big Brother Su Yan left the Su family a long time ago. A pretty girl ran over. Her gaze landed on the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man had a pretty face and a sweet appearance. He was truly a top-notch handsome man. As soon as she saw this person, her heart unconsciously moved. The black-clothed young man looked at her, then the corner of his mouth moved slightly as he said, Big Brother Su Yan? Are you his sister? Yes, I'm his clan sister. She said proudly. After Su Yan saved the Su family last time, he had completely become a hero in the hearts of the Su family. The younger generation of disciples even saw him as their idol. Many girls even had feelings of adoration in their hearts. So he's not here. That's a pity. The black-clothed young man was still smiling, but a slight sense of loss flashed through his eyes. The attentive Su Tian quickly caught that inexplicable sense of loss. She did not know why, but a trace of pain suddenly flashed through her heart. Then, she said directly, Big Brother, since you're a friend of Big Brother Su Yan, then you're a friend of the Su family. I'll go tell grandfather now. She smiled sweetly, then ran directly into the courtyard. The black-clothed young man watched Su Tian run into the courtyard. He first smiled, then said in the deepest voice, she's as innocent as a flower. But when her smile is stained with blood, I wonder what kind of expression she'll have. His arrival attracted the attention of many people. The girls were naturally happy. After all, his face was so pleasing to the eye. However, some of the men were somewhat dissatisfied. Who is this brat? How dare he trespass into the Su family? There was already a young man who was ready to chase him away. After all, Su Tian was the goddess in his heart. However, at this moment, when this guy appeared, Su Tian showed such enthusiasm. Su Luo, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what Tian has said? This guy is a friend of Big Brother Su Yan. Before he could move, someone beside him pulled him back. This person was stunned at first, then a look of resentment flashed in his eyes. Then he snorted and said, he's just a friend of Big Brother Su Yan. He might even be Big Brother Su Yan's enemy. Su Luo's words were said out of anger, but when Su Yu who was holding him by the side heard it, his expression changed. Because what Su Luo said wasn't without reason. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he said, Su Luo, you stay here and watch. Before Grandpa Patriarch comes out, don't act rashly. I'll go get the senior brother of the burial sword tomb. Su Yu was an extremely intelligent person in the Su family. At this moment, he immediately made up his mind and left quietly. The black-clothed man stood at the door and waited quietly. Not long after, Su Tiantu and the others came out to greet them. At this moment, although Su Tiantu was already very old, he was still full of vigor. It was obvious that the Su family's days were very peaceful. The Su family's expansion was also very smooth. The things he was worried about were naturally a lot less. I heard that young master is Su Yan's good friend. I haven't asked for your name yet. Su Yan is currently traveling the world and isn't at home. But it doesn't matter, I'll definitely take good care of you. Su Tiantu was extremely polite and then said to the black-clothed young master. The black-clothed young master just smiled and said, I'm Shengguan Sheng, empty as in empty, coffin as in coffin. So it's young Master Bailey, please come in and take a seat. Su Tiantu was still full of smiles and then welcomed this person into the house. The black-clothed young man didn't refuse and very naturally sat on the main seat. Su Tian stood by his side and poured tea for him. Su Luo was only angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to forget Su Yu's warning. Thus, he didn't move and at the same time secretly chased away his brothers and sisters. The black-clothed young man didn't speak much and only asked a few simple questions. Most of the time, it was Su Tiantu who was talking. Suddenly, the black-clothed young man interrupted Su Tiantu's words and then asked, Su Yan's father is Su Lin? This question was very sudden and Su Tiantu's expression suddenly froze. But at this time, he didn't dare to have any different expression and only said, Su Yan's father is indeed called Su Lin, but he passed away when this child was very young. He had been carefully paying attention to the black-clothed young man's expression changes. Su Tiantu had been in charge of the Su family for so many years. Although he was old, his heart was like a mirror. He wasn't like Su Tian, this little girl who didn't know anything. When he heard someone say that he was Su Yan's friend, he was happy in his heart and directly called him into the house. When he saw this black-clothed young man, he already knew that this young man was definitely a terrifying person. Although in his eyes, this young man was very ordinary and was only the most ordinary young man. But, since he could say that he was Su Yan's friend, he knew that this person was definitely not simple. Regardless of whether his words were true or false, at least he and Su Yan were people of the same level. This old man's heart was as clear as snow. When he last appeared, Su Yan's cultivation had already surpassed his by leaps and bounds. Now that he hadn't seen Su Yan for such a long time, he was afraid that Su Yan's cultivation would be even more terrifying. Therefore, he was really respectful towards this black-clothed young man and didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Dead? Su Lin is actually dead? This is really... The black-clothed young man suddenly sneered. Hearing this, Su Tiantu's heart slightly trembled. This black-clothed young man was actually asking about Su Lin. Su Lin was a new force to be reckoned with in the Su family and was truly a powerhouse of his generation. Among his juniors, he was undoubtedly the strongest. As for his son, Sun Yan, he couldn't be compared to Su Lin at all. However, his understanding of Su Lin was limited to the treasure that he left for Su Yan. He didn't know anything else. At this moment, it seemed that Su Lin's strength was above his expectations. Young Master Bailey, you know the person who changed his name to Su Lin? Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Su Tiantu said with a forced smile. He tried to make himself appear more natural. However, Shangguansheng's next sentence made him unable to maintain the smile on his face. You seem to be very afraid of me. The black-clothed young man suddenly said such a sentence. Su Tiantu's smile suddenly froze. However, he was a scheming person after all. He immediately coughed dryly and said, Young Master Bailey, you're joking. At this moment, Shangguansheng's gaze had already landed on him. The corner of his mouth moved slightly and said, Is that so? But since you're not afraid, that's good. At this moment, Su Tian had already noticed that the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be a little off. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, there was no place for him to speak. At this moment, suddenly, someone walked into the courtyard. Grandfather, Ouyang Qing of the Burial Sword Tomb is here to visit. As he spoke, Suyu had already brought Ouyang Qing in. The corner of Shangguansheng's mouth moved slightly. He looked at Suyu who was walking towards them with a faint smile. When Suyu quietly left, he had already noticed it. However, he was not interested in paying attention to it. At this moment, his gaze landed on Ouyang Qing. Are these the reinforcements you found? It seems that he's too weak. He said directly. Although his words were calm, they were extremely arrogant and overbearing. Ouyang Qing's gaze was slightly cold. He already knew that the person in front of him was an extremely powerful person. He was probably not someone he could contend against now. You must be a friend from the Devil's sect. I wonder why you've come to the Su family. You should know that Su Yan has already left the Su family. There's no point in you taking revenge on the Su family, Ouyang Qing said directly. After he said that, the hall suddenly became cold. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Su Tian even felt that a layer of ice had appeared in front of her. In the next moment, Shen Guanxing smiled faintly, and the terrifying chill dissipated in an instant. Left the Su family. Ha, what does that have to do with me? If I, Shen Guansheng, want to make things difficult for anyone, do I need your permission? At this moment, although the cold killing intent was no longer there, it was still so cold to everyone. It was as if they had completely fallen into Bing Shan. Sir, what do you want? Ouyang Qing asked again. At this moment, he was already on guard, waiting for the storm to come. At this moment, Shen Guanxing smiled faintly and suddenly reached out his hand. At this moment, Ouyang Qing felt an extremely powerful and terrifying force pouncing towards him. Feeling this terrifying aura, his heart trembled a little, as if he would be killed in the next moment. Ha, I told you, you're not my opponent. So, what I want to do has nothing to do with you, he said calmly. Ouyang Qing only snapped out of his daze when he heard Li Tianlan's voice. Clang! A loud sound was heard. The sword in Ouyang Qing's hand had broken into two and fell to the ground. Such methods were simply miraculous and could be said to be terrifying. The difference between the two was obvious at this moment. If Shen Guanxing had wanted to kill Ouyang Qing, it would have been done in a flash. At this moment, Shen Guanxing stood up calmly. Then, he walked to Su Tian's side and smiled at her. Miss, your smile is very beautiful. So, I want you to accompany me for a walk. What do you think? Shen Guanxing's voice fell into Su Tian's ears. Chapter 466. Su Yan finally arrived at the burial sword tomb. For him, the burial sword tomb could be said to be the place where his life began. It was here that he truly began to cultivate. It was also here that he met Lu Fei. Of course, the most important thing was the beautiful woman in red, Lin Hualu. Thinking of Lin Hualu, Su Yan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. At this moment, he had a few more confidants around him. However, it was even more difficult for him to forget Lin Hualu. At this moment, he suddenly felt the blood in his body move, and an unimaginable and terrible desire directly burst out. Su Yan knew that this was the result of the dragon blood in his body being agitated again. In the short time that he controlled the sword dragon, the heart of the demonic dragon had already experienced several situations. Although the situation wasn't very strong each time, Su Yan knew that this was a sign that indicated that he could no longer control the demon dragon's heart well. If he still could not find a way to control the heart of the demonic dragon, he was afraid that the heart of the demonic dragon would completely riot. At that time, everything would be too late. Have I finally arrived at the burial sword tomb? Su Yan did not stop at all, but directly rushed toward the sword well. Although the sword well was finally closed back then, for him at this moment, it was naturally nothing. Su Yan directly controlled the sword to open the way. Finally, he once again arrived in front of the pagoda. His fate began to change here. At that time, he had consecutively broken through the first 5 floors, and each floor had some benefits. However, at that time, his cultivation was still shallow, and the last 2 floors were simply forbidden for him. Before Venerable Wandering Slayer disappeared, he had once said that when Su Yan had enough cultivation, he must come here. He did not know whether Su Yan had reached the so-called enough cultivation, but he understood that he had to break in here at this time. Because if he did not come here, the heart of the demonic dragon in his body would completely go berserk, and then it would control Su Yan, turning him into a walking corpse. With a light shake, the Buddha's sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. The Buddha's sword was the key to the pagoda. Without the Buddha's sword, Su Yan would not have been able to enter the pagoda. Since the Buddha pagoda was an heirloom passed down by the Buddha gate, it naturally possessed extraordinary power. At this moment, Su Yan gently tossed out the pagoda sword in his hand. The Buddha's sword didn't move at all. Instead, it stood still in the air. In the next moment, a golden light flickered, and the intense brilliance was incomparably dazzling. The golden light grew thicker and thicker. In the end, it had already wrapped Su Yan within it. Su Yan had to admit that the blazing golden light was indeed very restrictive. Since the demon dragon's heart entered his body, he hadn't felt this relaxed for a long time. At this moment, he was completely convinced that this place could really solve the problem in his body. Boundless golden light continued to converge on the Buddha's sword. A faint golden question mark appeared, and the golden light floated in the sky, appearing extremely majestic. In the end, the golden light suddenly trembled and stuck to the Buddha pagoda. The brilliance of the Buddha pagoda grew stronger and stronger. In the end, all the brilliance flashed, and all the power between heaven and earth was finally displayed to the fullest. The door slowly opened. Su Yan didn't move at all. He stepped directly into the Buddha pagoda. Under the golden light, he had already arrived on the 5th floor in the next moment. Everything around him seemed very familiar. He still remembered the scene when he was in a hurry to leave the Buddha pagoda but was trapped by Venerable Buddha. Now that he thought about it, everything was somewhat familiar. However, at this moment, Venerable Buddha's power was exhausted and had disappeared forever. There was only a cold Buddha pagoda left. Looking at the door in front of him, Su Yan slowly adjusted his breathing and then activated his most powerful power. The way to break through the 6th level was very simple. It was to break through the door in front of him in one go. However, it seemed simple, but in fact, it wasn't. This was a life and death line to judge one's power. If Su Yan's power wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to enter no matter what. At this moment, Su Yan's scorching sun sword appeared in his hand. Then, he began to activate the Elephant Divine Skill. Celestial Sword Technique. Among the many Elephant Divine Skills, this Elephant Divine Skill had the strongest attack power. With his strength of the Radius Mountain and the Scorching Sun Sword, the most powerful Scorching Sun Sword was displayed. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan directly activated the sword move. The sword light was shining to the extreme, and the intense brilliance suddenly rose to the extreme. The entire pagoda was filled with this resplendent sword ray. Such powerful power continued to gush out, and in the end, it condensed on the Scorching Sun Sword. The brilliance of the Scorching Sun Sword's blade was unprecedentedly endless. "Break it for me," he shouted coldly. However, just as he was about to make his move, his eyebrows twitched again. This was because at this moment, he felt the demonic dragon's heart in his body beat once again. At this moment, the sword light of the Celestial Sword Technique directly entered the door. The moment the Celestial Sword Technique entered the door didn't move at all. The powerful sword aura attacked the door countless times, but in the end, the door didn't move at all. Su Yan suddenly took a step back. A ray of divine light burst out from his eyes. The power he used this time was almost all of his power. He dared to bet that such an attack could break through the defense of a Dragon Realm cultivator. However, the door didn't even tremble. How is this possible? This stone door didn't even move a single bit. Su Yan walked in front of the stone door and touched it. A cold aura was transmitted. At this moment, a layer of ice suddenly appeared on Su Yan's palm that was touching the stone door. When the ice appeared, Su Yan didn't even have time to react. The ice had already spread. Then, with lightning speed, it sealed Su Yan's entire body in ice. Su Yan's entire body froze on the spot, and then he was sealed in ice. At this moment, his soul seemed to fly out of his sea of consciousness. Countless clouds and mist whistled in Su Yan's ears. So fast. Su Yan was shocked. Based on his current state, he had completely surpassed the speed of sound. This speed was something that he couldn't achieve even when he was in the demonic dragon form and controlling the sword dragon. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan's ears finally quietened down. He breathed heavily as he looked around. What happened just now made him feel surprised and even horrified. This was because he clearly remembered that just a moment ago, he was still standing in front of the stone door, worrying about how to break open the stone door. However, at this moment, he was in a world of birds and flowers. There was no longer any ice seal here. The gentle sun descended, and the surrounding was green with trees that connected to the sky. Birds were chirping, flowers, and insects were enjoying themselves. Even he himself felt an extremely comfortable warmth. What is going on? Why am I here? Where is this? Just as Su Yan was feeling puzzled, a mountain song suddenly came from afar. The song was strong and powerful, and it faintly had an artistic conception of crossing the sky. Su Yan was shocked. Just based on this power alone, he is already an incredible existence. I'm afraid his cultivation level is already in the dragon realm. At this moment, the person who was singing had already appeared in front of him. This person had a head of black hair that was casually scattered. He was wearing a bear skin. He held a steel fork in one hand and a large wolf in the other. This person walked closer and closer, and the shock in Su Yan's heart grew more and more intense. This was because as this person came closer, he could faintly feel a pressure coming towards him. Su Yan had felt this pressure from the 100 Beasts old demon and Yunhe. This was the dragon force of the dragon realm. However, the problem was that even the dragon force released by Yunhe, who was in the Three Dragons realm, could not compare to this person who was dressed like a hunter. Who on earth was this person? Since when had there been such an extraordinary person in the 5 counties? What made Su Yan even more shocked was that this extraordinary person was actually dressed like a hunter at this moment. Just as Su Yan's nerves were running out, the hunter had already arrived in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan, gave a simple and honest smile, and then said, "Young master, why are you alone in this mountain? This mountain is really dangerous. Why don't you follow me down the mountain?" Hearing the hunter's voice, Su Yan reacted and said, "Brother, may I ask where this place is? I don't know how I got here, so I hope you can tell me." Su Yan organized his thoughts and asked carefully. Hearing Su Yan's question, the hunter's eyes were filled with doubt. However, after a moment, he laughed heartily and said, "Hee hee, little brother, you are very bold. Ferocious beasts roam the 100,000 mountains and it is extremely dangerous. You directly barged in. Hurry up and follow me down the mountain. It's going to be night soon. This 100,000 mountains is very dangerous," the hunter said to Su Yan. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. With his current strength, what wild beast could pose a threat to him? However, he did not say this out loud because the hunter's aura was that of the dragon realm. If he said that this place was dangerous, then there must be something else here. Chapter 467. This was an extremely terrifying place. That was the answer that Su Yan came to. This was because when Su Yan followed the hunter down the mountain, he saw the hunter in action with his own eyes. On the way down the mountain, they encountered a giant snake. This giant snake's body actually exuded an extremely terrifying dragon's aura. Su Yan even felt that the snake in front of him was a real dragon. Fortunately, this seemed to be an extremely special place. Otherwise, the devil dragon's heart would definitely go on a rampage again. At that time, when Su Yan was about to make a move, the hunter beat him to it. He immediately roared and then turned the steel fork in his hand. This ordinary steel fork directly burst out with an extremely terrifying light in his hand, and then flew out at an incredible speed. In the next moment, the steel fork had already hit the giant snake's body. This time, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other hand, the hunter's expression was calm, and he did not take this matter to heart at all. What a stupid snake. It's actually courting death in front of me. But this is also good. I was just worried that I didn't have enough food to entertain you tonight. Brother, help me hold the steel fork. I'll carry this snake back," the hunter said as he handed over the steel fork. Su Yan took the steel fork without batting an eyelid. However, in the next moment, his brows furrowed. With the steel fork in hand, Su Yan's entire body sank down a little. Su Yan had to use both hands to support the weight of the steel fork. He originally thought that it was just a steel fork, but he did not expect it to be so heavy. This made Su Yan feel extremely shocked. By the way, brother, I'm De Gang. What's your name? After this episode, De Gang once again communicated with Su Yan. Naturally, Su Yan could not tell him that he came from another world, so he could only say that he was doing business here and did not know how he ended up here. Brother, you must have fallen into the black wind. Under the 100,000 mountains, the most terrifying thing is the black wind. You're lucky that you only got hung up here and met me. If you were unlucky, I'm afraid you would have been killed by the black wind. He said to Su Yan. Black wind? Su Yan felt strange. Yes, it's also called the demon wind. Some people say that it's the work of a great demon in the 100,000 mountains. It creates a black wind that blows people into the mountains and then eats them alive. De Gang dragged the long snake and carried the dead wolf's body as he walked forward. Su Yan asked, Brother De Gang, if I may ask, how long have you been cultivating? What realm are you in now? Cultivating? Hee, we mountain people don't have the time to cultivate seriously. It's just that I've been following my father to hunt in the mountains since I was young and learned some skills from him. As for the realm, I don't know. De Gang said directly. You only learned some skills from hunting? Su Yan was surprised. With De Gang's skills, if he was in the 5 commanderies, he could be the master of a region. After all, even Yun he might not be his opponent. However, in his words, it was not worth mentioning. Brother De Gang, are those great demons very powerful? Could it be that even you are no match for him? Su Yan asked again. Ha, brother Su Yan, don't joke. These great demons are not only very powerful, they are terrifyingly powerful. I'm nothing. If these great demons really come out, I'm afraid they can kill me with just a finger. It's a pity that they can't come out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains. De Gang continued. As Su Yan asked, De Gang answered. Su Yan asked more and more questions, but this De Gang was really a good person. He did not bicker with Su Yan. Whatever Su Yan asked, De Gang answered. Following De Gang's description, Su Yan was finally familiar with the situation here. This was a place called the 100,000 Mountains. In the 100,000 mountains, there were endless forests and forests. Mountain was a native of this place. Ever since he was young, he had never left this place. This was because this place was too dangerous and remote. If one wanted to leave this place, they would have to pay a huge price. In the mountains, there were all kinds of wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, birds, and beasts. Su Yan had a rough understanding of the beasts. These beasts that De Gang called normal beasts most likely had the strength of the dragon realm. This made Su Yan extremely shocked. If that was the case, without using the devil dragon's heart, he was not their opponent at all. This result was inevitably sad. Su Yan finally understood why Venerable Wandering Slayer wanted him to come here when he had enough strength. Compared to the 5 counties continents, this was simply a terrifying world. He was brought here by the stone door. If he guessed correctly, in order to crack the stone door and enter the 6th floor, he needed to find the answer in this world. As for what kind of answer it was, although Su Yan was still not sure, he vaguely felt that this was related to the demons in the depths of the 100,000 mountains that De Gang said. However, for Su Yan, this was probably too difficult. After all, there was a great demon in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. According to De Gang's description, this was also an extremely terrifying existence. However, for Su Yan, De Gang seemed to be a very terrifying existence. This was because De Gang had once said, Brother Su Yan, you are handsome, but unfortunately, you seem to be a little too weak. A little too weak. When Su Yan heard this answer, he was a little speechless. He did not even know how to answer this question because he could not tell De Gang that he was already a powerhouse in his world. The two of them walked for a long time before they finally arrived at their destination. This was De Gang's home. In a hidden valley, there was a small mountain village. The village was not prosperous. After all, the living conditions in the 100,000 mountains were really harsh. Even though the terrain of this valley was very comfortable and safe, it was still full of danger at all times. Outside the mountain village, many mechanisms were set up. Some of the mechanisms were stained with blood that had not even dried up. From this, it could be seen that a battle had just broken out here not long ago. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. This is my village, Great Yen Village. There aren't many people in the village, but there aren't few either. There are about 200 people, De Gang said to Su Yen. De Gang was very popular in the village. As soon as he returned, many people in the village greeted him. Su Yen followed behind him and watched as De Gang and the villagers responded one by one. However, he did not speak. He only carefully sized up the villagers. The people here were really beyond Su Yan's expectations. He had originally thought that De Gang was powerful because he was an individual, but he soon realized that was not the case. Even a child seemed very powerful. He could even fight against a spiritual sea realm powerhouse at the life-soul realm. The women were also very terrifying. The auras on their bodies were extremely powerful and terrifying. Big brother, the harvest seems to be good. A black killer snake and a wolf. At that moment, a girl stood in front of De Gang with a face full of joy. When De Gang saw him, an unconcealable look of joy appeared on his face. Yes, it's indeed good. This black killer snake came to me on its own accord. Ha ha ha. By the way, sister, this is my new friend. His name is Su Yen. De Gang introduced him to the girl. Su Yen smiled at the girl and said, "Hello, I'm Su Yen. I came here in a hurry and did not have anything good. Let me give you this as a greeting gift." As Su Yen spoke, he suddenly took out the astonishing celestial sword. The astonishing celestial sword had followed him all the way here. It was really a handy weapon. However, as Su Yan's cultivation base increased, his spirit chi became even more terrifying. This sword could no longer withstand Su Yan's spirit chi. After all, it was only a long sword that ugly uncle had forged when he was depressed. Su Yen was already indebted to De Gang for saving his life. When he saw his sister, he needed to express his gratitude. Therefore, he gave the sword to the girl. When the girl received the astonishing celestial sword, her face was full of joy. Obviously, she liked it very much. In a mountain village like this, there were no excellent forging methods. It was already very rare to have such a sword. However, she still looked at De Gang. Obviously, she was asking for De Gang's opinion. De Gang just laughed and said, "Okay, take it. This is also a token of appreciation from brother Su Yen. Let's go back and prepare some delicious food." After getting De Gang's approval, she was immediately full of joy. Then, she took the astonishing celestial sword and ran away. Su Yan's gaze fell on her running figure and he muttered to himself. Of course, this was not because Su Yen had feelings for the girl. It was because Su Yen saw that this girl was special. In this village, even the children who were playing were full of spiritual power. They were like little savage beasts. And the adult women were even more extraordinary. They were even strong cultivators in the spiritual sea realm. Among them, the most terrifying ones that Su Yen had seen had already reached the dragon realm. They were real female tyrannosauruses. However, Aya's body did not have any spiritual power at all. She was an extremely simple and ordinary girl. She did not have any spiritual power for cultivation. Therefore, Su Yen felt that it was strange. "Sigh, brother Su Yen, you must have seen that Aya's body does not have any power." De Gang sighed and said. Su Yen nodded and then asked, "Indeed, I didn't feel the slightest bit of spiritual energy from Aya's body." That is strength. In this village, is Aya the only one like this?" De Gang was silent for a while. Finally, he sighed and said, "Yes, only Aya." Chapter 468. Su Yan did not ask any more questions. De Gang quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and then led Su Yan into the house. De Gang's house was very special. The reason for that was because the other houses were built next to each other. This was very understandable. In such a dangerous environment, building next to each other would naturally bring about a sense of security. If an accident really happened, everyone could take care of each other and help each other in the shortest time possible so that they could deal with it together. However, the gang's home was located far away from the city. This design was undoubtedly stupid. Normally, it would be fine. However, if any demonic beasts came, this place would be in a very awkward situation. Even if the villagers wanted to help, it would be very inconvenient. In this house, only De Gang and his sister lived. When De Gang was here, it did not matter. After all, De Gang's strength was in the dragon realm. He saw with his own eyes that the black killer snake was easily killed by De Gang with a fork. If it was him, there might be a big battle. It was even possible that he would be directly swallowed by the black killer snake. However, since De Gang was going to hunt during the day, what should be done here? It did not need a large beast. As long as there was a flying insect, it would be a fatal threat to Aya. However, Su Yan did not ask this question. Aya was a kind and capable girl. Although she did not have spiritual power, her cooking was not bad. After De Gang helped her to process the meat, she began to roast the meat quietly by herself. De Gang's house was very special. In front of the house, there were fields with some vegetable sprouts. Su Yan saw clearly that these vegetables were wild vegetables. This was because he had seen them outside when he followed De Gang here. The reason why it was special was because the other villagers had never seen such a field. At night, the aroma of roast meat quickly filled the air. Even Su Yan was drooling. Hee, brother Su Yan, my sister's culinary skills aren't bad, right? Being able to enjoy her cooking is your greatest fortune today, De Gang said proudly. Yes, brother De Gang is right. I've never enjoyed such delicious food before, Su Yan replied loudly. These words were not a lie. Of course, there were countless delicacies in the 5 counties, but Aya's culinary skills were unique. It wasn't that her food was the most delicious, but it was definitely the most special. When the barbecued meat entered his mouth, there was a refreshing taste. It was as refreshing as mint. Moreover, the meat was extraordinary. This was the meat of a wild beast in the dragon realm. Even after being burned, the spiritual energy within could still be clearly detected. It's good that Big Brother Su Yan likes it. You should eat more. Big Brother said that eating more meat will make you stronger. Aya smiled sweetly. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed slightly, making her look extremely beautiful. Su Yan didn't hold back and wolfed down the meat in big mouthfuls. However, compared to De Gang, the way he ate was simply too elegant. De Gang's eating speed and appetite were as terrifying as his strength. After dinner, De Gang cleaned up an empty room for Su Yan, then returned to his own room to sleep. He had to fight in the mountains during the day. Just as he said, the mountains were too dangerous. There were countless hidden dangers. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to enter the mountains safely. Everything in the mountains was extremely dangerous. For De Gang, today's wild beasts were simply not worth mentioning. However, it was impossible for him to do this every single day. Thus, he had to ensure that he was in peak condition. Without a doubt, sleep was the best method to restore his strength. The night wind blew. A faint sound of a bamboo flute entered Su Yan's ears. The sound of the flute was very beautiful, like a leisurely spring. However, in the sound of the flute, there was a sadness and loss that couldn't be hidden. Su Yan quietly walked outside. Under the night wind, his fine black hair danced in the wind. The girl looked up at the sky, and the flute emitted a low sound of resentment and admiration. It was the girl's heart. Su Yan didn't interrupt her. Knowing that the song was over, Su Yan sighed and walked to the girl's side. Aya, you don't seem happy. Su Yan said to Aya. No, I'm very happy. Aya raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. However, no matter how one looked at it, this smile seemed somewhat bitter. She raised her head and looked at the sky. After pondering for a long time, she finally asked, Big brother Su Yan, you're from the outside, right? Yes, I came from the outside. Su Yan said. There was nothing to hide, and he waited for the girl to continue. However, Aya pondered for a long time, and then sighed faintly and said, Aya too. These few words suddenly surprised Su Yan. Never had he imagined that Aya actually didn't belong to the Grand Myriad Mountains as well. Big brother said, I was blown into the mountains by the black wind, and it was Big brother's father who saved me, and then adopted me. Aya said softly. Su Yan didn't speak, and just listened quietly. However, Aya was cursed by the mountain god. Her voice suddenly became very low, and there were sparkling tears in the corner of her eyes. She suppressed the sadness in her voice and spoke intermittently. Aya was cursed by the mountain god, and in order to save Aya, my father died. Moreover, Aya never had any power, and I couldn't train my power. If it wasn't for Big Brother De Gang taking care of me, I'm afraid I definitely wouldn't be alive today. Aya's few words made Su Yan feel endless bitterness. This girl must have lived a very hard life. Big Brother De Gang said, there are many things that can't be changed, and we can only silently accept it. However, I know that Big Brother De Gang isn't satisfied. Aya paused, and then continued, Big Brother De Gang is very powerful, and his talent is very good, and he works harder than any of the villagers, so now Big Brother De Gang's strength can be ranked in the top 5 in the village. This was also the reason why De Gang was respected and paid attention to by the villagers. After all, the strong would be respected no matter where they were. If it wasn't for Aya, Big Brother De Gang's life would definitely be very good, and there would be girls in the village who would marry Big Brother, but... Aya suddenly sighed. Even if she didn't say the following things, Su Yan knew. Since she was cursed by the mountain god, then to this small village, she was an ominous existence. Even if De Gang had great strength, no one would take this kind of risk to marry De Gang. This was very easy to judge. If the villagers would accept Aya, then their houses wouldn't be so remote. This girl was already very pitiful, and then the villagers treated her as an ominous person, and even she herself began to think so. Big brother Su Yan, I'm sorry, I unknowingly said these things to you. Aya said dejectedly. Su Yan smiled, and then walked to Aya's side and sat down. Aya was clearly a bit resistant to this action. She said in a low voice, Big brother Su Yan, please don't get too close to me, because I'm scared. Okay, Aya, don't be sad, how are you an ominous existence, you are clearly a beautiful fairy. Su Yan said with a smile, besides, I also came from the outside, if you are an ominous person, then am I not? Su Yan asked. No, it's not the same, because, father will die. Aya's voice became even more sorrowful. Listen, Aya, your father died to save you, this is indeed a very sad thing, but this is your father's choice, this also means that he chose to exchange his life for yours, so your life is very heavy, because you are carrying your father's hope. Su Yan said to her word by word. Hearing Su Yan's words, Aya was a bit startled. Carrying my father's hope. She whispered to herself. Yes, carrying your father's hope to live. I think, if De Gang and your father were still alive, they would definitely be unhappy when they see you like this. What do you think De Gang is working so hard for? Is it just to eat meat? No, definitely not, he is the same as his father, he also wants you to live a happy life. Su Yan said again. Hearing Su Yan's words, Aya fell into silence. Actually, Aya has nothing to be unhappy about, to have Big Brother De Gang with me is the greatest happiness for me. It's just that Big Brother De Gang is determined to help me remove the curse, I don't want him to do that. Aya said in a low voice, actually, as long as Aya dies, Big Brother won't have to work so hard. Su Yan felt strange, because from the beginning, this beautiful girl said that she was cursed by the mountain god. What is this so-called mountain god's curse? At this time, Aya's expression suddenly changed. Su Yan clearly felt a kind of aura emitted from Aya's body. This is actually a kind of demonic aura. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a sudden movement. Su Yan stood up abruptly as his eyes glowed brightly. But the next moment, he was alarmed again. Because at this time, the red light on Aya's body was actually getting stronger and stronger. Curse, the curse is acting up, big brother Su Yan, quickly, leave me. Aya suddenly exclaimed, and then ran out of the courtyard. Su Yan was startled, he instantly understood Aya's meaning. As long as Aya dies, big brother won't have to work so hard. This silly girl. At this moment, in the sky, a bat suddenly flew over at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan didn't have time to think, he directly called out the Scorching Sun Sword. When the Scorching Sun Sword entered his hand, a blazing light directly rose up. Evil creature, get out of my way. Su Yan roared angrily, the sword light directly turned into a bolt of lightning, turning into thousands of rays of light in mid-air, directly piercing towards the bat. The bat was directly pierced by Su Yan's sword, it directly let out an extremely mournful cry, on its body bursting into balls of flames, burning its body with a bang, then finally turned into ashes. A woo, roar, however, this was far from the end. At this moment, all kinds of wild beasts roared, and Su Yan clearly felt that the target of these damned fellows was most likely Aya. Is this the curse? Su Yan didn't have time to think, he directly roared, "Da gang." In fact, without Su Yan's voice, Da gang had already woken up. Holding a steel fork, he directly broke open the door. On his simple and honest face, there was a murderous aura. Damned beast, stay away from my sister. He was like an angry dragon, letting out an angry roar. Then, the steel fork directly turned into a deadly scythe, directly piercing through the body of the wild beast. Su Yan, protect my sister. Da gang roared, and at this moment, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon, already flying towards Aya. Under the envelopment of the demonic light, Aya's delicate and pretty face actually had a gorgeous appearance. And on her fair cheeks, there was an additional wrinkle. This is a demonic pattern. Su Yan panicked, but at this moment, he didn't dare to be negligent, but what surprised him was that at this moment, Aya's speed was actually so fast, she was clearly just a little girl without the slightest bit of spiritual power. However, Su Yan's strongest point was his speed, and at this moment, with the presence of the sword dragon, finally, at the critical moment, Su Yan directly caught up with Aya. At this moment, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky, it was a very ugly winged flying dragon. After seeing Aya, its eyes burned with madness, and it suddenly pounced from the sky. This flying dragon's body was covered with ferocious scales, and it opened its bloody mouth, revealing long teeth full of tooth wax. It opened its bloody mouth wide, and crazily bit down below. Because it was flying too fast, the winged flying dragon's two wings directly slashed through the air, making a whistling sound, and then a graceful sound instantly exploded. It made people feel as if their souls were trembling. Beast, die for me. The immortal sword technique suddenly attacked. If it was in the past, it would take a period of time to gather power to use this kind of 10,000 mammoth divine skill, but at this moment, with the support of the boundary of the two mountains, his power was no longer small matter, this sudden burst of power was absolutely terrifying. The shadow of the immortal sword condensed and directly swept across the air, the winged flying dragon was directly slashed by the immortal sword technique, and with a slash, blood burst out. However, this winged flying dragon was really too powerful. This was a true demonic beast of the dragon realm, even Su Yan's full-strength sword only managed to push it back, and it only made it bleed a little. The long sword in Su Yan's hand once again burst out a ray of light, the long sword madly sweeping the surrounding void, collapsing one ray of light after another. The sword light swept the void wildly, all bombarding the flying dragon in midair. However, the flying dragon's scales were ferocious, and when the sword light swept over, it only shot out flames. It couldn't withstand the slightest bit of damage. This was simply terrifying, but now was not the time for Su Yan to be shocked. Taking advantage of the gap between the winged flying dragon's retreat, Su Yan directly swooped down, and then directly hugged Aya in his arms. Chapter 469. D***MNIT. Su Yan was alarmed by the sudden attack of the group of bats. He sensed an extremely powerful demonic aura from this group of pitch-black fellows. If he was entangled by such a group of things, not only Aya, but even he would not have a good ending. At this point, how could he not be nervous? 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. Fortunately, the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill could still be used. The powerful 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill exploded at this moment, and countless sword auras burst out. Although this place was strange, it was not outrageous. Although this group of bats was strong, it was not outrageous to the extent that the entire group of bats were in the dragon realm. Su Yan had not cultivated the torrential storm of rose blossoms to a high level. If he faced a dragon realm elite, it would not be much of a deterrent. But to a spiritual sea realm elite, it was still very lethal. At this moment, the sword auras burst out, and the boundless sword auras suddenly rotated. In an instant, the pure white pear blossoms bloomed with a bright red radiance. The bright red color was naturally the blood of the bats. Su Yan supported the dragon blood ice fire shield, and directly enveloped Aya within, preventing the blood from staining Aya's body. Aya just curled up, and her whole body was trembling like a frightened bird. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood what the so-called curse was. That was the demonic aura. Aya actually had such a strong demonic aura on her body. She was clearly not a human. No, to be more precise, she was clearly not a real human, but a half-demon. The blood of the demon race flowed in her body, but also the blood of the human race. Normally, she looked like a human. But once the blood in her body was activated, the demonic aura on her body would burst out directly. The strong demonic aura trembled continuously, and even turned into an ink-like color. At this moment, even Su Yan felt that there was a powerful force repelling him. But at this moment, he definitely could not let go, because once he did, Aya would be drowned in the blood of this group of bats. Su Yan, don't come back. Run. Su Yan brought Aya closer to De Gang, but at this moment, De Gang's anxious voice sounded. Su Yan's heart was shaken again. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in De Gang's voice. However, what kind of person was De Gang? De Gang's strength was far greater than his. However, at this moment, he actually issued such a warning. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that he had encountered a powerful opponent. Even he didn't have the slightest confidence. At a time like this, Su Yan naturally couldn't turn back. Because if he did, he would be putting himself in danger. However, although his previous torrential storm of pear blossoms had exterminated a large number of bats, it was still not enough. But it was only a small piece. Just as he was hesitating, countless bats flew over from the horizon. What was even more dangerous was that there seemed to be an obvious shadow among them. This shadow continued to soar, as if it was an evil spirit that was constantly roaring. Su Yan already felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that only death would await him. Now, his only way out was to return to the village. As long as he returned to the village, he would have a way to live. In this village, everyone was an expert, and even De Gang was only ranked 5th. If the people of the village appeared to protect him, then the crisis in front of him could be resolved. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan brandished his sword again, and with a swing of his sword, it turned into a boundless light shadow that rushed forward. The sword chi surged, and countless blood rain was set off. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon, and directly passed through during this period. This speed was as fast as lightning, and relying on this extreme speed, he finally broke through the blockade. No. At this moment, Aya seemed to have sensed Su Yan's movement. She was still in pain, but she already said, "Don't return to the village." Su Yan naturally understood that this kind girl did not want to bring trouble to the village. However, at this point, if they did not move closer to the village, they would probably die here. In the village, there were so many experts. As long as they were willing to help, they would be saved. However, at this moment, a withered branch suddenly shot out from the village. This withered branch did not deviate, and it just happened to land on Su Yan's path. In front of him, there was a man in black short-sleeved clothes. His long hair fluttered in the air, and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. "Don't come close to the village or else you will be killed without mercy." These few words made Su Yan's heart extremely angry. This damned guy, he clearly had the ability to save people. However, not only did he not choose to save people, but he also refused to let them in. She is an ominous curse. She cannot be allowed to enter this village. This voice was so cold that it made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, Su Yan fiercely gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that this person's cultivation was above his, he would have disregarded everything and ruthlessly beaten this guy up at this moment. "Brother Su Yan, let me down. If you enter the village alone, they will not stop you. Aya is an ominous person. She caused father's death and brother's life to be so difficult. Aya should have died long ago." The girl in his arms smiled gently at Su Yan. Under the shroud of the black aura, her smile was actually so beautiful and holy. Su Yan's heart was fiercely stabbed. "Aya, don't be silly. De Gang has protected you for so long. How can you let his efforts go to waste?" Su Yan continued to circulate his sword chi as he spoke to Aya. "Su Yan, go to the cave, quickly go to the cave." At this moment, De Gang's voice sounded again. Su Yan looked in the direction of the voice and was immediately shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why De Gang was in such a sorry state. That was because his opponent was simply too terrifying. It was actually a Tyrannosaurus. A 5-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus was chasing after De Gang. It had the sharpest claws and an extremely terrifying tail. That tail could easily shatter rocks with a swing of it. Just as De Gang and Su Yan were talking, the Tyrannosaurus had already seized the opportunity and swung its huge tail directly, then whipped De Gang's body. Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. De Gang's body was so strong. If it were him, he would have spat out blood with just that one hit. "Go quickly, don't delay, the demonic Bat King is coming," he immediately roared. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was suddenly shocked. When he thought of the huge shadow that he faintly saw earlier, he did not dare to stop at all. He immediately urged the sword dragon to move at its maximum speed, then flew directly toward the cave that De Gang had mentioned. The roars of the demons became louder and louder, and the black aura on Aya's body became heavier and heavier. That kind of aura was comparable to the dragon's might emitted by a powerhouse in the dragon realm. She was clearly just a weak woman, but she was able to release such a terrifying aura. If it were not for the fact that Su Yan was not afraid of such a terrifying aura, he was afraid that his strength would have been suppressed at this moment. At this moment, the cave was only a few hundred feet away from where they were. For him, who was riding on the sword dragon, it could be said that he could reach it in an instant. However, at this moment, a silent sound wave suddenly rushed toward him. The appearance of this silent sound wave directly caused Su Yan's body to gradually become numb. The demonic Bat King. He was suddenly shocked. Although he had expected that the demonic Bat King would be very powerful, he did not expect that it would be powerful to this extent. Just the sound wave that was emitted had affected him. If this continued, he was afraid that he would definitely die here. Damn it, just a little bit more, the sound of 10,000 swords. At this moment, he suddenly activated his power, and within the radius of his spirit sea, the 10,000 swords suddenly let out a sword sound. The sonorous sword aura was drawn but not released, and finally broke free from the shackles of this powerful sound wave. At this moment, he was less than 100 feet away from the cave. The distance of 100 feet could be covered in an instant. However, at this last moment, there was a shadow that directly covered Su Yan's head. Gigantic wings, terrifying fangs, and that pair of strange eyes. A formless sound wave surged out again, and at this moment, the sound of 10,000 swords was directly interrupted. In the end, Su Yan's realm was not enough, and the gap between him and the terrifying demonic Bat King was too big. The demonic Bat King only attacked once, and all of Su Yan's methods were completely neutralized. Damn it! This time, not only did he feel numb, but his body was completely imprisoned. For a moment, his strength was no longer enough to control the sword dragon, and his entire body fell straight from the sky. Damn it, quickly activate it. He crazily roared in his heart, and then his spiritual power seemed to have dissipated, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, Su Yan even hoped that the power of the demonic dragon's heart would erupt again. The demonic dragon's heart was a huge threat to him, but at this moment, after being attacked by the demonic Bat King, he was afraid that he would immediately die. However, in this mysterious place, the demonic dragon's heart seemed to have disappeared without a trace. From the moment he entered this place, he could only feel the movement of a heart. At this moment, the demonic Bat King's huge figure had already arrived below them, and it was as if Su Yan had taken the initiative to bring Aya straight into the demonic Bat King's mouth. It's over. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the threat of death, and his entire person was completely disheartened. As fast as the cave. Just as Su Yan was in despair, suddenly, another bright light shot toward them. This was De Gang's voice. Chapter 470. It was also at this moment that Su Yan felt that his strength had returned once again. Celestial Sword Technique. With his spiritual power restored, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Celestial Sword Technique and slashed at the monster Bat King. At the same time, he activated the Sword Dragon and rushed into the cave without stopping. The sword light fell on the monster Bat King's huge body, causing the monster Bat King to stop. However, only a moment later, the monster Bat King rushed towards Su Yan again. Su Yan turned around and looked at the crazy monster Bat King. His heart was beating wildly. This place was a dead end. The monster Bat King's strength was simply incredible. If it insisted on barging in, he and Aya would probably die here. Previously, he really had no way out. Because of his trust in the gang, he directly entered this place. Now, he regretted it. Just as Su Yan's heart was filled with fear, the monster Bat King's huge and ugly face had become very clear. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. However, at this moment, there was suddenly an extremely dazzling flash of light in the cave. Gah! An extremely unpleasant screeching sound was heard. This terrifying sound was extremely unpleasant to hear. The powerful sound wave was really enough to make one's heart and soul shatter. However, even though it was a terrifying sound wave with such terrifying lethality, Su Yan and Aya were safe and sound. After a while, Su Yan discovered that the golden light outside the cave had not only blocked the monster Bat King's attack, but it had also blocked its attack. Such a method was really incredible. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why the gang insisted that he bring Aya here. This seemingly very ordinary cave actually had such a magical power. Even the Monster King in the Dragon Realm could block it. The Monster Bat King suffered such a violent impact and was obviously in great pain. However, it was still unwilling to give up. Its huge body continued to sway at the entrance of the cave. However, he also knew the power of this cave. Moreover, he had suffered a great loss before, so he did not dare to enter this place. At this time, Aya's condition gradually stabilized. After an unknown amount of time, the gang finally killed a bloody path and broke into this place. Seeing the gang enter, the boulder in Su Yan's heart finally fell. "The gang, are you okay?" Su Yan asked. "It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds," the gang said indifferently. His answer made Su Yan smile bitterly. Su Yan had personally witnessed a gang being whipped by that huge demonic beast. If he was in the gang's shoes, he would have already lost half of his life. However, the gang merely smiled as though nothing had happened. Just how strong was his body? However, Su Yan also knew that this place seemed to be very strange. Many people and many things could not be seen with common sense, so his heart calmed down a little. De Gang sighed, looked at Aya who had fallen into a deep sleep, and said sincerely, Su Yan, thank you very much today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Aya would be in danger. Su Yan heard De Gang's concern for Aya in his words. He also admired this feeling, so he said, what's the big deal? If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such nonsense. Hearing Su Yan's words, De Gang was stunned, then said with a smile, indeed, I treat you as a friend. If I say such things again, it is indeed too unreasonable. Then, it is indeed my fault. De Gang grinned. Su Yan also smiled. At this moment, he knew that De Gang really treated him as a friend. De Gang looked rough, but in fact, he was a meticulous person. Although he was very friendly to Su Yan before, in the end, he did not have absolute trust. Su Yan could feel this. After returning to the house, although De Gang directly went to rest, there was still an indistinct divine sense on guard. However, it was different now. After this time, he was really relieved about Su Yan. De Gang, what is this place? Why can't such a powerful monster enter here? Su Yan asked directly. De Gang stopped smiling and his face became a bit dignified, then said, this is an ancient temple. There is a great power left by the gods, so even these powerful monsters can't enter here. Ancient temple? Su Yan couldn't help but ask. Yes, according to the ancient legends of the village, there was once a god here, so it has such a great power that even these monsters can't shake it. De Gang looked at Su Yan and continued, I know you must be wondering why we don't live around here since there is such a great power here, right? Su Yan nodded. This was indeed the question in his heart. Since this so-called temple ruins had such a great power, it should be much safer if everyone gathered here. However, the place where the village was located was not around here. Although it was not far from here, it was definitely not close. However, De Gang was quick to provide the answer. According to the records of the village, the god of this divine temple has disappeared. All that is left is a powerful divine power. However, since there is no god here, even if the divine power remains, there is no divinity. Such a divine power could very well be a disaster. Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan was silent. Indeed, as De Gang said, this kind of power that no one could control was really dangerous. If it suddenly erupted one day, no one could control it. If I had a choice, I wouldn't let you bring Aya here. Now, I just hope that before these monsters retreat, the divine power here will not erupt, De Gang said with a sigh. At this time, if this terrible power erupted, it would definitely be a terrible disaster. Su Yan could already foresee this terrible scene. By the way, De Gang, about Aya, she is not a real human, right? Su Yan asked directly. De Gang's body shook, and then he said, yes, although I don't know where you came from, your knowledge must be extraordinary. This matter can't be hidden from you. You are right, Aya is not a human. To be precise, she is an elf. Elf? Hearing this, Su Yan was stunned. Yes, according to my father, Aya is the child of a tree demon and a human. That tree demon is one of the most powerful great demons, and has an extremely terrifying demon spirit power. Because of this, Aya's father is a human expert. Unfortunately, he can't be compared to her mother. De Gang continued, my father and Aya's father are best friends, so no matter what, my father will not abandon Aya. He even sacrificed his life for her. I know that Aya has been very sad all these years. Many times, she even thought of ending her own life. But since I am her brother, I will never let any harm come to her. His face was incomparably resolute, and filled with an indescribable determination. Seeing De Gang's appearance, Su Yan sighed in his heart. A person like De Gang was a real man. Then what should we do in the future? Su Yan asked. De Gang sighed. It was likely that this question was troubling him as well. I do not know either. All I can do is to take one step at a time. I can only hope that before the day I die, I will be able to find a qualified guardian for Aya. Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan sighed in his heart again. Brother, no, Aya doesn't want you to die. At this time, Aya had just woken up. She just happened to hear the last sentence, and immediately let out an anxious and sorrowful cry. De Gang stroked Aya's forehead, and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, Aya, brother won't die." He used his smile to comfort Aya. It could be seen that Aya was very weak now. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep again. At this time, there was still a long time before daybreak. Outside the cave, the monster kings were still unwilling to retreat. Su Yan, you are still not strong enough, De Gang suddenly said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded. Then he smiled bitterly. Of course, he understood this problem. However, his cultivation speed was already very fast. In the entire 5 continents, there was probably no one who could compare to him. However, even so, compared to a freak like De Gang, he was still very far away. At this time, De Gang said, "After today, I will take you to train. I can see that your bone structure and foundation are very good. I think you will be able to raise your strength quickly." De Gang said to Su Yan. Hearing this, Su Yan was immediately pleasantly surprised. What he lacked the most now was strength. If he could raise his strength, that would be the best. Although he didn't know if the strength he raised here would be counted in the outside world, it was still a good thing to be able to raise his strength. After another one, suddenly, an extremely strong golden light bloomed at the entrance of the cave. At this time, the monster Bat King, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus that appeared earlier, and another giant spider actually started to attack the door at the same time. The 3 terrifying monster beasts released an extremely terrifying light of death at the same time, and directly shot towards the cave. Damn it, those bastards are going to attack without caring about anything. De Gang's expression became serious. Although he knew that there was an extremely powerful force here, these 3 beasts were extremely powerful and terrifying monster beasts. The attack of one monster beast was already enough to cause the cave to shake, and now there were 3 monster beasts attacking with all their strength. This kind of terrifying power was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 471. A purple ray of light, a black ray of light, and a blood-red ray of light charged towards the ancient cave. An extremely terrifying power erupted between the heavens and the earth, creating an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura. This kind of terrifying power slowly descended, shocking everyone to the extreme. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 rays of light actually merged into one at this moment. When the 3 powerful rays of light merged, the power within directly increased. Not to mention Su Yan, even De Gang was worried that the power of the Divine Temple ruins would be able to withstand the impact of such a terrifying power. The speed of the death ray was far faster than imagined. In just a moment, it had already arrived in front of the cave, and then directly collided with the cave. The collision of the 2 forces directly caused the most intense rumbling sound. The entire cave began to tremble. Above the cave, layers of ashes continuously spread down, and even some broken rocks appeared. De Gang protected Aya in his arms, and then finally gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yan, quickly, let's go inside." After saying that, he had already directly walked inside. Su Yan did not hesitate at all, and directly followed De Gang into the depths of the cave. Just a moment after Su Yan left, the entrance of the cave actually began to collapse. If not for De Gang's foresight, Su Yan and the others would have already been crushed under the huge rock. After an unknown amount of time, the entrance of the cave finally calmed down. However, it was now pitch black inside. It was already night, and now that the entrance of the cave was directly sealed, there was not a single bit of light. Now, it should be safe. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to get out. De Gang hugged Aya and sat on the ground. It was obvious that even someone as strong as De Gang was exhausted. Previously, he was directly swept by the tail of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. It was definitely not as simple and easy as he said. "De Gang, are you alright?" Su Yan asked. De Gang shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I can't suppress my injuries. I need to recuperate for a while. Su Yan, I'll rely on you to guard this place." After De Gang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Su Yan couldn't see how he was doing it, but there was an aura like a coiling dragon circling around his body. This aura was very strong, and Su Yan knew that it was absolutely impossible for his spiritual chi cultivation to reach this level. The cave was abnormally quiet, but Su Yan's heart was becoming more and more uneasy. This feeling of unease made him very uncomfortable, which made him directly grab the Scorching Sun sword in his hand. The Scorching Sun sword released a flame-like radiance, finally illuminating the surroundings. The moment the radiance shone, a soft cry suddenly rang out. This cry was like the howl of a cat in the dark, but also like the cry of a baby in pain. In short, it was abnormally unpleasant to the ears. Su Yan was extremely shocked. In just a short while, he was already covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past. The speed of the shadow was extremely fast, and Su Yan couldn't see it clearly at all. However, he could still vaguely see that it was a humanoid figure, but this figure was somewhat transparent. Spectre. This word directly appeared in Su Yan's mind. At this moment, the spectre appeared again, and this time, it actually directly pounced towards Su Yan. Damn it, could it be that the radiance of the Scorching Sun sword attracted this spectre? This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind, but at this moment, he couldn't care too much. He directly swung his sword down, and a thin sword mark flew out. As the sword light approached, Su Yan finally saw the true face of this spectre. Although this spectre was in the shape of a human, it didn't have a face, and looked very scary. However, Su Yan had experienced life and death. If he was afraid of even this, then he wouldn't have lived until now. No matter what, since this spectre had already attacked him, then he had to kill it first. The long sword in his hand had already bloomed with a brilliant light, and this kind of fierce killing intent directly slashed towards the spectre. Before it got close, the spectre began to melt like a snowman. When the sword mark directly passed through it, the spectre completely dissipated. However, although the spectre dissipated, Su Yan's heart didn't relax at all. Instead, it was piercingly cold. "Get out of my way." At this moment, he turned around and directly slashed his sword behind him. This sword light shuttled back and forth in the air, bursting with the most brilliant and intense light, directly slashing in front of Aya. However, while Su Yan was dealing with the previous spectre, 3 more spectres appeared and pounced on Aya. At this moment, the gang was using his skills to suppress his injuries, and Aya was in a deep sleep and couldn't wake up. If she was entangled by this spectre, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, at that time, the blood dragon's eye directly burst with light and detected everything. Otherwise, everything would be too late. Die! The scorching sword light finally directly killed the 3 spectres, but Su Yan was shocked. The spectre's speed was too fast. In just a short while, they had already arrived in front of Aya. Damn it, this place is really strange. Su Yan laughed bitterly, then raised his guard. The current Aya was like the Tang Sanzang in the myths of the previous world. No matter what kind of monster it was, it would want to snatch a piece of meat to eat. Her body had a strong demonic power, which was a huge attraction. At this moment, there was suddenly a golden light in the cave. When the strong golden light appeared, it immediately illuminated the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood the true meaning of the so-called temple ruins. This place was really magnificent. On the stone wall, there were extremely exquisite carvings. These carvings were familiar to Su Yan because Su Yan had also seen such carvings on the walls of the pagoda. However, compared to the pagoda, the carvings here seemed to be filled with an indescribable power that could attract people's minds. Could it be that this is the so-called power of the gods? Su Yan thought to himself. Woo woo woo. At this moment, sobbing sounds suddenly came from inside, and these sounds were approaching this place. In just a short while, Su Yan could already see a dense number of ghost shadows coming towards this place. Damn it! Su Yan's scalp was numb. Facing so many specters, he felt shocked. Isn't this the temple? Where did so many darn things come from? Although he was shocked, Su Yan also understood that he definitely could not let these things come close. Otherwise, he would immediately die without a burial place. 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill, Torrential Pear Blossom. Su Yan directly circulated his spiritual power and displayed the 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill. The sword chi was like frost, and it bloomed like thousands of pear blossoms. It was like a group of butterflies that suddenly rushed forward. The sword chi of the instant sword went straight into the group of specters. However, in the next moment, Su Yan was shocked. His torrential pear blossom sword chi could even kill a large group of demonic bats. However, at this moment, it had no effect at all. The sword chi went through the specters and directly dissipated. However, these specters were still safe and sound. What? Damn it, these specters are stronger than before. Su Yan took a step back. At this moment, he also noticed the difference. Previously, the specters that were killed by him were in human form. However, at this moment, the densely packed specters were in the form of demonic beasts. Moreover, there was a mysterious gray power in their bodies. It was this power that directly made his sword chi useless. Damn it! Su Yan took another half step back. Suddenly, Su Yan had a flash of inspiration. Specters. Are the soul-suppressing seal and the red spirit fire miraculous effects on souls? How could I forget this? At this critical moment, Su Yan suddenly remembered this matter. Previously in the Divine Dragon Abyss, even a 1,000-year-old monster like the Black Demon was full of fear of the soul-suppressing seal. When the Black Demon entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness and fought with Su Yan, he used the soul-suppressing seal to cause great trouble for the Black Demon. At this moment, Su Yan directly took out the soul-suppressing seal. His retainers suddenly activated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture and directly shouted, soul-suppressing. As soon as these two words appeared, they exploded like thunder. The terrifying sound of thunder directly exploded in the sky. Under the endless light, it was as if everything had turned into smoke and dust at this time. With the direct injection of his spiritual power, the small soul-suppressing seal suddenly came to life. The entire seal shone with golden light, directly covering the light in the cave. The golden light burst out and directly rushed forward. In the next moment, it had already shone above the terrifying specters. The specters did not have any reaction at all when facing Su Yan's rainstorm pear blossom sword chi. However, at this time, the specters at the front began to struggle in pain. The murky aura of death that had enveloped them dissipated in an instant. As expected of the stupa sect's treasure. Su Yan did not expect that the effect would be so good. The soul-suppressing seal's lethality toward the specters was simply terrifying. Suddenly, there was a strange feeling in the temple. Su Yan's expression changed. Could it be that there is something in this temple that is related to me, no, to the stupa sect? Perhaps, this is the key to entering the 6th level. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart also became hot. He came to this mysterious world after coming into contact with the stone door of the 6th level. At this time, this feeling appeared, and it could be the key to leaving this world. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Su Yan immediately summoned the Scarlet Spirit Fire. Chapter 472. The crimson flame seemed to have come back to life at this moment. A powerful and frightening force burst out directly. At this moment, Su Yan felt that the crimson spirit fire was filled with an indescribable desire. Although Su Yan was in control of the flame, Su Yan was afraid of the crimson spirit fire. However, when he first subdued the crimson spirit fire, he had already seen the intelligence of the flame. He deeply understood that it was inevitable for such a flexible world to be unique. Moreover, the desire was not strong at this moment. Su Yan could completely control it in his hands. The most important thing now was not to worry about this, but to kill these ghosts as soon as possible. The power of the soul-suppressing seal was indeed very strong, but the number of ghosts here was also terrifying. Su Yan gathered his power and then directly injected the crimson spirit fire into the scorching sun sword. When Ugly Uncle forged the scorching sun sword, he took the scorching sun sword and wanted it to become a real divine sword. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough, so he could only forge it into a semi-finished product. At this moment, when the crimson spirit fire was injected into the scorching sun sword, it seemed to have become the soul of the scorching sun sword. Su Yan felt that the scorching sun sword seemed to have improved by a level in an instant. Good, I didn't expect that the scorching sun sword could improve after merging with the crimson spirit fire. It seems that I am one step closer to achieving Ugly Uncle's wish. Su Yan thought in surprise. At this moment, his eyes flashed and he directly charged into the group of ghosts. If it was before, he would not be able to cause any harm to the ghosts. However, it was different now. The crimson spirit fire was extremely harmful to the soul. After merging with the scorching sun sword and activating it with the sun-colored glaze sword scripture, the power of the scorching sun sword was almost fully unleashed. In an instant, Su Yan had transformed into a ferocious tiger. He charged into the group of wraiths. The wraiths were unable to withstand Su Yan's power. With a sweep of his sword, large swathes of wraiths were annihilated. After a full 15 minutes, the group of ghosts was finally wiped out. At this time, De Gang finally finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes and saw Su Yan's glorious battle record, he was shocked. Su Yan, you actually killed so many specters? He asked in surprise. Yes. Not long after you went into seclusion, these specters came out in groups. If I don't kill them, we'll be in trouble, Su Yan said with a smile. De Gang nodded, but his expression became even more gloomy. What's wrong? Su Yan asked. De Gang said, we have to get out of here quickly. Legend has it that before the temple existed, this place used to be a demon's den. The temple appeared to suppress the demon's den. I've been here before and encountered specters, but it was definitely not like this. The specters appeared in groups, and the temple has lost its god for a long time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to suppress this demon's den. De Gang said to Su Yan. Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan was also stunned. Then, he realized the seriousness of the matter. If it was really as De Gang said, then they would be the first to suffer. However, after Su Yan pondered, he said to De Gang, you start clearing the rocks here first, then take Aya and leave. As for me, I'm going to enter the temple's cave to take a look. Su Yan, you're crazy. Do you know that the experts in the village who entered before didn't come out alive? De Gang said directly. The temple ruins had existed for a long time. How could the experts in the village not pay attention to it? Then, there were several experts who entered, but none of them came out alive. As for the experts who had entered, every single one of them possessed strength above that of De Gang. De Gang continued, you don't know how terrifying this temple is. Only death awaits those who enter. It's absolutely impossible to come out alive. So, if you don't want to die, come out with me. I'm afraid that those damn bastards have already left. De Gang, I feel that the things inside are very important to me. So, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go in. Su Yan said firmly. In that case, I'll go in with you. We can take care of each other. Seeing Su Yan's determined eyes, De Gang knew that this was something that couldn't be stopped. However, since it couldn't be stopped, he followed Su Yan in. However, Su Yan shook his head and said, De Gang, you have to take care of Aya. Trust me, I'll definitely come out. Okay, then you be careful. De Gang said. Big brother Su Yan, don't go in there. Aya feels that there's a terrifying monster inside. Just as Su Yan turned around, Aya's weak voice sounded. Su Yan said with a smile, Aya, don't worry. Big brother Su Yan is very powerful. No matter what monster it is, it will die under Big Brother's sword. Su Yan didn't look back and directly walked into the cave. Just as Su Yan retreated, the gang said to Aya, "Don't worry. Since he wants to go in, he knows what he's doing. We have to trust him. Now, Big Brother will take you out of here." After the gang finished speaking, he began to use his tyrannical strength to shatter the rocks one by one. Su Yan walked deeper and deeper. This passage was full of light. It was as if he was on a pilgrimage. If it wasn't for the appearance of a group of ghosts before, who would associate this place with ghosts? Suddenly, Su Yan stopped in his tracks. Because there was an extremely huge door in front of him. This door was actually more than 10 meters high. With such a height, it was as if it was a small building. And on both sides of the door, there were two extremely huge statues. In front of this statue, Su Yan felt that he was so small. He stood in front of the door and looked up at the two statues. These were two extremely huge infernal demon dogs. Although they were only stone statues, Su Yan always felt that they had their own lives. Moreover, in front of the infernal demon dogs, there were piles of pale bones. There were human skeletons as well as demonic beast skeletons. This made Su Yan's heart more dignified. Thinking of the words the gang said to him, Su Yan even had the impulse to directly leave this place. But in the end, he didn't do so. Because he had a reason to move forward. Su Yan stepped forward resolutely and then stepped over the pile of bones. Kacha kacha sounds were heard, which made people's hair stand on end. But Su Yan was not afraid at all. At this time, a long blood-red line appeared in front of him. This bloodline was a border. If he crossed the border without permission, then only death would await him. But in the end, he still collapsed. The moment he took a step forward, the infernal demon dog's thoughts were transmitted. "Trespasser, die." The word "die" directly turned into a clap of thunder and exploded in Su Yan's ears. A huge thought appeared, as if it wanted to crush Su Yan alive. Under such a terrifying power, Su Yan only felt that he was like a fallen leaf in the sea, constantly shaking. "Damn it! Soul-suppressing seal, chi!" He angrily roared and then activated the soul-suppressing seal. As he circulated his power, the soul-suppressing seal suddenly released a powerful golden light. When this light appeared, the endless waves stopped. Su Yan only felt that his sea of consciousness immediately calmed down. At this time, a dangerous aura attacked. He didn't have time to think. His whole body suddenly jumped and then rose into the air. At this moment, a blood-red claw mark directly slashed across the place where he was originally. The power of the claw mark was really unstoppable. Under the terrifying aura, the hard ground was directly scraped up layer by layer, and countless bones were directly crushed. Su Yan took a deep breath and immediately summoned the sword dragon. Then, he quickly flew into the sky at high speed. At this time, the two infernal demon dogs in front of him had actually revived. The aura of such a huge infernal demon dog had already surpassed that of a strong fighter in the dragon realm. Su Yan immediately knew that the two infernal demon dogs had killed these white bone creatures here. At this time, the infernal demon dogs once again pounced on him. The speed of the infernal demon dogs was simply beyond Su Yan's imagination. He had never thought that their speed could be so fast. He used all his strength to circulate his spiritual energy to activate the sword dragon. Every time, he just barely dodged the terrifying attack. However, the speed of the two infernal demon dogs' attacks was getting faster and faster. If this continued, Su Yan was afraid that he would follow in their footsteps and die under the claws of the infernal demon dogs, becoming a corpse. It's obviously impossible to defeat these two terrifying fellows. There must be a way to escape, but I just haven't thought of it yet. Su Yan quickly thought and at the same time, tried his best to avoid the attacks. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a very inconspicuous mark on the forehead of the two infernal demon dogs. Under the gaze of the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan saw very clearly that it was two D marks. This is the mark that the pagoda sword revealed last time. This place is indeed closely related to the pagoda sect. If that's the case, the key to survival lies on this mark, he guessed in his heart. In the next moment, the pagoda sword appeared in his hand. It doesn't matter if it's right or not, I'll take a gamble. Su Yan dodged the claws again, then shouted in a deep voice, "Soul-suppressing seal." The soul-suppressing seal exploded with a golden light and actually blocked the attack of the infernal demon dogs. At this time, Su Yan suddenly leaped onto the forehead of one of the infernal demon dogs and directly stabbed the pagoda sword into it. Chapter 473. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, his guess was correct this time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his life. At this moment, another terrifying sound pierced through the air. Su Yan did not have time to raise his head. He leaped up and soared high into the sky. At the same time, the scorching sun sword in his hand met the terrifying light. The scorching sun sword clashed head-on with this scarlet claw. Su Yan felt his palm go numb, and he almost could not hold the sword in his hand. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain between his thumb and forefinger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to block the terrifying claw in the end. At the same time, with the help of the terrifying recoil, Su Yan landed on the forehead of another infernal demon dog. The infernal demon dog immediately reacted. It did not care about anything else and directly waved its sharp claws to slap its forehead. On the sharp claws, a scarlet light shone with an extremely terrifying power. If Su Yan was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. At this moment, Su Yan did not panic at all. The pagoda sword in his other hand pierced into the D mark with extreme precision. In the D mark. The moment the pagoda sword fell, the terrifying sharp claws flew over. Immediately, the sharp claws stopped above Su Yan's head. One could imagine that if Su Yan had been a moment later, he would have died immediately. Su Yan's entire body was lying on top of the hell devil dog's head, gasping for breath. Although it was only for a moment, it consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. This kind of battle was really terrifying. Suddenly, the voice of Kasi was heard. Along with the voice came the sound of a gust of wind. The gust of wind was laced with a boundless chill, causing Su Yan's sleepiness to dissipate. He straightened his body and looked at the door. It was a very grand and majestic hall. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the beautiful decorations in the hall, but a huge skeleton. This skeleton was 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall. It was truly a colossal creature. An eerie aura was emitted from the skeleton, and the cold aura that was carried by the wind came from the skeleton. The skeleton's head was facing the door. Its eyes were clearly empty, but they still contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to devour a person's soul. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword in one hand and the pagoda sword in the other. Step by step, he walked forward. At this moment, all the worries in his heart had been cast aside. Because at this moment, he had already seen the thing that attracted him. It was a small seal, and upon closer inspection, it was somewhat similar to the soul-suppressing seal. However, this imprint was only half complete. Obviously, it was not complete. This mark was not even as big as a palm. He just quietly placed it on top of this huge white bone monster like a small stone that was casually thrown on top of it. However, from Su Yan's point of view, it was this rock that had directly suppressed this huge white skeleton. Su Yan suddenly remembered that when Aya came in earlier, she said that she felt an extremely terrifying demon here. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze fell on him. He suddenly understood that the huge monster that Aya mentioned was probably this terrifying creature. There was no need to say how terrifying a creature that could make Aya feel fear was. However, at this moment, he was directly suppressed. There was no need to say how powerful this imprint was. Perhaps, this is the real key to leaving this mysterious space. At this moment, Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took a step forward, and then his entire body shot out like a meteor, landing on top of this huge white skeleton in an instant. Stepping on this huge skeleton, Su Yan's first feeling was that it was smooth. This huge skeleton was actually as warm as jade. However, now Su Yan did not have time to pay attention to this. He bent down and took this small imprint in his hand. This imprint was greenish-brown, and it was engraved with extremely mysterious lines. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. Su Yan slightly operated his spiritual power, but this imprint did not move and did not show any abnormalities. He looked around again and found that this so-called temple was beautiful, but it was really peaceful. Finally, he gently jumped and then landed on the ground, and then he was about to leave with this stone imprint. However, he had just walked not far when suddenly, an extremely dangerous feeling attacked him. This feeling of danger was approaching, making Su Yan's heart beat a few times. At this time, he suddenly turned around and found that the huge white bone that was lying quietly on the ground was actually floating in the air at this time. In the pair of hollow eyes, there was a flame constantly jumping. This was a kind of soul flame, and Su Yan could feel an extremely terrifying power in this flame. In the next moment, he immediately understood everything. This huge white bone was the terrifying demon that Aya mentioned, but it was suppressed by this half of the imprint in Su Yan's hand. However, at this time, this imprint was taken away by Su Yan. The moment the imprint left its head, this terrifying monster finally woke up. Just by seeing these two soul flames, Su Yan knew that he was in danger at this time. He did not know what kind of creature this terrifying existence was, but to be able to be locked in such a secret realm, it must be extremely extraordinary. Although the half of the imprint that suppressed it was still in his hands, the situation was completely different. Because Su Yan was too clear that it was already unrealistic for him to suppress this imprint on the other party's head again. The other party's strength had simply exceeded his expectations. What was worse was that the moment Su Yan turned his head, the deep door actually made a trembling sound, and then began to close directly. Su Yan's heart sank bit by bit. At this time, he had become a turtle in a jar in an instant. Damn it! Su Yan immediately flew to the side in the next moment. It was also at this time that an extremely terrifying light directly descended. When this light fell, Su Yan immediately fled. When the first powerful force appeared, Su Yan narrowly avoided it. He did not even have time to circulate his spirit chi, and directly dodged to the ground with a roll. However, before he could stand up, a huge shadow directly suppressed him. The speed was so fast that Su Yan could not dodge at all. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's whole body directly flew out and slammed heavily on the stone wall. This time, it was really painful. The web between his thumb and forefinger suddenly split open, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood and directly spat it out. The pain spread directly, causing his nerves to tremble violently. However, he did not dare to delay any longer. Just this kind of attack alone caused him to be in this state. If another attack came, he was afraid that he would directly die. At this time, he did not dare to joke about his own life. De Gang's strength was really strong. So many huge stones were piled up at the entrance of the cave, but they were still smashed one by one and then opened up. Every time his fist landed on a huge stone, there would not be too much of an explosion, but the stone would directly shatter in an instant and turn into dust. After De Gang's bombardment, clear sunlight could now be seen in this place. If this continued, he was afraid that in a while, he would be able to completely open up this passage. However, at this time, he noticed that Aya's expression was abnormal, and it was very ugly. "Aya, what's wrong?" De Gang asked with concern. "Brother, I saw the demon appear." Aya's voice began to tremble, and it was obvious that she was extremely scared. De Gang's expression was dignified. He never thought that his sister was joking. This was because he clearly knew that his sister was special. Since she had the body of an elf, she had a powerful strength that was unimaginable to ordinary people. This kind of strength was not only reflected in the terrifying power hidden in her body, but also in her perception. De Gang immediately thought of Su Yan. It was not strange that a powerful demon was hidden in this temple, De Gang. However, the appearance of this demon at this time must be related to Su Yan. Brother, it's brother Su Yan inside. He's in danger, you should go and help him. Aya said to De Gang. De Gang also wanted to go in and help Su Yan, but in the end, he shook his head and said, Aya, I can't go in because I have to take care of you. Everyone has to be responsible for their own life. Since this is Su Yan's own choice, then we have to believe in him. De Gang said very seriously. At this time, Aya finally fell silent. She wanted to persuade De Gang, but she also knew that De Gang valued her life more than anything else. However, after pondering for a while, she said again, Brother, Aya can protect herself, trust me. Moreover, I feel that brother Su Yan didn't say something when he went in, and that is, the thing inside might be able to help me unlock the mysterious power in my body. Hearing this, De Gang's expression changed. Of course, he understood why Su Yan didn't say this sentence. It was because he didn't want to get himself involved in this. If he had said this sentence from the beginning, then for Aya, De Gang would have gone in no matter what.